Short version. Where is it? Hit it. Where's the damn sound? Hey, people, it's us. We're ready. We got to get right into this because the debate's already started, and I can't find a way to rewind it. But, Jason, welcome aboard. It's our first presidential debate. I busted out the tuxedo. I wanted to make a tuxedo, Jay. Didn't have time, but just imagine he's looking fancy, too. Welcome aboard, Jason. Let's see what we got on the screen. These guys are going, I have a drinking game. I'm going to put the drinking game rules on as we watch this debate here. But you'll probably get drunk. You can also smoke, too. So smoke or drink. I'll give you the cues. But let's load this up while I'm working for you people.
Create a lot of good, solid money for our country. And just to finish off, she doesn't have a plan.
Oh, no.
She copied Biden's plan.
Drinking.
And it's like 4 sentences. Like run, spot, run. 4 sentences that are just, oh, we'll try and lower taxes. She doesn't have a plan. Take a look at her plan. She doesn't have a plan.
Mr. President, I do want to drill down on something you both brought up. The Vice President brought up your tariffs. You responded, and let's drill down on this because your plan is what she calls is essentially a national sales tax. Your proposal calls for tariffs, as you pointed out here, on foreign imports across the board. You recently said that you might double your plan, imposing tariffs up to 20% on goods coming into this country. As you know, many economists say that with tariffs at that level, costs are then passed on to the consumer. Vice President Harris has argued it'll mean higher prices on gas, food, clothing, medication, arguing it costs the typical family nearly $4,000 a year. Do you believe Americans can afford higher prices because of tariffs?
They're not going to have higher prices. What's going to have, and who's going to have higher prices is China and all of the countries.
Oh, man, we would have been drinking so much already. I got to get this up.
I was the only president ever.
China
Was paying us hundreds of billions of dollars, and so were other countries. And, you know, if she doesn't like them, they should have gone out and they should have immediately cut the tariffs. But those tariffs are there 3.5 years now under their administration. We are going to take in billions of dollars, hundreds of billions of dollars. I had no inflation, virtually no inflation. They had the highest inflation perhaps in the history of our country because I've never seen a worse period of time. People can't go out and buy cereal or bacon or
I think he was saying back in the day.
Else.
He's like, you remember even hearing about inflation? I don't remember that.
Dying with what they've done. They've destroyed
we have
a
bunch of rules, but I'll just tell you people when to drink because you're not going to see all the rules. So if you hear I'm a sound effect.
Great, that their economy was terrible.
Vice President
should have
Harris,
had just a ding.
Ask for your response, and you heard what the president said there because the Biden administration did keep a number of.
I'll just do this one.
In place. So how do you respond?
I was going to do that.
Yes. The Trump administration
I already hit it.
resulted in a trade deficit.
And I decided to bring for my drinking game Colt 45. Don't let that smooth taste fool you.
With China,
it's good.
what he ended up doing
I'm a
is
fancy
under
man,
Donald
so I brought
Trump's
my
presidency,
champagne glass.
He ended up selling American chips to China.
He sold
to
chips.
help them improve and modernize their military.
Doritos.
Basically sold us out. When a policy about China should be in making sure the United States of America wins the competition
to the end
for
of the
21st
world.
century, which means focusing on the details of what that requires.
A lot ahead.
Focusing on relationships with our allies, focusing on investing in American-based technology so that we win the race on AI, on quantum computing. Focusing on what we need to do to support
the
America's
game right
workforce
here in front of me so I know.
that we don't end up having on the short end of the stick in terms of workers' rights. But what Donald Trump did, let's talk about this, with COVID, is he actually thanked President Xi for what he did during COVID. Look at his tweet.
He did what?
Thank you, President Xi, exclamation point, when we know that Xi was responsible for lacking and not giving us transparency about the origins of COVID.
President Trump
The
elected.
what?
First of all, they
They're
brought their
admitting
chips
that?
from Taiwan. We hardly make chips anymore because of philosophies like they have and policies like they have. I don't say her because she has no policy. Everything that she believed 3 years ago and 4 years ago is out the window. She's going to my philosophy now. In fact, I was going to send her a MAGA hat. She's gone to my philosophy. But if she ever got elected, she'd change it. And it will be the end of our country. She's a Marxist. Everybody knows she's a Marxist.
Oh, I forgot to put that in
Her father's a
there.
Marxist professor in economics, and he taught her well. But when you look at what she's done to our country, and when you look at these millions and millions of people that are pouring into our country monthly,
He has to
where
say
it's, I
illegals
believe,
or the
21
border.
million people, not the 15 that people say, and I think it's a lot higher than the 21. That's bigger than New York State pouring in. And just look at what they're doing to our country. They're criminals. Many of these people coming in are criminals. And that's bad for our economy, too. You know, you mentioned before, we'll talk about
That's
immigration later. Well, bad immigration is the worst thing that can happen to our economy. They have, and she has, destroyed our country with policy that's insane.
She's like, what?
Almost policy that you'd say they have to hate our country.
She's like, I haven't even been in office yet. What do you mean?
I want to turn to the issue.
She's like, my boss don't let me do
President Trump,
nothing.
You often touted that you were able to kill Roe v. Wade. Last year, you
killed
said
it?
that you were proud to be
Damn.
the most pro-life president in American history. Then last month, you said that your administration would be great for women and their reproductive rights. In your home state of Florida, you
Fantastic.
surprised many with regard to your 6-week abortion ban because you initially had said that it was too short. And you said, quote, I'm going to be voting that we need more than 6 weeks. But then the very next day, you reversed course and said you
It's
would
a
vote
very
to support
specific
the 6-week
question.
ban. Vice President Harris says that women shouldn't trust you on the issue of abortion because you've changed your position so many times. Therefore, why should they trust you?
Well, the reason I'm doing that vote is because the plan is, as you know, the vote is, they have abortion in the 9th month. They even have, and you
In
can
the
look at
what?
the governor of West Virginia, the previous governor of West Virginia, not the current governor, who's
It's like
doing an excellent
basically a
job,
whole ass kid.
but the governor before, he said the baby will be born and we will decide what to do with the baby. In other words, we'll execute the baby.
Damn.
And that's why I did that, because that predominates, because they're radical. The Democrats are radical in that. And her vice presidential pick, which I think was a horrible pick, by the way, for our country, because he is really out of it. But her vice presidential
All right, I
pick
did say
says
if Trump says an
abortion in the
insult,
9th
so
month
I'm just gonna
is
drink to that.
absolutely fine. He also says execution after birth. It's an execution, no
Damn.
longer abortion, because the baby is born, is okay. And that's not okay with me, hence the vote. But what I did is something for 52 years, they've been trying to get Roe v. Wade into the states. And through the genius and heart and strength of 6 Supreme Court justices, we were
at
able
her
to do
stank
that. Now, I
face.
believe in the exceptions for
She's like-
rape, incest, and life of the mother. I believe strongly in it. Ronald Reagan did also. 85% of Republicans do. Exceptions. Very important. But we were able to get it, and now states are voting on it. And for the first time, you're going to see, look, this is an issue that's torn our country apart for 52 years. Every legal scholar, every Democrat, every Republican, liberal, conservative, they all wanted this issue to be brought back to the states where the people could vote. And that's what happened. Now, Ohio,
Ohio?
the vote was somewhat liberal. Kansas, the vote was somewhat liberal, much more liberal than people would have thought. But each individual state is voting. It's the vote of the people now. It's
That's how
not
it
tied up
works.
in the federal government. I did a great service in doing it. It took courage to do it. And the Supreme Court had great courage
gonna
in
double
doing
hand
it.
here.
And I give tremendous credit to those 6 justices.
There is no state in this country where it is legal to kill a baby after it's born. Madam Vice President, I want to get your response to President Trump.
Well, as I said, you're going to hear a bunch
Instant
of lies,
fact check?
and that's not actually a surprising fact. Let's
She
understand
has to
how
say
we got here.
reproductive rights
Donald Trump
is the key word.
hand-selected 3 members of the United States Supreme Court with the intention
And if
that
she
they would
laughs.
undo the protections of Roe v. Wade. And they did
Oh, God.
exactly as he intended. And now in
I better
over
get, like,
20
several.
states,
Get
there
ready.
are Trump abortion bans, which make it criminal for a doctor or nurse to provide health care. In one state, it provides prison for life. Trump abortion bans that make no exception even for rape and incest, which understand what that
He's like,
means.
I didn't make that.
A survivor of a crime of violation to their body does not have the right to make a decision about what happens to their body next. That is immoral. And one does not have to
I don't know if
abandon
that's the word
their
I
faith
use.
or deeply held beliefs
Based
to
on what's
avoid
happening
the
afterwards,
government.
too. You know what I
And
mean?
Donald
Like,
Trump
Well,
certainly
yeah,
should
I don't
not
know.
be
We're
telling
all
a
on
woman
a
what to
gray
do
zone.
with her body. I have talked with women around our country. You want to talk about this is what people wanted? pregnant women who want to carry a pregnancy to term, suffering from a miscarriage, being denied care in an emergency room because the healthcare providers are afraid they might go to jail, and she's bleeding out in a car in the parking lot.
Miscarriage is
She
it's
didn't want
already
that.
gone.
Her husband didn't want
She
that.
probably didn't know that.
A 12 or 13-year-old survivor of incest being forced to carry a
Incest.
pregnancy to term? They don't want that. And I pledge to you, when Congress passes a bill to put back in place the protections of Roe v. Wade, as President of the United States, I will
What the
proudly
reproductive
sign
rights?
it into law. But understand, if Donald Trump were to be reelected, he will sign a national abortion ban. Understand, in his Project 2025,
Oh,
there
she
would
said
be a
Project
national
2025.
abortion-
Drink it up.
monitor that would be monitoring your pregnancies, your miscarriages. I think the American people believe that certain freedoms, in particular the freedom to make decisions about one's own body, should not be made by the government.
Thank you, Vice President Harris.
Well,
I
there
didn't
she
drink
goes
as much as
again.
I
It's a
thought in
lie.
that round.
I'm not signing a ban, and there's no reason to sign a ban because we've gotten what everybody wanted.
also put if Trump
Democrats,
mispronounces
Republicans, and everybody
Kamala.
else, and every legal scholar wanted it to be brought
ready.
back into the states, and the states are voting. And it may take a little time, but for 52 years, this issue has torn our country apart. And they've wanted it
You should have
back in
put
the
that on
states.
there.
And I did something that
Which
nobody
one?
thought
Torn?
was possible.
Country.
Torn
The
our
states are
country
now
apart,
voting.
yeah.
That's true.
What she says is an absolute lie. And as far as the abortion ban, no, I'm not in favor of abortion ban, but it doesn't matter because this issue has now been taken over by the states.
Would you veto a national abortion ban if it
Well,
came
I
to your
won't
desk?
have to because, again, two
Won't have
things.
to.
Number one, she said she'll go back to Congress. She'll never get the vote. It's impossible for her to get the vote, especially now with the 50-50 and essentially 50-50 in both Senate and the House. She's not going to get the vote.
Why is she doing
can't
that
get the
look?
vote. She
She's
won't
like,
even come
I'm
close to it.
lasering
So it's
in.
just talk. You know what it reminds me of when they said they're going to get student loans terminated, and it ended up being a total catastrophe. The student loans, and then her, I think probably her boss, if you call him a boss, he spends all his time on the beach.
I was going to put
But
Biden,
look,
but I didn't
her
think he'd
boss
say
went
him
out
anymore.
And said, we'll do it again. We'll
He's
do it
gone.
a different way. And he went out, got rejected again by the Supreme Court. So all these
I put
students
if
got,
either candidate
taunted with this whole
doesn't
thing
answer the
about
question.
This whole idea. And
So,
how unfair that would have been. Part of the reason they lost.
I don't know what the
to
question
the
is, but he's
millions
going
and
all over
millions
the
of
place on
people
this one.
that had to pay off their student loans. They didn't get it for free. But
went
they
from
were saying
abortions
it's the
to
same
student
way
loans,
that
so
they talked about that.
I'm just going to
that
drink
they talk about abortion.
preemptively.
But if I could just get a yes or no, because your running mate, J.D.
Oh.
Vance, has said that you would veto it if it did come to your desk.
Well, I didn't discuss it with J.D. in all fairness.
Why doesn't he just
JD,
say that?
And I don't mind if he has a certain view, but I think he was speaking for me, but I really didn't. Look,
Why doesn't he just
we don't
say
have
it,
to
bro?
discuss it because she'd never be able to get it.
Because
Just like
he
she couldn't get
wants
student
to sign
loans. They
it.
couldn't get
Like,
student
what do
loans.
you
They didn't
mean?
even come
It
close to
feels like
getting
he's
student
skirting
loans.
around. If
They
I was him, I would be
taunted
like, yeah, I'll
young
sign it.
People and a lot
Next.
of other people that had loans.
Like, what's
They
up?
can never get this approved.
He's doing
So
the-
it
he's
doesn't
filling
matter
out the
what she says about
5-page
going to
paper for the
Congress. So wonderful.
college
Let's go to
essay.
Congress, do it. But the fact
Add
is
in
that for
1,000
years they
words.
wanted to get it out of Congress and out of the federal government, and we did something that everybody said couldn't be done. And now you have a
Gotta get the
vote of the
branding.
people on abortion.
Vice President Harris, want to give you your time to respond, but I do want to ask,
Sponsor
would
is
you
Colt
support
45.
any restrictions on a woman's right to an abortion?
I absolutely support reinstating the protections of Roe v. Wade. And as you rightly mentioned, nowhere in America is a woman carrying a pregnancy to term and asking for an abortion. That is not happening. It's insulting to the
That'd be
women
kinda
of
crazy.
America. And understand what has
Kinda
been
nuts.
happening under Donald Trump's abortion bans. Couples who pray and dream of having a family are being denied IVF treatments. What is happening in our country? Working people, working
We got to
women
Jason start
who are working
fact
one or
checking.
two jobs.
I don't
Yeah,
think
I'm
she
like,
knows what an
barely
abortion
afford
is.
to
I don't think
What
she
is
knows.
it? It's the
have
opposite.
to travel to another state to get on a plane
kill my
sitting next to
kid. I
strangers
just don't get
to
it.
go and get the
The
health
lengths
care
that I
she
have to
needs.
go.
Barely can afford to do
Hey,
it,
Cheyenne.
and what you are putting her through is unconscionable. And the people of America have not, the majority of Americans believe
Donald,
in a
where are you
woman's right
going?
to make decisions about her own body. And that is why in every state where this issue has been on the ballot,
Shoot.
in red and blue states both,
There
the
we
people of America have voted for freedom.
Vice President.
Freedom.
Excuse me,
Thank
I have
you.
to respond. Another lie. It's another lie. I have been a leader on IVF, which is fertilization. The IVF, I have been
Fertilization.
a leader. In fact, when they got a very negative decision on IVF from the Alabama courts, I saw the people of Alabama and the legislature 2 days later
I know what I
voted it
should have
in.
used.
I've been a leader.
I'm gonna do it on the next
They
one.
know that, and everybody else knows it. I have been a leader on fertilization, IVF. And the other thing,
All right, I have to know,
You
who
should
do they
ask.
mean when they say
will she allow
so-and-so
abortion
knows it
in the
and
8th
everybody
month,
knows
9th
it?
month,
Everybody,
7th
Jason.
month?
Everybody. Don't you know?
Okay, would you do that?
Apparently
Why
not.
don't you ask her
Why-
that
why
question?
don't you
That's
answer
the
the
problem.
question? Would you
because
veto?
under Roe v.
Answer
Wade,
the question,
you
would you
could-
veto?
you
I
could
thought the
do
mics were muted.
abortions in the 7th month, the 8th month, the 9th
Why is her
month,
mic not
and
muted?
probably after birth. Just
Because
look at the
she's-
governor, former
Oh,
governor of
Kamala
Virginia.
Harris.
The governor
No,
of
that was a
Virginia
big
said,
fight
we put
they were
the baby
having.
aside, and then
Was
we
if the
determine
mics
what we
were
want
gonna
to
be
do with the
muted or
baby.
not.
President Trump, thank you.
No
We're going to
way.
turn now to immigration and border security.
They
We
did
know it's
that
an
on
issue that's
purpose.
important to
Are they
Republicans, Democrats, voters
colluding?
No,
across
they're
the
muted
board
when they're
in
not
this country.
talking.
When they're not-
Vice
yeah, but she
President
was
Harris,
talking
you were
and
tasked
not
by President
muted.
Biden with getting to the root causes of migration
She was like,
from Central America.
answer the
We
question.
know that illegal border crossings reached a record high.
All right,
in the
she has
Biden
to say
administration.
migrants
This past
or
June,
undocumented
President Biden imposed tough new
immigrants.
asylum restrictions. We know
'Cause she's
the
not gonna
numbers
say
since then have
illegals.
dropped significantly. But my question to you tonight is, why did the administration wait until 6 months before the election to act? And would you have done anything differently from President Biden on this?
So I'm the only person on this stage who has prosecuted transnational criminal
Oh, if she said
organizations for
prosecutor?
the trafficking of guns,
Oh, I took that one
drugs,
away because I
and
wasn't
human
sure.
beings.
Dang it. I'm drinking
And
though.
let me say that the United States Congress, including some of the most conservative members of the United States Senate, came
He's
up
gonna
with a
fall
border
asleep.
security
Oh,
bill,
is he sleeping?
which I supported.
He's tired.
And that bill would have put 1,500 more border agents on the border to help those folks who are working there right now overtime, trying to do their job. It would have allowed us to stem the flow of fentanyl coming into the United States. I know there are so many families watching tonight who have been personally affected by the surge of fentanyl in our country.
Fentanyl?
That bill would have put more
From the
resources
illegals?
to allow us to prosecute
that what she's
transnational
saying?
criminal organizations for trafficking in
she's
guns,
saying,
drugs,
yeah.
and human beings. But you know what happened to that bill?
Oh, and drugs. And
Donald
human
Trump
beings.
got on the phone,
What'd he
called
do?
up some folks in Congress, and
He
said,
did.
kill the bill. And you know why? Because he'd prefer to run on a problem instead of fixing a problem. And understand, this comes at a time where the people of our country actually need a leader who engages in solutions, who actually addresses the problems at hand. But what we have in the form of
I feel like
she's
she's not
celebrity.
would
answering
prefer to
this
run on a
question.
problem
She's
instead of
about to
fixing a
make me
problem.
drink.
And I'll tell you something, he's going to talk about immigration a lot tonight, even when it's not the subject that is being raised. And I'm going to actually
It
do
is,
something
though.
really
That
unusual.
was the
And I'm going
question.
to invite you to attend one of Donald Trump's rallies, because it's a really interesting thing to watch.
What?
You will see during the course of
What?
his rallies, he talks about fictional characters like Hannibal Lecter.
He
He'll
does
talk about
what?
windmills cause cancer. And what
They
you will
do
also
what?
notice is that people start leaving his rallies early out of exhaustion and boredom.
They're
And I will tell you, the one
tired.
thing you will not hear him talk about is you. You will not hear him talk about your needs, your dreams, and your desires.
Oh,
And I'll
no.
tell you, I believe you deserve a president who actually puts you first, and I pledge to you that I will.
Vice President Harris, thank you. President Trump, on that point, I want to get your
She did
response.
not
like to
answer that
respond.
Let me just
question.
ask, though, why did you try to kill that bill? And
I'm
successfully
drinking.
so, that would have put thousands of additional agents and officers on the border.
First, let me respond as to the
Please.
rallies. She said people start leaving. People don't go to her rallies. There's no reason to go. And
my
the people
God.
that do go, she's
He's
busing them
already
in
off
and paying them
off
to be
track.
there. And then
She's
showing
like, "Oh,
them
yeah?
in a different light.
Well, we
So
bring
She
celebrities.
can't talk about that. People don't leave my rallies.
Like,
we have
okay,
the biggest
that's
rallies,
what
the
he's
most
saying.
incredible rallies in the history of politics. That's because people want to take their country back.
should be like, "I got
Our
shot at a
country
rally.
is
These
being
were
lost.
awesome.
We're a
I mean,
failing
these are
nation."
crazy.
And it happened 3.5 years ago. And what's going on here, you're going to end up in World War III, just to go into another subject. What they have done to our country by allowing these millions and millions of people to come into our country.
Why won't
and
you
look
say
at what's
illegals?
happening to the towns all over the United States.
Come
A lot
on,
of towns
Trump.
don't want to talk. It's not going to be Aurora or Springfield. A lot of towns don't want to talk about it because they're so embarrassed by it. In Springfield, they're eating the dogs. The people that
What?
came in, they're eating the cats. They're eating
The cats.
They're eating the pets of the people that
Yum, yum, yum,
live
yum, 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 yum,
there.
yum.
And this is what's
Delicioso.
happening in our country, and it's a shame. As far as rallies are concerned, as far as the reason they go
They're
is they
eating
like
the
what I say.
freaking
They
dogs,
wanna
Jason.
bring our country back. They want
you
to
believe
make
this?
America great again. It's a very simple phrase.
Not
Make
really.
America great again.
Oh, man,
She's
I was gonna put
destroying
Make
this
America
country,
Great Again, but
and
I
if
didn't
she
think he'd put
becomes
his own
president,
slogan in there.
This country doesn't have a
Dang it.
chance of success. Not only success, we'll end up being Venezuela on steroids.
I just want to clarify here. You bring up Springfield, Ohio, and ABC News did reach out to the city manager there. He told us
About the
there have
dogs.
been no credible reports of specific claims of pets being harmed, injured, or abused by individuals within the immigrant community.
If he
I've
says
seen
fake
people on
news,
television.
Let me just say,
We
here,
drink.
This is
The people on
this is a
television say
clear-
my dog was taken and used for food. So maybe he said that, and maybe that's a good
Yeah.
thing to say for a city manager.
I'm not taking this from
But the
television.
people
I'm
on
taking it from
television
the city
saying their
manager.
dog was eaten by
Eaten?
the people that went there.
Listen to
Again,
him.
Springfield City
He's
manager
like,
says
I
there's no
saw
evidence
this
of that.
dog.
President
We'll find
Harris,
out.
I'll let you respond to the rest of what you've heard.
You talk about extreme.
Oh, she laughed.
You know, this is, I think, one of the
There you go.
reasons why in this election I actually have the endorsement of 200 Republicans who have formerly worked with President Bush, Mitt Romney, and John McCain, including the endorsement
heard that
of
name in a long
former
time.
Vice President Dick Cheney.
I was going
and
to put Dick
Congress
Cheney.
member
I had
Liz
like a whole
Cheney.
list of things that I
And
thought these
if
guys
you
were
wanna
saying, but I didn't
really
want to make
know
the game too
the
complicated
inside
because you
track
guys
on
would be
who
wasted.
The former president is, if he didn't make it clear already, just ask people who have worked with him. His former chief of staff, a four-star general,
Yikes.
has
If
said
she
he
says
has contempt
democracy,
for the Constitution of
we
the
drink.
United States. His former national security advisor has said he is dangerous and unfit. His former Secretary of Defense has said the nation, the republic,
He
would
fired
never
all those people,
survive
though.
another Trump term. And when
Well,
we
of course they
listen
would.
to this
They don't
kind
like
of
'em.
rhetoric, when the issues that affect the American people are not being addressed,
Oh,
I
the
think
American
choice is
people,
clear in
if
this
either
election.
candidate
President
says
Trump will
that,
give you a quick minute to
drink.
respond.
Thank you, because when I hear that, see, I'm a different kind of a person. I fired most of those people. Not so graciously. They did bad things or a bad job. I fired them. They never fired one person. They didn't fire anybody having to do with Afghanistan and the Taliban and the 13 people who's were just killed, viciously and violently killed. And I got to know the parents and the family. They didn't fire. They
She
should have
always has
fired
that face.
all those
I think she
generals,
thinks it's
all
like,
those top people,
oh,
because
people are
that
going
was
to be
one
like,
of the most incompetently
her.
handled situations
She's like,
anybody
I can't even believe
has
this
ever
answer.
seen. So when somebody does a
can't
bad
believe
job,
it.
I fire him. And you take a guy like Esper. He was no good. I
If it was
fired
me,
him.
I'd
So
just
he
be
writes a
staring
book.
dead
Another
into
one
the
writes a
camera.
book, because with me, they can write books. With nobody else can they? But
Just like
they have
right
done
ahead.
such a poor job. And
While
they
they're
never
talking.
fire anybody. Look at the economy. Look at the inflation.
Oh,
They didn't
he said
fire any of
inflation.
their
Drink.
Economists. They have the same people. That's a good way not to have books written about you. But just to finish, I got more votes than any Republican in history by far.
If he says rigged or
In
stolen
fact,
election.
I got more votes than any president, sitting president in history by far.
Let me continue on immigration.
He was
It was
close
what you
on
wanted
it.
to talk about earlier. So let's get back to your deportation proposal that the vice president has reacted to as well. President Trump, you call this the largest domestic deportation operation in the history of our country. You say you would use the National Guard. You say if things get out of control, you'd have no problem using the U.S.
With local
military.
police, yes.
You also said you would use local police. How would you deport 11 million undocumented immigrants? I know you believe that
He's
number
like, I'll
is
find
much
them,
higher.
I'll send them
Take us
back.
through this. What does this look like? Will authorities be going door to door in this country?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It is much higher. because of them.
Yes.
They allowed
Yes.
criminals, many millions of criminals. They allowed terrorists. They allowed common street criminals. They allowed people to come in, drug dealers, to come into our country. And they're now in the United States and told by their countries like Venezuela, don't ever come back or we're going to kill you. Do you know that crime in Venezuela and crime in countries all over the world is way down? You know why? Because
Why?
they've taken their criminals off the street and they've given them to her to put into
To
our country.
her.
And this will be one of the
Specific.
greatest
I want him to say
mistakes in history for them
not-
to allow.
how does he say it?
And
Kamala.
I think they probably did it because they think
But
they're
he's
gonna
not-
get
he's
votes.
not even
But
mentioning
it's
it.
not
I
worth
thought
it
that was gonna be a
because
super
they're
drink one.
destroying the fabric of our country by what they've
He's
done.
like, I don't even want to
Somebody
say her
mentioned
Never
it
name.
to him,
been
like, do you
anything
realize
done
you
like
say that
this at
different
all. They've
every single time?
destroyed the fabric of
He's
our
like, I just
country.
won't say her name.
Millions of people let in.
I should have put
and all over
millions,
the
too.
world, crime is
Millions
down
and
all over the
billions.
world except here. Crime here is up and through the roof. Despite their fraudulent statements that they made, crime in this country is through the roof. And we have a new form of crime. It's called
What is it?
migrant crime. And it's happening at levels
I
that
didn't think
nobody
he'd
thought
say
possible.
migrant.
President Trump, as you know, the FBI
Dang
says
it.
overall violent crime is actually coming down in this country. But Vice
Excuse me,
President
the
Harris, I'll
FBI
give you
they were defrauding statements. They didn't include the worst cities. They didn't include the cities
Why
with
would
the
they do
worst
that?
crime. It was a fraud. Just like their number of 818,000 jobs that they said they created turned out to be a fraud.
President Trump, thank you. I'll let you respond, Vice President Harris.
Well, I think this is so rich, coming from
Come
someone
on, I
who
need a
has been
full laugh. I
prosecuted
can't drink on that.
for national security
It was
crimes,
more of a chuckle.
economic crimes, election
She's about to, like,
interference, has been found liable for sexual assault, and his next big
Oh, if she says
court
convicted
appearance is
felon,
in November at his own criminal
drink.
sentencing.
That makes
And
sense.
let's be clear, where each
What if he
person
says it?
stands on the issue of what is important about respect for the rule of law and respect for law enforcement. The former vice president called for defunding federal law enforcement, 45,000 agents, get this, on the
Okay.
day after he was arraigned on 34 felony counts. So let's talk about
She's
what is
skirting
important
around it.
in
Come
this
on,
race.
Kamala.
It is important
Kamala,
that we move
damn it. He
forward. Turn the
preemptively he got
page
me to screw it up.
on this same old tired rhetoric.
It's tough once
and
it's like
address
falling.
The needs of the American
just can't
people.
get up.
Address what we need to do about the housing shortage, which I have a plan for. Address what we must do to support our small businesses. Address
Hmm.
bringing down the price of groceries. But frankly, the American
do
people
that.
are exhausted with this same
Oh,
old
the
tired
American
playbook.
people.
Vice
Drink.
President Harris, thank you.
Excuse me. Every one of those cases was started by them against their political opponent. And I'm winning most of them, and I will win the rest on appeal. And you saw that with the decision that came down just recently from the Supreme Court. I'm winning most of them. But those are cases, it's called weaponization. Never happened in this country. They weaponized the Justice Department. Every one of those cases was involved with the DOJ, from Atlanta and Fani Willis to the Attorney General of New York.
Why do you think
and
he
the DA
tans
of New
like
York.
that, Jason?
Every one
Like
of those
everybody
cases,
makes fun of him
and
because he's
then
orange, and
they
he
say,
just
"Oh,
keeps doing
he's a criminal."
the spray
They're the ones
tan.
that made them
You know
go
what I
after
mean?
me. By the way, Joe Biden
Like, this
was
one's not
found
so bad, but you can
essentially
see towards
guilty
the
on
edges of his
documents
head,
case. And what
it's a
happened
lot
in my
whiter,
documents
a lot
case?
paler.
They said, "Oh, that's the toughest of them all."
It's probably
It's like just part of
Complete
them
and
now?
Total victory. 2 months ago, it was
He's
thrown
probably
out.
got some like
It's
weird,
weaponization, and they used
not
it, and it's
disorder,
never
but,
happened
like,
in this country.
just weird
they
skin
used
in
it
general,
to
like-
try and win an election.
Oh,
They're
yeah.
fake
People have,
cases.
like,
President Trump, thank you. A really quick response here, Vice President
rosacea,
Harris.
Yeah.
on this
where
notion
like
of
certain
Like Michael
weaponization
spots
of
on
the
their
Justice
head are like
Well,
red,
let's
so
talk
he's like,
about
nah, I'm just gonna be
extreme
orange.
and understand the context in which this election in 2024 is
Oh,
taking
these are
place.
baby
The
chuckles. I
United
want a
States
full-blown
Supreme Court
laugh.
recently ruled that the former president would essentially be immune from any misconduct if he were to enter the White House again.
He's like, that sounds
Understand
good.
This is someone who has openly said he would terminate, I'm quoting, terminate the Constitution of the United States. That
He's
he
like,
would
I never said
weaponize
that.
the Department of Justice against his political enemies. Someone who has openly expressed disdain for members of our military. Understand what it would mean if Donald Trump were back in the White House with no guardrails, because certainly
No
we know now the
guardrails?
court won't stop him. We know
Oh,
J.D.
no.
Vance is not going to stop him. It's up to the American people.
You know his boy ain't gonna stop him.
Thank you. Lindsay?
Vice
No
President
way.
Harris, in your last run for president,
We got to
This is the
continue
one
here.
that weaponized, not me. She weaponized. I probably took a bullet to the head because of the
Oh,
things
I was
that
gonna
they
say
about
mention
me.
the
They
assassination
talk about
attempt, but
democracy. I'm a
I didn't
threat
know
to
how he'd pull it
democracy.
off.
They're the threat to democracy with a
President
fake
Trump.
Russia investigation.
We do have
Oh,
a
if
lot
he
to
says
get to. We
Russia.
have a lot to get to. Lindsay?
Vice President Harris, in your last run for president, you said
Either
you wanted
one.
to ban fracking. Now you don't. You wanted mandatory government buyback programs for assault weapons. Now your campaign says you don't. You supported decriminalizing border crossings. Now you're taking a harder line. I know you say that your values have not changed. So then why have so many of your policy positions changed?
oh
So,
dang.
my values
That
have
was a
not
very
changed,
pointed
and I'm going
question.
to discuss every at least every point that you've made. But in particular, let's talk about fracking because we're here in Pennsylvania. I made that very clear in 2020. I
Changed
will not
my
ban
mind.
fracking. I have not banned fracking as Vice President of the United States. And in fact, I was the tie-breaking vote on the Inflation Reduction Act, which opened new leases for fracking. My position is
I
that
love
we
fracking,
have got
girl.
to invest in diverse sources of energy so we reduce our
That's such a
reliance
weird
on
topic
foreign
because
oil.
when it first
We have
was like,
had
oh,
the
let's do it,
largest
then everybody was like,
increase
no.
in domestic oil production
But now
in
everybody's like,
history
no, this is totally
because
cool.
of
Rack
an
it up.
approach that recognizes that we cannot over-rely on foreign oil. As it relates to my values, let me tell you, I grew up a middle-class kid raised by a hardworking mother who worked and saved and was able to buy our first home when I was a teenager.
Nice.
The values I bring to the importance of home ownership, knowing not everybody got handed $400 million on a silver platter and then filed bankruptcy
400
6
million, that's a
times,
lot.
is a value that I bring to my work to say we are going to
She
work
said
with the private
6
sector and home
times
builders
bankrupt.
to
Yeah.
increase
I mean, that's
3
crazy,
million
and to
homes,
still be
increase
worth
by
$4
3 million
billion.
homes by the end of my first term.
It's like he
My
keeps
work
restarting.
that is related to
He's like trying to do the
having
new
a friend
game
when I was in
plus.
high school who was sexually assaulted
Keeps
by her
restarting.
stepfather.
He's
And
like,
my
just do
focus then
bankruptcy
on
again.
protecting women and children from violent crime is based on
Maybe-
a value
maybe I should
that
go
is deeply
bankrupt.
grounded in the importance of standing up for those who are most vulnerable. My work that is about protecting Social Security and Medicare is based on long-standing work that I have done, protecting
like she's not
seniors
answering
from scams.
this one. Where's my pen?
Values have not changed. And what is important is that there is a president who actually brings values and a
Value.
perspective that is about lifting people up and not beating people down.
Is she about
and
to
name
cry?
calling. The true measure of the leader.
You know what's so funny? She
is
started
the
off
leader
really
who actually
nervous. I can tell.
understands the strength
She's
is not
in-
in
she's
beating
in her
people
zone
down,
right
it's
now.
in lifting people
Took
up.
her a little bit.
I intend to be
But
that
she's
president.
trying to
President Trump
over
will-
Well, first of
convey
all, I
her
wasn't given
emotions. That's the only
$400
problem right
million.
now.
I
So
wish
yeah,
I
that's why
was.
I
My
like
father
kind of
was a
sound like
Brooklyn
she
builder,
might have
Brooklyn,
cried.
Queens,
So you
and a
think
great
she's gonna
father, and I learned a lot
purposely
from him, but I was
cry?
given
No,
a
there's
fraction
no
of
way.
that, a tiny
If she
fraction,
cries, it's
and I
over.
put
If
it
she
into
cries,
It's
many,
over.
many
The whole
billions
thing.
It's
of
over.
dollars, many billions.
There's no way she does.
And when people
If
see
we
it,
did
they are
billions or
even
millions,
surprised.
we'd be
So
wasted.
we don't have to talk about that. Fracking, she's been against it for 12 years. Defund the
She's like,
police. She's been against that forever. She gave all that stuff up very wrongly, very horribly, and everybody's laughing at it, okay? They're all laughing at it. She gave up at least 12
Everybody I know,
15
at least.
different policies. Like, she was big on defund the police. In Minnesota, she went out, wait a minute, I'm talking now, if you don't mind, please.
Oh,
Does
what?
that sound familiar?
No! Drink
She
the
went
whole
out-
bottle.
She went out
No
Minnesota
way.
and wanted to let
He gave her
criminals
the
that
I'm
killed
talking
people,
now?
that burned down Minneapolis.
Oh, boy.
She went out and raised money to
We
get them
talked
out of
about
jail.
That
She
was
did
her
things that
thing.
nobody would ever
She's
think
like,
of.
you
Yeah,
took
yeah,
my
yeah.
She wants to
thing.
do
That was my
transgender
thing. I was
operations
going to
on
do
illegal
that.
aliens
Now
that are
she
in
can't
prison.
do it.
This is a radical
like,
left
damn it, I can't do
liberal
that now.
That would do this.
That's
she wants
nuts.
to confiscate your guns, and she will never allow
was-
fracking in
that was a-
Pennsylvania.
Wow.
If she won the election, fracking
That
in
was an incredible
Pennsylvania.
move.
What is that, the
will end
Uno
on day
reverse
one.
card?
Just to finish one thing. it's
That was a
important in my
legendary
opinion.
The
reverse
plus
card.
4
So, I got
reverse?
the oil business going like nobody has
Damn.
ever done before.
She didn't
when
think
they
so.
Took over, they got
Oh
rid of
boy,
it, started
she's
getting
thinking
rid of
now,
it,
how am I going to
and
get
the
out of this
prices
hole?
were going
She
up
needs to do something
the roof.
crazy
They
now.
immediately let these guys go to where they were. I would have been 5 times, 4 times, 5 times higher because you're talking about
What?
3.5 years ago. They got it up
A billion
to where
years
I
ago?
was
What are
because
we
they had no
talking
choice,
about?
Because the prices of energy were quadrupling and doubling. You saw what happened to gasoline. So they said, let's go back to
Quadrupling
Trump.
and doubling.
But if she won the election, the day after that election, they'll go back to destroying our country, and oil will be dead.
They'll do
Fossil
what?
fuel will be dead. We'll go back to windmills.
Dead?
And we'll go back to solar, where they
She is
need
gonna
a whole
personally
desert to
grab
get
her
some
machine
energy to
gun.
come out.
Oh,
You ever see a
she's.
solar plant?
I
By the
can
way, I'm a
tell
big fan
she's
of
like
solar.
festering
But they
up
take
something. They're going to let her rebuttal.
400, 500
They're definitely gonna let her
acres of
rebuttal this
desert
one.
President
soil.
Trump, we have a
These
lot
are
of
not good
issues
things
that we
for the
have to get to.
environment, as
We're
she
out of time.
understands.
Thank you.
Lindsay, thank you. We have an election in just 56 days.
What?
And I want to talk
They
about
didn't
the
let her
peaceful transfer of
rebuttal?
power, which, of course, we all know is a cornerstone of our
Oh,
democracy.
I don't
and the role
know.
of a
I don't know
president,
whose
in a
side
moment of
ABC's
crisis.
on now.
Mr. President, on January 6th,
Because if they
you
were
told
pro
your supporters
Kamala,
to
they should
march
have let
to
her
the Capitol.
rebuttal.
You said you
She
would
could have
be
had a
right there
strong
with them.
statement there.
The country and the world saw what played out
Dang.
of the Capitol.
Or
that
did they
day.
just protect
Officers
her?
were coming under attack.
I don't know.
Aides in the West
You
Wing say
mean
you
this,
watched it
like her
unfold on
rebuttal would have
television
been
off
too
the Oval
emotional
Office.
and
I don't know.
You did
made
send
her
out
look
tweets,
bad?
but it was more than 2 hours before you sent out that video message
Tweets?
telling your supporters to go home.
Oh, they're
Is
talking
there
about January
anything you
6th.
regret
I didn't think.
about what
I
you
wasn't
did
sure if
on
they're
that
going to
day?
bring it up.
You just said
Go ahead and just
everything
drink
that
anyway.
isn't covered peacefully and patriotically. I said during my speech, not later on. Peacefully and patriotically. And nobody on the other side was killed. Ashley Babbitt was shot by an out-of-control police officer that should have never, ever shot her. It's a disgrace. But
I can't
we
believe they
knew
let him
this
answer a
group of
whole
people
question
that
and then
have been
went back
treated
to him with
so
a whole
badly.
nother question.
I ask, what about
He's
all
getting
the
a
people
lot of
that are
screen
pouring
time
into
for
our
this.
country
In
and
a
killing
row?
people that she allowed to pour in? She was the border czar. Remember that. She
Because
was
now
the
she
border czar.
wants to
She doesn't
rebuttal
want
to his
be called
earlier
the border czar
statement.
because
It's going to
she's
be like, bro,
embarrassed
that
by
was
the border.
5
In fact, she
minutes.
said at
That
the
was like
beginning,
5 minutes ago.
Oh, I'm surprised you're not talking
You're bringing
about
that up
the border.
again?
That's because she
So
knows
long
what a
ago.
bad job they've done. What about those people? When are they going to be prosecuted? When are these people from countries all over the world, not just South America?
Why
They're
won't he
coming
say
in from
illegals?
all over the world, David. All over the world. And crime rates are down all over the world because of it.
But let me just
when
ask
are
you-
those, David, when are those people going to be prosecuted?
David?
When are the people that burned down Minneapolis going to be prosecuted? Or in Seattle? They went into Seattle. They took over a big percentage of the city of Seattle.
I
When are
remember
those
that.
people gonna
Remember
be
that zone?
prosecuted?
But let me just ask
Yeah.
you.
Might ask
They're
her
like,
that.
we're
You
our
were the
own
president.
country
You were
now.
watching it unfold on television. It's a very simple question as we move forward toward another election. Is there anything you regret about what you did on that day? Yes or no?
I had nothing to do with that other than they asked me to make a speech. I showed up for a speech. I said, I think it's going to be big. I went to Nancy Pelosi and the mayor of Washington, D.C., and the mayor put it back in writing, as you know. I said, you know, this is going to be a very big rally or whatever you want to call it. And again, it wasn't done by me. It was
He's like,
done
I
by
wanted
others.
the biggest
I said,
party,
I'd like to
started
give you
getting nuts.
10,000 National Guard or soldiers. They rejected me. Nancy Pelosi rejected me. It was just 2 weeks ago. Her daughter has a tape of her saying she is fully responsible for what happened. They want to get rid of that tape. It would have never happened if Nancy Pelosi and the mayor of Washington did their jobs. I wasn't responsible for security. Nancy Pelosi was responsible. She didn't do her job.
The question was about you as president, not about former Speaker Pelosi. But I do want Vice President Harris to
I
respond.
said if either candidate doesn't answer the
I was
question,
at
you
the
got to
Capitol on
drink. So
January
go
6th.
ahead.
I was the
He
vice
skirted
president
around
elect.
that
I
hard.
was also an acting senator. I was there. And on that day, the President of the United States incited a violent mob
She's got to say
attack-
democracy for sure.
our nation's capital,
I just know it.
to desecrate our nation's capital. On that day, 140 law enforcement officers were injured, and some died. And understand, the former president has been indicted and impeached for exactly that reason. But this is not an isolated situation. Let's remember Charlottesville,
Oh,
where
no.
there was a mob of people carrying tiki torches, spewing anti-Semitic hate.
What?
And what did the president then at the time
What
say?
did he say?
There were fine people on each side.
That's so funny.
Let's
It's a
remember
clearly debunked
that
hoax.
when it came to the Proud Boys, a
What
militia,
they say about that, and it's been
president
like
said, the
literally.
former president said,
He's
"Stand back
the
and
next
stand
statement. He's
by."
like, "There's very fine people on
So
both
for
sides," and I'm not
everyone
talking
watching
about
who
those
remembers what
guys
January
and them
6th
neo
was,
Nazis. He's like, I want to condemn them
say, we
fully.
don't have to go
but
back.
as far as
Let's not
beyond
go
them,
back. We're not
there was
going
gonna be
back. It's
all of
time
that
to
they
turn the
admit, and it's
page.
hilarious. It's like,
And
bro,
if that
I
was
mean,
a bridge too far for you,
that's
well,
just
there is
a
a place
scene cut. You
in
know what I mean? They're
our
like, no, he
campaign
stopped
for
talking
you
right after
to
that.
stand for country, to stand for our
I mean, he
democracy,
said a
to
lot of
stand
bad
for
stuff for
rule of
real that
law,
they could have pulled.
and
They
to
don't need
end
to
the
pull the fake
chaos,
stuff. You know what I mean? Like
and to end
these
the
Mexicans, I'm
approach
telling
that
you.
is about attacking the foundations of our democracy because you
And
don't
was that
like the
literal?
outcome.
Was that
What,
And
the
be
Mexicans?
clear on that point.
Well,
Donald
yeah,
Trump, the
but he wasn't
candidate,
clear enough
has
about
said in
which
this election
which
there will
ones. He
be
was
a
just like, they're
bloodbath.
not sending them
If
the
this-
best.
and the outcome of this election is not to his liking. Let's turn the page on this. Let's not go back.
Come on.
Let's chart
Come
a
on,
course
say it.
for the future and not go backwards to the past.
Let me just follow up here.
It was a different term, and it was a term that related to energy because they have destroyed our energy business. That was where Bloodbath was. Also, on Charlottesville, that story has been, as you would say, debunked. Laura Ingraham, Sean Hannity, Jesse, all of these people, they covered it. If they go an extra sentence, they will say it was perfect. It was debunked in almost every newspaper, but they still bring it up, just like they bring 2025 up.
Listen
They
to me,
bring all of this
people.
stuff up. I
Come
ask you
on.
this, you talk about the Capitol. Why are we allowing these millions of people to come through?
I should have put
southern border?
millions.
How come
If
she's
there's
not doing
another
anything?
debate,
And I'll tell you
millions
what
and
I would
billions
do,
will be
and
on
I
there.
would be very proud to do it. I would say we would both leave this debate right now.
What?
I'd like to see her go down to Washington, D.C. during this debate because we're wasting a lot of time.
During the debate?
Go down to, because she's been so
They're in
bad, it's so
Pennsylvania.
ridiculous. Go down to Washington, D.C. and let her sign a bill to close up the border because they have
Oh,
the right
he
to
said
do
the
it. They
border.
don't need bills.
Drink.
They have the right to do it. The President of the United States, you'll get him out of bed. You'll wake him up at 4 o'clock.
Get
in
him
the
out of
afternoon. You'll
bed.
say, come on down to the office. Let's sign a bill. If he signs a bill that the border is closed, all he has to do is say it to the Border Patrol, who are phenomenal. If they do that, the border is closed.
Mr.
Those
President.
people are killing
He's like,
many
"Close it
people,
up."
unlike J6.
We talked immigration here tonight. I do want to focus on this next issue to both of you because it really brings us
They
this
both
into focus.
go-
Truth. in these
They
times
both
that we're
went.
living in.
I
Mr. President, for
think that had
3.5
nothing to
years
do with the
after,
question. That's
you
hilarious.
lost the 2020 election. You repeatedly falsely claimed
Oh,
that you
if
won.
he says
Many times
rigged
say
or
you won
stolen
in a
election
landslide.
or fake
in the
news.
past couple of weeks leading up to
gonna
this
be a
debate,
drinker.
you have said, "quote You lost by a whisker." That
Oh,
you quote
Cheyenne
didn't
says
quite
there's
make
lag.
it. That you came up a little.
We're
bit
getting the
short.
lag here.
I said that?
Are you now acknowledging that you lost in
No,
2020?
I don't acknowledge
I
that
did
at
it
all. I
again.
said that sarcastically. You know that.
Where I forgot
It
to
was
turn
said,
off the
"Oh, we
damn
lost by a
Wi-Fi."
whisker." That was said sarcastically. Look.
Damn it.
There's so much proof. All you have to do
There's
is
nothing
look
we can do
at it.
now.
And they should have sent it back to the legislatures for approval. I got almost 75 million votes, the most votes any sitting president has ever gotten. I was told if I got 63, which was what I got in 2016, you can't be beaten. The election, people should never be thinking about an election as fraudulent. We need two things. We need
Ooh,
walls.
fraudulent. He's
we
like-
need, and we have
he's
to have
skirting
it.
around
We
it.
have to have borders, and we have to have good elections. Our elections are bad. And a lot of these illegal immigrants coming in, they're trying to get
illegals.
them to vote. They can't even speak English. They don't even know what country they're in practically. And these people are trying to get them to vote. And that's why they're allowing them to come into our country.
I did watch all of these pieces of video. I didn't detect the sarcasm. Lost by a whisker. We didn't quite make it. And we should just point out here as clarification, and you know this, you and your allies, 60 cases in front of many judges, many of them
No
Republican.
judge looked at it.
And said there
They
was
said
no
we didn't have
widespread fraud.
standing. That's the other thing. They said we didn't have standing, a technicality. Can you imagine a system where a person in an election doesn't have standing? The president of the United States doesn't have standing. That's how we
Standing.
lost. If
He's
you look at
standing
the
right
facts of it,
now.
you'll
Look
have
at
it,
him.
You'll do a special on it. I'll show you Georgia, and I'll show you Wisconsin, and I'll show you Pennsylvania.
Oh, they won't let 'em
and I'll
talk
show
about this.
We have so many facts and statistics, but you know what? That doesn't matter because we have to solve the problem that we have right now. That's old news. And the problem that we have right now
Ooh, he said
is we
old
have
news.
a
I want fake
nation in
news.
decline, and they have put it into decline. We have a nation that is dying, David.
Mr. President, thank you. Vice President Harris, you heard the president there tonight. He said he didn't say that he lost by a whisker. So he still believes he did not lose the election that was won by President Biden and yourself. But I do want to
They're
ask
like,
you about
let's
something
just make
that's
this
come up in the
clear.
last
It
couple
was
of days.
won
This
by
is a
him. He
post
just
from,
said he didn't
President Trump
lose.
about this upcoming election
clear
just weeks
here.
away. He said, when I win, those people who cheated, and then he lists donors, voters, election officials, he says will be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law, which will include long-term prison sentences. One of your campaign's top lawyers responded saying, we won't let Donald Trump intimidate us. We won't let him suppress the vote. Is that what you believe he's trying to do here?
Donald Trump was fired by 81 million people. So let's be clear about that.
Oh,
And
he's like,
clearly
don't
he is
use
having a
my
very difficult
tagline,
time
lady. That's my
processing that.
line. She's trying to
But
get it
we
back.
cannot
She's
afford
trying to do
have
the
a
double
president
Uno.
of the United States who
She's gonna have to go
attempts,
farther
as he
than
did in the
that.
past, to upend the will of the voters in a free and fair election. And I'm going to tell you that
Hmm.
I have traveled the world as Vice President of the United States. And world leaders are laughing at Donald Trump. I have talked with military leaders, some of whom worked with you, and they say you're a disgrace.
What?
And when you then talk in this
He's
way,
like, nobody
in a
likes me,
presidential
dude.
debate and
Nobody likes
deny
me.
what over and over again are court cases you have lost because you did, in fact, lose that election. It leads one to believe that perhaps we do not have in the candidate to my right the temperament or the ability to not be confused about fact. That's deeply troubling, and the American people deserve
Oh, the American
better.
people.
I'll give you 1 minute to respond, Mr. President.
Let me just say about world leaders. Viktor Orban, one of the most respected men, they call him a strong man. He's a
Cheyenne, give me a
tough
lag
person.
update.
Smart. Prime
it's
Minister
still
of
laggy?
Hungary. They said,
I'm
why
considering
is the whole
turning off
world
the Wi-Fi
blowing
and
up?
just
3
seeing if
years
the
ago, it
stream will
wasn't.
keep
Why is
going
it blowing
instantly
up? He said because
with the
you
Ethernet.
need Trump back
But I'm
as
scared
president.
that it won't.
They were afraid of him. China was afraid.
Oh,
and I
he
don't
said
like to use the
China.
word
It's already
afraid, but I'm
wired
just
in.
quoting him. China was afraid
Oh,
of him. North Korea
2 of
was
them.
afraid of him. Look at what's going on with North Korea, by the way. He said Russia was afraid of him.
Oh, he said
ended the
Russia.
Nord Stream 2 pipeline, and Biden put it back on day 1, but he ended
Here's
the
where it
XL
all
pipeline.
comes down.
The XL pipeline in our country, he ended that. But he let the Russians build a pipeline
Oh.
going all over Europe and heading into Germany, the biggest pipeline in the world. Look, Viktor Orban said it. He said the most respected, most feared person is Donald Trump. We had no
They
problems
fear me.
when Trump was
Look at
president.
me.
But when this weak, pathetic man that
Oh.
you saw at a debate
I
just
think
a few
that's
months
an
ago,
that's
that
an
if
insult.
he weren't in that debate, he'd be running instead of her. She got no
Oh,
votes.
yeah, for
He
sure.
got 14 million votes. What you did, you talk about a threat to democracy. He got 14 million votes, and they threw him out of office. And you know what? I'll give you a little secret. He hates
What?
her. He can't stand her.
What?
But
Mr.
he got
President.
14 million votes. They threw him out. She got 0 votes. And when she ran, she was the first one to leave because she failed. And now she's running. I don't understand it, but
Mr.
I'm okay
President,
with it
Mr.
because
President, your time is
I
up.
think we're
Thank
going to
you.
do very well.
We've got a lot more to get.
They're like,
Turning now
yes.
to the Israel-Hamas
Gotta
war
cut.
and the hostages who are still being held, Americans
funny.
among them.
I actually
Vice
kinda wanna
President
vote for
Harris,
this
in
guy
December,
that's
you said,
doing
quote,
the
Israel
debate?
has a right to
The debate
defend
guy?
itself, but you added,
Yeah,
quote,
the, like,
it matters how, saying
He has no
international
He's
problem
trying to be
humanitarian
so
law must be
impartial, bro.
respected.
He's like, I
Israel
don't want to
must
have
do
a
more to
certain
protect
tone.
innocent civilians. You
I'm
said that
on the
9 months
outside.
ago. Now an estimated
Even she's trying to do it
40,000
too, like,
Palestinians are dead. Nearly 100
monotone.
hostages remain. Just last week, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said there's not
Oh,
a deal
they're talking
in the
about the
making.
Israel thing.
President Biden has not been able to break through the stalemate. How would you do it?
ooh,
Let's understand
how
we got
would you
here.
do it?
On October 7, Hamas,
October
a
7th.
terrorist organization,
7th?
slaughtered 1,200 Israelis. Many of them young people who were simply attending a concert.
That was crazy,
Women were
dude.
horribly
Concert.
raped. And so
the
absolutely,
heck?
I said then, I say now, Israel has a right to defend itself. We would.
Yeah, we
And how
would.
it
That's
does so
true.
matters. Because it is also true, far too many innocent Palestinians have been killed. Children, mothers. What we know is that this war must end.
Okay.
It must end
It's a good setup, but he
immediately,
did say
and
how.
the way it will end is we need a ceasefire deal and we need the hostages out. And so we will continue to work around the clock on that. Work around the clock, also understanding that we must chart a
Work
course
around the
for
clock.
a two-state solution. And in that
Yeah,
solution,
nobody wants to
there
hear
must
that
be
right now.
He did say
security for the
how there's
Israeli
usually
people
steps
and Israel, and in
involved.
equal measure for the Palestinians. But the one thing I will assure
Why
you
is he making
always,
these faces
I will
over here? I
always
see
give
his
Israel
eyeballs.
the ability to defend itself, in particular as it relates to Iran and any threat
That's what
that
he does.
Iran and its proxies pose to Israel. But we must have a two-state solution where we can rebuild Gaza, where the Palestinians
They should,
have
like,
security, self-determination, and the dignity
land
they so rightly deserve.
in the lake, like make an
President Trump,
island
how
and
would
just
you
make it
negotiate
giant,
with
like a small
Netanyahu
country. And be
and
like, all right,
also Hamas
you
in
guys
order
get
to
that
the
cool
hostages
island.
out and
You
prevent
guys
the
get this
killing of
spot.
more innocent civilians in Gaza?
We're
If I were
good, right?
president,
And they're like,
it would have
sweet,
never
yeah, we got
started.
the sweet island.
If I were president, Russia would have never.
Oh, he said
ever,
Russia.
I know Putin very well. He would have never, and there was no threat of it either, by the way, for 4 years, have gone into Ukraine.
Oh,
and
he
killed
said Ukraine.
Millions of people when you add it up. Far worse than people understand what's going on over there. But when she mentions about Israel, all of a sudden, she hates Israel. She wouldn't even meet with Netanyahu when he went to Congress to make a very important speech. She refused to be there because she was at a sorority party of hers. She wanted to go to the sorority party.
She's way out of college.
She hates Israel. If she's president, I believe that Israel will not exist within 2 years from now. And I've been pretty good at predictions, and I hope I'm wrong about that one. She hates Israel. At the same time, in her own way, she hates the Arab population because the whole place is going to get blown up. Arabs, Jewish people, Israel will be gone. It would have never happened. Iran was broke under Donald Trump. Now Iran has $300 billion because they took off all the sanctions that I had. Iran had no money for Hamas or Hezbollah or any of the 28 different spheres of terror. And they are spheres of terror, horrible terror. They had no money.
Terror?
It was a big story, and you know it. You
terror.
covered it very well, actually. They had no money for terror.
Like British.
They were broke. Now they're a rich
Tehran.
nation, and now
I think it's
what
the
they're
government
doing
of
is they're
Iran
spreading
is
that
called
money around.
the Tehran.
Look at what's happening with the Houthis and Yemen.
The
Look
Houthis
at what's going on in the Middle
and the
East.
blowfish.
This would have never happened. I will get that settled and fast, and I'll get the war with Ukraine and Russia ended. If I'm president-elect, I'll get it done.
That was a double.
Before even becoming president.
Vice President Harris, he says you hate Israel.
That's absolutely not true. I have my entire career and life supported Israel and the Israeli people. He knows that. He's trying to, again, divide.
She's like, I was a baby. I said, I love Israel.
Which is, it is very well known that Donald Trump is weak and wrong on national security and foreign policy. It is well known that he admires dictators, wants to be a dictator on day one, according to himself. It is well known that he said of Putin that he can do whatever the hell he wants and go into Ukraine. It is well known that he said when Russia went into Ukraine, it was brilliant. It is well known he exchanged love letters with Kim Jong-un.
Love letters?
And it is absolutely well known that these dictators and autocrats are rooting for you to be president again because they're so clear. They can manipulate you with flattery and favors. And that is why so many military leaders who you have worked with have told me you are a disgrace. That is why
I should have put Kamala insults him. We would have been drinking good too.
Constantly weak and wrong on national security, including the importance of upholding and respecting in highest regard our military.
I'm my right notes for next time.
And she's the one that caused it. That's weak on national security by allowing every nation last month for the year, 168 different countries sending people into our country. Their crime rates are way down. Putin endorsed her last week, said, I hope she wins. And I think he meant it because what he's gotten away with is absolutely incredible. It wouldn't have happened with me. The leaders of other countries think that they're weak and incompetent, and they are. They're grossly incompetent. And I just ask one question. Why does Biden go in and kill the Keystone Pipeline and approve the single biggest deal that Russia's ever made, Nord Stream 2, the biggest pipeline anywhere in the world going to Germany and all over Europe? Because they're weak and they're ineffective. And Biden, by the way, gets paid.
If we would have said weak, we would have been done.
Back with much more of this historic ABC News presidential debate from the National Constitution Center.
Oh, it's time for a break.
Back in a moment.
I can't play their ads, so I'm going to off-screen them for a second.
The
Me and Jason
debate will
talk about some stuff while they're doing that in the background here. Jason, how do you think this round is going? This is round one, so I think they have 2 commercials. So I'm assuming round commercial, and then last round. So round 1, who do you think came out swinging? What's your analysis here?
Well, I'm actually a little surprised at how aggressive Kamala is being.
Ooh. Yeah.
Being up against Trump, I don't really know why. I'm not saying in any
Any political way, but like I just felt like she would crumple
Yeah, but she's doing good. I was driving here from band practice, and so I had the debate on my phone, and then, like, they just got started. So with their opening statements, I think she started first, and I could tell instantly she was nervous, like just the inflection in her voice and the breaks, and just without being, it was a little more timid and stuff like that. So she started very, for their words, weak. She's definitely in her stride now. She's in full Kamala mode. So at least this is good. This is a good battle because, to be honest, most people thought this was going to be a complete one-sided shit show. And so Kamala's actually putting up a good fight here. Everybody assumed Donald Trump was going to win it pretty easily. Now, as far as like the tug of war or what the balance is, this is one where it's like in waves. Like if you ever seen those surveys where, like, while they're watching something, they turn a dial, and so that way it's an active survey. So then when they're like really interested, and then they're not so interested or whatever. So if I had a dial that was like Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, and it's like I felt like there was moments of back and forth tug of war where who was winning. So I'd say for round one, they're at a tie, surprisingly, which means Kamala Harris is overperforming, which is the best that they could hope for here. I don't think Donald Trump's doing bad. He's doing himself. He's literally being himself like he always is. Like he's just like that. Doesn't answer some questions. Goes on the attack. He's very vicious, but she's trying to give him some vicious too. When he took the I'm speaking, though, I know people are going to be talking about that tomorrow. But then she took the you're fired. So she's trying to hit the Gallic gun. He went with the Kamehameha. The round one was a good fought battle. So now we're looking for round two.
Camilla Keha.
The Camilla Keha. He took her. Camilla Keha. And she took his final flash, if you will. Final firing flash. So pretty good. Pretty good so far. We're in store. And honestly, as far as the drinking goes, if they keep saying China, Russia, or Ukraine, we're going to be gone. I mean, like, just was 03. I was thinking about putting Iran there, but I'm like, Iran, they'll probably mention it once. We would have already drank like 10 times with Iran with that one question. So we're doing pretty good. Cheyenne, how's the lag going now? We need a lag update from you on your end. If you could post that. Her last lag update said it lagged for like 20 seconds. And then when she got back, she had to click the thing to watch the live again. And then so she was 20 seconds behind of what is, and then had to catch up. So hopefully it's going well. I'm like really considering shutting off Wi-Fi because I think it'll just like, it's almost like disconnecting and doing it. Like right now. You know what? I'm doing it. I'm doing it right now. Cheyenne, tell me if this goes offline. Tell me. 3, 2, 1. Go. I'm scared. I did it. Is it offline? Are we still here? Can you still hear me out there, people? I still got an excellent on my YouTube studio. This Dave Murr guy's got this commercial going. He's looking hard, though. I'm missing it now. Your boy, Jason, here. He was like in a military vest getting into a helicopter. The anchor dude. The anchor dude you said you'd vote for it. In the commercial, they were showing him getting in a helicopter. This guy, he's like, look at how sweet I am.
He just shuts shit down when it's like, you know, if it's been flat out debunked or like whatever, he's just like, no.
Oh, no, this is a Russia question. Get ready to drink, people. Oh, shoot.
Into other
Forgot
countries.
to unmute.
You have said you would solve this war in
Now
24 hours. You said so just before the break tonight. How exactly would you do that? And
He's talking about the Ukraine war. How would you end it?
Do you want Ukraine to win this war?
I want the war to stop. I want to save lives that are being uselessly, people being killed by the millions. It's the millions. It's so much worse.
Dead. We'd have been dead with the millions.
With your fake numbers. Look, we're in for 250 billion or more because they don't ask Europe, which is a much bigger beneficiary to getting this thing done. than we are. They're in for $150 billion less because Biden and you don't have the courage to ask.
He has not said her name once.
They paid billions and billions, hundreds of
drinking
billions of dollars
nonstop.
Either you pay up or we're not going to protect you anymore. So that's maybe one of the reasons they don't like me as much as they like weak people. But
we're going to be dead with the weak next time.
250 to 275 billion. They're into 100 to 150. They should be forced to equalize. With that being said, I want to get the war settled. I know Zelensky very well, and I know Putin very well. I have a good relationship, and they respect your president, okay? They respect me. They don't respect Biden. How would you respect him?
She has the
Why?
face.
For
She's
what
like
reason?
getting ready.
He
She's
hasn't
locking
even
and
made a
loading
phone
something.
call in 2 years to Putin. Hasn't spoken to anybody. They don't even try and get it. That is a war that's dying to be settled. I will get it settled before I even become president. If I win.
Oh, but he said how, though?
You are not a member of either of those nations.
I'll speak to one, I'll speak to the other, I'll get them together.
I'll tell them.
Never happened. And in fact, when I saw Putin
You stop,
after I left,
and you stop.
Unfortunately left.
They're like, all right.
Our country has gone to
Yeah,
hell.
but I mean,
But after I left, when I
let's
saw him
acknowledge
building
the
up
fact that
soldiers, he
it's
did it
something to
after I
keep an
left.
eye on,
Yeah.
but
I said,
and be aware of.
He must be negotiating.
But also,
It
that's
must
one
be
of
a
the
good,
things that
strong
people
point of
hate about America the most.
Well, it wasn't because
Right.
Biden
Like getting in
had no
everybody's
idea
business.
how to talk to him.
Except
he had
for,
no idea how to stop it, and now you have
some
millions of
European
people
countries.
dead,
Yes.
and it's only
But
getting
that's
worse, and it
because-
could lead
that's
to World
because
War
Russia
III.
was literally
Don't kid
like,
yourself,
we're gonna
David. We're playing
own
with
you.
World War III, and we have a president
Like,
that we don't even know
I don't
if he's.
know
Where
if
is our
you.
president? We
Not
don't
to
even
talk
know
over
if
the
he's a
debate, but I
president.
don't
just to
know if
clarify,
we
They
know
threw
how
him out
bad
of a
Russia really
campaign like a
is.
dog. We don't even know.
They're not
Is he
like,
our
oh yeah, we
president?
want to
But we have a president
Mr.
that
incorporate
doesn't know
it
he's
into our
alive.
system,
Your time
and
is up.
then
But just to clarify,
they're
my
like,
question,
no, we just want to
do
take
you believe
everything.
it's in
that-
the U.S. best interest for Ukraine to win this war? Yes or no?
I think it's the U.S. best interest to get this war finished and just get it done.
All right.
Negotiate a deal because we have to stop all of these human lives from being destroyed.
I want to take this to Vice
These
President Harris.
humans.
I want to get your thoughts on support for Ukraine in this moment, but also
He didn't
as
say
Commander-in-Chief,
Ukraine once.
If elected, how would you
How?
deal with Vladimir Putin?
I thought
and
we
would
were
it
gonna
be any
drink
different
hard.
from what we're seeing from President Biden?
Well, first of all, it's important to remind the former president you're not running against Joe Biden, you're running against me. I believe the reason that Donald Trump says that this war would be over within 24 hours is because he would just give it up. And that's not
Give
who
it
we are
up?
as
We're not even
Americans.
in
Let's
it.
understand what happened here. I actually met
Right.
with Zelensky a few days before Russia
Oh.
invaded, tried through force to change territorial boundaries, to defy one of the most important international rules and norms, which is the importance of sovereignty and territorial integrity. And I met with President Zelensky. I shared with him American intelligence about how he could defend himself.
Okay.
Days later, I went to NATO's eastern flank,
Okay.
to Poland and Romania. And
Nice.
through the work that I and others did, we brought 50 countries together to support Ukraine in its
Oh.
righteous defense. And because of our
You can smoke
support,
too.
because of the air defense, the ammunition, the artillery, the javelins, the Abrams tanks that we have provided.
This is crazy
Ukraine
about
stands
this
as
war,
an independent
just
and
while
free
she's
country.
talking.
If Donald Trump were president,
Every country's
Putin would
given
be
like
sitting in Kyiv right now.
everything
And
but their
understand what that
people.
would mean.
They're
Because
like, we're
Putin's
not
agenda
sending
is
anybody.
not just about
We'll give you
Ukraine.
tanks or
Understand why
jets,
the European
missiles.
allies
Like,
and
what do
our
you
NATO
need?
Yeah, we got all these
are
guns
so
you can have, but
thankful
you're gonna have to
that
put them in the
you are
hands
no
of
They're like,
longer
but we don't have
president.
enough people. They're like,
And
bro,
that
we're
we
not bringing our people.
understand the
Like, we're not
importance
doing
of the
that,
greatest
dude.
military alliance the world has ever known, which is NATO, and what we have done to preserve the ability of Zelensky and the Ukrainians to fight for their independence. Otherwise,
Oh, Ukrainians.
Putin would be sitting in Kyiv with his eyes on the rest of Europe, starting with Poland. And why don't you tell the 800,000 Polish Americans right here in Pennsylvania how quickly you would give up for the sake of favor and what you think is a friendship with what is known to be a dictator who would eat you for lunch.
Eat them for
President
lunch.
Harris, thank you. We've heard from both.
What
of
is
you
he,
on
a
Ukraine
cannibal?
tonight. Afghanistan came up in the last
Putin's
hour.
a cannibal?
I wanted her to respond to something you said earlier. And
Well,
please, I'll give
He's
you.
like,
an
I've never ate a person
Putin would be
before.
sitting in Moscow, and he wouldn't have lost 300,000 men and women, but he would have been sitting in Moscow. Quiet, please.
Oh, it's over. It's
happier he
over.
is right now. But
No.
eventually, he's got a thing that
No.
He's got nuclear weapons. They don't ever talk
Oh,
about that. Got nuclear
no.
weapons. Nobody ever thinks about that. And
Whatever you're
eventually,
drinking, drink
maybe
it.
he'll use maybe he hasn't been that threatening.
Oh, no.
He does have
He's
that.
going to get attacked
Something we
for
don't
that
even
one.
like to talk about. Nobody likes to talk about it. But just so you understand, they sent her to negotiate peace before this war started. 3 days later, he went in and he started the war.
They did
because
not
everything
expect
they said
him
was weak and
to just
stupid.
rebuttal
They said
in
the wrong
his
thing.
rebuttal.
That war
They
should have
thought he
never
needed a
started.
live mic
She
for
was
that.
the emissary. They sent
doing
her
it on
to
his turn.
negotiate with Zelensky and Putin, and she did. And the war started 3 days later.
Oh,
and that's
boy.
the kind of talent
She
we
needs
have
it.
with
That
her.
was a
She's
slug,
worse than
people.
Biden. In
She
my
was
opinion, I
slugging
think he's the
back.
worst
I
president
felt
in the
her
history of our
question.
country.
She was getting
She
him
goes
back.
down as the
He
worst
just
vice president
haymakered.
in the history of our country. But let me
She's
tell
going to
you
need to
something.
come back with
She
something
is a
strong
horrible
on her rebuttal.
negotiator.
If they don't
They
let her
sent in
rebuttal,
to negotiate. As soon as they left, Putin
I think
did
they
the
don't want her
invasion.
to win.
President Trump, thank you. You did bring up something. You said she went to negotiate with Vladimir Putin. Vice President Harris, have you ever met Vladimir Putin? Can you clarify tonight?
Yet again, I said it at the beginning of this debate, you're going to hear a bunch of lies coming from this fellow. And that is another one.
This fella.
When I went to meet with President Zelensky, I've now met with him over 5 times. The reality is, it has been about standing as America
I thought the
always
question was,
should,
have you ever met Putin?
as a leader upholding international rules and norms, as a leader who shows strength, understanding that the alliances we have around the world are dependent
still reeling
on
over
our
this. Be
ability to look
quiet.
out for our friends
I can't believe he
and
pulled
not
that out of her.
favor
This
our
guy,
enemies
this is-
because you adore strong men.
This is a
instead of caring
slugfest,
about
surprisingly.
democracy. And that is very much what is at stake here. The president
Democracy.
of the United States is commander-in-chief, and the American people have a right to
The American
rely
people.
on a president who understands the significance of America's role and responsibility in terms of ensuring
She's
that
really
there is
going for that
stability
emotional
and
message.
ensuring we stand up for our principles
doing good
and not
right here.
sell them for the benefit
Oh.
of personal flattery.
We've talked about Ukraine and Vladimir Putin. I do want to
She
talk
kind
about
of stumbled
Afghanistan.
right at
It
the
came
end,
up
but she's
in
getting in the
first hour of
zone.
this
You can
debate.
tell.
I wanna
She's
move on
having to
Afghanistan.
come out
Said
swinging.
Trump did the most amazing thing I've ever seen.
What?
He got these countries, the 28 countries at the time, to pay up. He said, I've never seen.
He
He's
got
the
'em
head
to
of
pay.
NATO. He said, I've never seen. For years, we were paying almost all of NATO. We were being ripped off by European nations, both on trade and
Don't
on
get
NATO.
lost at sea. Don't
I
get
got
lost
them
at
to
sea.
pay up by saying
Be right
one of the
here.
statements you made before, if you don't pay, we're not going to protect you.
President
Otherwise,
Trump.
we would have never gotten it. He said it was one of the most incredible jobs that he's ever seen done.
Thank you.
Who did?
I want to turn to Afghanistan. It came up in the first hour of the debate, and we
Oh.
witnessed a poignant moment today on Capitol Hill, honoring the soldiers who died in the chaotic withdrawal from Afghanistan. I do want to ask the Vice President, do
I
you
don't know if
believe
that's
you
a
bear
good or
any
a bad
responsibility in the
stance
way
to
that
have.
withdrawal played out?
Well, I will tell you, I agreed with President Biden's decision to pull out of Afghanistan. 4 presidents said they would, and Joe Biden did.
That Afghan
And as a
withdrawal
result,
was bad.
America's taxpayers are not paying the $300 million a day we were paying for that endless war. And
Which
as
is
of
nuts.
today, there is
$300
not
million a
one
day.
member of the United States military who
What?
is in active duty in a combat zone in any war zone around the world, the first time this century. But let's understand how we got to where we are. Donald Trump, when he was president, negotiated one of the weakest deals you can imagine. He
Weak
calls himself a
is a
deal maker.
theme.
Even his national security
Strong-
advisor said
a
it
strong
was a
theme
weak, terrible deal.
is
And here's
weak.
how it went down. He bypassed the Afghan government. He
Okay.
negotiated directly with a terrorist organization called the Taliban. The negotiation
That was the
involved
leader of the
Taliban
country
getting
was the
5,000
Taliban.
Taliban terrorists released. And get this, get this. And the president at the time invited the Taliban to Camp David, a place of storied significance for us as Americans.
The
a place where
Taliban,
we
for reference of
honor
those that
the
don't know,
importance
is
of American
literally now
diplomacy,
the
where we
government
invite
of
and receive
Afghanistan, of a
respected
sovereign
world leaders.
country. They're the
And
government.
This
I know they were their terrorist
former
organization, but
president
they took over the
invited them
country, so now they're like, we
to
get country
Camp
duties
David
now.
because
We
he
get to go to
does
the cool
not,
country
again,
places
appreciate
because we're
the
country
role
now.
and
Everybody's like, well,
responsibility
shoot. I guess
the
so.
President of the United States to be commander-in-chief with a level of respect. And this gets back to the point of how he has consistently disparaged
What
and
was the
demeaned
question? I feel like
members of our
she's
military,
hit so many
fallen
different points that I
soldiers,
forgot what the
and
question
the work
was.
that we must do to uphold
Yeah, it definitely
the
went
strength
bloop.
and the respect of the United States of America around the world.
Vice President Harris, thank you. President Trump, your response.
She has that
Put in
stern
the
face.
notes, respect.
Respect.
So
Oh, she said the
if you
American
take a look
people.
at that period of time,
Like
the
18.
Taliban was killing our soldiers, a lot of them, with snipers.
What?
And I got involved with the Taliban because the Taliban was doing the killing. That's the fighting force within Afghanistan. They don't bother doing that because, you know, they
Yeah.
deal with the wrong people all the time. But I got involved.
Sure, they kill people.
And Abdul is the head of the Taliban. He is still the head of the Taliban.
Why is he talking?
And I told Abdul, don't do it anymore. You do it anymore, you're going to have problems. And he said, why do you send me a picture of my
You're gonna
house?
have
I said, you're gonna have to
problems.
figure that out, Abdul. And
He
for
sent up a
18
picture of
months,
his house
we had
on
nobody
GPS.
killed. We did have an agreement negotiated by
He's
Mike
like,
Pompeo.
what?
It was a very good agreement. The reason it was good, it was we were getting out. We would have been out faster than them, but we wouldn't have lost the soldiers. We wouldn't
For
have
the
left
people in
many
reference
Americans behind,
that
and
he's
we
talking
wouldn't have
about when he
left-
went to
we
the
wouldn't have
Taliban
left
and he said,
$85
I'll do a
billion
withdrawal
worth
if
of
you
brand
stop
new,
killing
beautiful
right now.
military equipment
So then
behind.
for
And
the
just to
time that they
finish,
were like pulling
they
out, they were like,
blew
all
it.
right, fine, we won't kill
The
nobody.
agreement said you have
Until
to do
like the
this,
very
this,
end,
this,
where
this,
they were
and
withdrawing, they
didn't
started
do it.
killing.
They didn't do it. The agreement was
Don't
terminated
ever
by
do
us
that.
because they didn't do what they were supposed to do.
I wanna move
and
on.
these people
He's
did
He's
the
like, I'd
worst
rather move on right now.
withdrawal. And in my opinion, the most embarrassing moment in the history of our country. And by the way, that's why Russia attacked Ukraine.
Russia.
Because they saw how incompetent
Ukraine.
she and her boss are.
President Trump, thank you. I want to move on now to race and politics in this country.
I feel
Mr.
like they're
President,
not
you
getting
recently
her
said of
many
Vice President
rebuttals.
Harris,
And
quote,
she has like
"I didn't
that
know
face
she
where
was
she's
black
like, I want to
until a
say
number of
something.
years ago when
They're
she
like,
happened
"Not
to
yet."
turn black, and now she wants to be known as black.
Oh,
I wanna
no.
ask a bigger picture question here
Turn
tonight.
black.
Why do you believe it's appropriate to weigh in on the racial identity of your opponent?
I don't, and I don't care.
They should
I don't care
have the
what she is.
question,
I don't
Cheyenne.
care.
Shouldn't they have the question
You
like
make a big
right
deal
at the
out of
bottom?
something, I couldn't care
Where
less.
it's like, or
Whatever
maybe
she
at the
wants to
top
be is
because I
okay
have
with
something on the
me.
bottom.
But those were
What's
your
the
words,
question?
so I
Just
don't
put
know.
the question
I
on
don't know. I mean,
top.
all
Then
I
we
can
wouldn't
say is I
forget.
read where she was
I think Darcy
not
was
See,
black,
we're smart.
that
We
she
get
put
this.
out, and I'll say that. And then I read that she was black, and that's okay. Either one was okay with me. That's up to her.
It's all right. It's
Vice
all
President
right to be
Harris, your
black,
thoughts on this?
people.
I think it's, I mean, honestly, I think it's a tragedy that we have someone who wants to be president who has consistently, over the course of his career, attempted to use race to divide the American people. You know, I do believe that the vast majority of us know that we have so much more in common than what
I mean,
separates
to
us.
be
and we don't
honest, that
want
is kind of true.
this kind of approach that is just constantly trying to divide us, and especially by race. And let's remember how Donald Trump started. He was
How?
a land, he owned land, he owned buildings.
Ooh, she's
and
stumbling on that
he
one.
was investigated.
Real estate
because
investor.
He refused to rent property to black families.
Why would he
Let's
do
remember,
that?
This is the same individual who took
I don't
out
think
a
they're
full
answering
page
any of
ad
the
in New
questions.
York
I don't think so
Times
either, so you better
calling for
drink.
the execution of 5 young black and Latino boys.
This Colt
who were
45 is
innocent
pretty
for Central Park
strong.
5. Took out a full page ad.
Don't
What
let
is
that
the
small
percentage?
taste fool
This
ya.
is the same individual
5.6
who spread
alcohol by
birther
volume.
lies about the
5.6.
first black president of the United States.
I don't know what normal beer is, but
And I think the American
I'm
people
about to tell you.
want better than that.
Hold on,
Want better than this.
I'm struggling to read it.
Want someone who understands, as I do, I travel our country.
this is what's crazy.
We
Jason.
see in each other
This is
a
literally a
friend. We
debate
see in
between
each other a neighbor.
two candidates
We don't want
for
a
the
leader who is
supreme
constantly
leader
trying
of
to
our
have Americans
country,
point their
the
fingers at
president
each
of the
other.
United States.
I
One
meet
of
with
these
people
two
all the
candidates
time who
will
tell
be
me,
the person
"Can we
making
please just
decisions
have
on the
discourse
behalf of our
about how we're
entire
going to invest
country."
in the
Is
aspirations
that
and
not
the
like the
ambitions and the
nuttiest thing
dreams
to
of the
just think
American
about
people?
in the context
Knowing
of
that
that?
regardless of people's color or the language their
Yeah,
grandmother
it's almost
speaks,
like a
we all
pay-per-view
have
event,
the
like a
same
boxing
dreams and
match.
Yeah.
aspirations and want a president who invests
You
in
could
those,
smoke, too.
not in hate and division.
She's too sober for the debate.
President Trump, this is now
yeah,
your third
you
time-
can't go into this raw.
This is the most divisive presidency
I mean, that's how I
in the
started.
Yeah.
history of our country.
I was
There's
even
never
thinking
been
I had
anything
some
like it. They're
gum
destroying our
drops,
country,
but I decided
and
not
they
to,
come
just
up
in
with
case the
things
Colt
like
45 was getting
what
me.
she just said. Going back
Because I don't
many,
drink
many
very
years,
often, so
where a
I'd
lot of
assume
people,
I'm
including
very
Bill
light
Bloomberg, agreed
on
with
the
me
weight.
on the Central Park Five. They admitted,
Nowadays,
they said
like
they
2
pled
beers.
Yeah.
guilty.
I'm
And I
good.
said, well, if they pled guilty, they badly hurt a person, killed a person ultimately.
What?
And if they pled guilty, then they pled, we're not guilty.
Who?
But this is a person that has to stretch back years, 40, 50 years ago,
What?
because there's nothing now. I built one of the greatest economies in the history of the world, and I'm going to build it again. It's going to be bigger, better, and stronger.
Is he going to
But they're
be
destroying
bigger and
our
better?
economy. They have no idea
Dang,
what a
he
good
didn't even
economy
deny all
is.
that, killing
Their
those
oil
kids and
policies
shit. He's
Who
just
was
like,
killing the
policy.
kids?
And remember this.
Apparently,
She is
Trump
Biden.
was
You
involved.
know, she's trying to get
No.
away from Biden. I don't know the gentleman, she says.
She has
I'm sure he didn't
nicotine.
do it himself, but like,
The worst inflation we've ever
Nicotine.
had. A horrible economy because inflation has made
but
it
he didn't
so
even
bad.
deny it. He's just like,
And she can't
oh,
get away
you
with it.
Somebody
bring
killed
up
people. I don't know.
the past.
I want to just respond briefly.
Oh, they're letting her
Clearly,
respond.
I am not Joe Biden, and I am certainly not Donald Trump.
I need a more.
And what I do
She's not
offer
giving me
is
the
a new
laugh I
generation of
wanted.
leadership for our country. One who believes in what is possible. One who brings
I hope
a
she
sense
gets
of
such a strong
optimism
point that she just
about
laughs
what we
directly in
can
his
do
face.
instead of always disparaging the American people.
Oh, the American
I
people.
believe in what we can do to strengthen
Again?
our small businesses, which is why I have a plan. Let's talk about our plans.
Let's talk
and-
about some
and
plans.
let's
Come on,
compare the
people.
plans. I have a plan.
Damn, isn't that what the whole
To
I
point
get
thought
is
that
to
the,
be?
started
yes.
with
Was that not what we were
$50,000
supposed to be
tax
here for?
to pursue
I didn't
their
even.
ambition,
I was
their
so
innovation,
caught up in the
their
pay-per-view
ideas,
of it
their
that
hard
like
work.
I
have
didn't
a
even.
plan
Bro,
think
they
about
should
that.
just be like
$6,000
economy
for
plan,
young
and then they
families
each
for the
say
first year of
plan,
your
and then it's
child's
like
life
immigration
to
plan,
help you in that
and they
most
just say the
critical
plan.
stage of your child's
Like we
development.
don't need
I
these
have
Yeah,
a
it
crazy
shouldn't matter
questions.
that
what
is
does it
about
matter what the other
allowing
person is
people
doing?
to be able to
You literally
pursue
are. That's
what
how
has
it
been
used to be.
fleeting in
You
terms
used to
of
get
the
up there and be
American
like, "Oh, what are you
dream
going to
by
do about these
offering
issues?" And then they'd say
help with down
what they were
payment
going to
of
do about those issues.
$25,000
And
down
then the
payment
next person would
assistance
say
for
what they were going to
first-time
do. It was almost
homebuyers.
like the other person
That's
wasn't
the
even.
kind of
Right.
conversation I believe, David, that people really want tonight, as opposed to a conversation that is constantly about belittling.
I think the question was about her being
Let's
black. Was
turn
this
the
not the
page
question?
and move
Harris,
forward.
thank you. Let's
Remember,
turn
it
to
started with
policy.
like
Policy.
Donald Trump. You're like,
President
she's
Trump.
black
Let's turn to
sometimes.
policy,
Is she?
please.
Has a plan to defund the
And I don't know
police.
how
She
we
has
got
a
here.
plan
You
to
better
conquer-
drink
And
for
he-
whatever the
that's
hell
what
that
they
is.
done.
President Trump,
She
we
has
do
a
have to
plan
move
to
on to
not
other
allow
issues.
fracking in Pennsylvania or anywhere else.
Okay. Thank you,
That's
Mr.
what her
President.
plan is until just recently.
I just need
Lindsay,
to
go ahead.
respond
President
because
Trump-
She's
the
like, I gotta
President
respond. I mean, he
has
did.
something
Sorry.
twice that I need to
No,
respond to.
I'm sorry.
I
We're
just
going
need
to
to
move
respond
on, Vice
one
President
time
Harris.
to what he has
President
said
Trump, this
multiple
is
times.
now your
Yes.
third time running for president. You have long vowed to
Oh, they
repeal
did
and replace
not
the
let
Affordable
her
Care Act,
respond.
also
Oh,
known as Obamacare. You
boy.
have failed to accomplish that.
ABC
You
is
now say
not
you're
doing
gonna
her
keep
any
Obamacare,
favors, so at
quote,
least you
unless we
can't
can
say
do
it's
something
rigged
much
in that
better.
way.
Last
I
month,
think
you
they're
said,
being
quote, "We're
really
working on it."
fair.
So tonight,
Absurdly
9 years after
fair
you first started running,
with this
do you
debate.
have a plan, and can you tell us what it is?
Obamacare was lousy health care. Always was. It's not very good today.
I don't know
And
about
what I said, that if
Obamacare.
we come up with something,
All I
and
know
we are
is
working on things,
they did
we're
have a
gonna do it, and we're
stipulation
gonna
that you
replace
paid like
it. But
$700
I inherited
at tax
Obamacare
time
because
if you didn't have
Democrats
health care.
wouldn't change it.
And
they
I said,
wouldn't vote
that's
for it. They were
kinda
unanimous.
nuts.
They wouldn't vote to change it. If they would have done that, we would
If
have
I
had
couldn't
a much
afford
better
to have-
plan than
Why would I have
Obamacare.
$700?
Democrats
That's
came
right.
up,
Yeah,
they
exactly.
wouldn't vote for it.
That's
I had a
right.
choice to
It doesn't
make when
make
I was
sense.
president. Do I save it and make it as good as it can be? Never going to be great. Or do I let it rot?
Let it
And I felt
rot.
I had an obligation, even though politically it would have been good to just let it rot and let it go away. I decided, and
Everybody
I told
get
my
your
people, the
Colt
top people, and they're
45.
very good
I was
people.
thinking
have a
about
lot of
getting
good
2 of
people in
these,
this
but I was like, there's no way I'm going to
administration.
finish 2
We read
40s.
about the bad ones. We had some real.
I didn't
bad
think
ones
about
too,
how many
and so
times
do
they would probably
have
say
really
these
bad ones. The
things.
difference is they don't get rid of them. But let me just explain. I had a choice to make. Do I save it and make it as good as it can be, or do
Okay.
I let it rot? And I saved it. I did the right thing. But
what did he save?
It's still never going to be great, and it's too expensive for
Obamacare.
people. And what we will do is we're looking at
What will
different
we do?
plans. If we can come up with a plan that's going to cost our people, our population, less money and be better health care.
I'm really left on this.
Then I would
I want the
absolutely do
universal
it.
health
But
care.
until then, I'd run it as good
F
as
it,
can
bro.
be run.
Let's
So
do the
just to let you know, you
5%,
still do
whatever
not
it's
have a
going to
plan.
take.
I have
I don't give a
concepts
shit.
of a plan.
I'm going to have to pay
I'm not
for it.
president right now. But
That
if
might be one of those things we
we
take the
come
hit
up
on.
with something, I would
Everybody
only
pitch
change
in.
it if we
Time
come
for
up with something that's
universal
better
health
and
care.
less expensive.
Oopsie.
And there are
That's just
concepts
how it
and
is.
options we have to do that, and you'll be hearing about it in the not too distant
Let it
future.
rot. Yeah,
Vice
that sounds like a
President
good
Harris, in 2017, you
good song
supported
title.
Bernie Sanders' proposal to do
Let
away with
it
private insurance
rot.
and create a government-run healthcare system. 2 years later, you proposed a plan that included
It's gonna
be
private
heavy.
insurance
I already got an
options.
idea for it
What is
right
your plan
now.
today?
Well, first of all,
Gung,
I
gung.
absolutely
I've been writing some heavy
supported
shit,
over the
Jason.
last
Beyond
4
this
years as
debate
vice
shit
president,
that's
private
like the
healthcare
future of
options,
our
but
country.
What we need to do is maintain.
I'm getting
and grow
into
the
some heavy
Affordable
stuff.
Care Act.
Gung, gung,
I'll
gung,
get
gung.
to that, Lindsay. I just need to respond.
I'm gonna
to
show
the
you
biggest
and these
point
people
that
too
the
eventually
former
when I get
president
the
has made. I've
demo
made very
fleshed
clear my
out.
position on fracking.
Heavy.
And then this business about taking
Might have to
everyone's
start a
guns
whole new
away.
band.
Jim Walz and I
I
are
don't
both
know if
gun
my band
owners.
can
We're
do
not
this
taking
heavy
anybody's
stuff.
guns away. So stop with the
You know I
continuous
like
lying
heavy.
I know.
about this stuff.
I know.
As
Me
it
and
relates to
Jason
the
grew up in the
Affordable
heavy
Care Act,
world.
understand,
We're
just
heavy
look at the
guys without
history
being
to know where
fat.
people
You know what I mean?
stand.
Like we're
When Donald
heavy
Trump was
density.
president, 60 times
Without the
he tried to get rid
all
of the
extra-
Like a
Affordable Care
black
Act.
Yeah,
60
yeah. Or just like
times. I
more
was a senator
singularities. You
at
know.
the time.
Even
When I will
light
never
can't
forget
escape
the
us.
early morning hours when it was up for a vote in the United States Senate.
Okay.
And
I
the
miss what the
late,
question
great
is, but let's
John
see what she
McCain,
answers.
who you have disparaged as being you don't like him, you said at the time, because he got caught. He was an American
You did-
hero.
you said
The
you
late,
didn't
great
like him.
John McCain, I will never forget that night, walked onto the Senate floor and said, "No, you don't. No, you don't. No, you don't
you
get rid
don't."
of the Affordable Care Act. You have no plan." And what the Affordable Care Act has
Cheyenne's
done is
like, I only like the
eliminate
heavier
ability
shit in your
of
band. I
insurance
don't
companies
like,
to deny
I don't like
people
none of
with
that
pre-existing
soft stuff.
conditions.
Give me that
I
heavy
don't
stuff.
have to tell people watching tonight, you remember what that was like?
She's like, I
Remember
need
when
heavy
an insurance
music.
company could deny if a child had asthma, if someone was a breast cancer
yeah.
survivor, if a
That makes sense.
grandparent had diabetes?
Diabetes,
Thankfully,
my boy got
as I've been
that.
vice president, and we over the last
Oh,
4 years have
that mean
strengthened
we
the
gotta change
Affordable
our
Care
vote?
Act. We have allowed for the first time Medicare to negotiate
He's
drug
like, I want
prices on
diabetes to
behalf
have
of
the stuff
you,
too.
the American people.
I think
Donald
they
Trump
both
said he was
did
gonna
stuff
allow
with
Medicare to
diabetes. It's
negotiate
funny they both
drug
have
prices. He never did. We did.
some
And now we have capped the cost of insulin
what do
at
they call it?
$35 a month.
Successes with
Since I've been
they
vice
focus on
president, we have
diabetes,
capped
which
the
is
cost of
good.
prescription
I
medication
know
for
people with
seniors at
diabetes, so I
$2,000 a year.
appreciate that.
And
But
when
there's
I am president,
a ton of
we will do
diseases
that for all
out there.
people,
They're like, but
understanding
diabetes though,
that
and
the
I get
value
that.
I bring to
I
this
appreciate that for my
is
boy
that
over there on the
access
other
to
side of the
healthcare
screen.
should be a
Let's
right
solve
and
that.
not just
Could you
a privilege
imagine,
of those
Jason?
who can afford
Diabetes,
it.
it's
And
solved.
You
the
remember
plan has to
It's
be
over.
A few
to
years
strengthen
ago,
the Affordable
or
Care Act,
probably like
not
5 years
get rid
ago,
of it.
it was
Pass
like
as a roll up in terms
Australia
of
or
where Donald
something
Trump
was like,
stands
we
on
figured
that.
it
Yeah.
out.
Move to an issue that's important
And
for a
then
lot
you
of
made a
never
mistake.
heard anything about it
Number
again.
one,
Suicide with two
John
bullets
McCain
to the
fought
back of the brain.
Obamacare for 10 years.
Yeah.
Don't know how it happened.
Exactly.
It was all
Doctors
of
were
the
like, don't
Democrats
you
that
fucking
kept it
dare.
going.
We've had that
And you
shit
know what?
figured out for years.
Right.
We can
Shut
do
up.
much better than Obamacare, much less money.
Oh, they're still
But
talking
she
about
won't
healthcare.
improve private insurance for people, private medical insurance. That's another thing she doesn't want to get.
President
People are
Some
paying
people like the
privately for
private insurance, and I get
that
it.
have worked
I'm
hard
impartial.
and made
I don't
money,
care
and they
where it
wanna have
comes
private.
from.
She wants everybody
need
to
bare
be on
minimum
government
coverage.
insurance where
That'd
you
be all
wait
right.
6 months for an operation that you need immediately.
President Trump, thank you.
Not
we
true.
have another
She's
issue
like,
that we'd
not
like
true.
to get
Not
to that's
true.
important for a number of Americans, in particular younger voters, and that's climate change.
Uh-oh.
President
Climate
Trump, with regard to
change.
the
Get
environment,
ready.
you say that we have to have clean air and clean
He's
water.
gonna be like, I
Vice
don't
President
care.
Harris, you call climate change an existential threat. The question to you both tonight is, what would you do to fight climate change? And Vice President Harris, we'll start with you. 1 minute for you each.
Here we
Well,
go.
the former president had said that climate change is a hoax. And what we know
Ooh,
is that it
starting
is very
spicy.
real. You ask anyone who lives in a state who has experienced these extreme weather occurrences, who now is either being denied home insurance or it's being jacked up. You ask anybody who has been the victim of what that means in terms of losing their home, having nowhere to go. We know that we can actually deal with this issue. The young people of America care deeply about this issue. And I am proud that as vice president over the last 4 years, we have invested $1 trillion in a clean energy economy.
$1 trillion?
While we have also
a lot.
increase domestic gas production,
funny because
historic
you hear
levels.
things like that
We
and you're
have
like, oh
created
man,
over
that's awesome. But then at the
800,000 new
same time, you're like, I
manufacturing
could have
jobs.
used $1
While I
trillion.
have been vice
Trillion
president, we
dollars.
have invested in
1,000
clean energy
billions.
to the point that
A
we
thousand,
are opening
thousand,
up
millions.
factories around the world.
A
Donald
thousand,
Trump
thousand,
said he was
thousand,
going to create
thousand, hundred
manufacturing
thousand.
jobs. He lost manufacturing jobs. And I'm also proud to have the endorsement of the United Auto Workers and Sean Fain, who also
She's
knows
like, let me
that
tell you
part
about
of
my boys
building a
that said
clean
they
energy
got my back,
economy
okay?
includes
Them auto
investing
workers,
in American
they said they
made
vote for me.
products, American automobiles.
Them unions,
It includes
they said me.
growing what we can do around American manufacturing and opening up auto plants, not closing them like happened under Donald Trump.
Vice President Harris, thank you.
That didn't happen under Donald Trump. Let me just tell you, they lost 10,000 manufacturing
Hang
jobs.
on, the question.
this last
I
month.
had it in the
It's
beginning. I already
going-
lost
they're
it because
all
it's not about
leaving.
auto.
They're building big auto plants in Mexico, in many cases owned by China. They're building
he said
these
China.
massive plants, and they think they're going to sell their cars into the United States because of these people. What they have given to China is unbelievable.
Oh, no.
But we're not going to let that. We'll put tariffs on those cars so they can't come into our country because they will kill the United Auto Workers and any
Ooh.
auto worker, whether it's in Detroit or South Carolina or any other place.
Detroit,
What
we
they've
got the
done to
shout out. You
business
better
and
get a drink.
manufacturing in this country is horrible. We have nothing because they refuse. You know, Biden
What
doesn't
was
go
the
after
question?
people
It wasn't
because
about the
supposedly
auto.
China paid him millions of dollars. He's
Dang
afraid to
it.
do it. Between him and his son, they get all this money from Ukraine. They
Oh,
get
he
all
said
this
China.
money from all of
I
these
can't miss
different
that.
countries, and then you wonder why is he so loyal to this one, that
Yeah,
one,
I'm actually
Ukraine,
struggling to
China?
keep up with that.
Why is he? Why did he get $3.5
Damn,
million
another one?
dollars from
Who?
the mayor of Moscow's wife? Why did he get? Why did she pay him $3.5
said China.
Oh, he did?
million dollars? This is
Get
a
it up.
crooked administration, and they're selling our country down the tubes.
President Trump, thank you.
What
Thank
was
you.
the
We'll be
question?
right back with closing statements from both
They
of our
just
candidates at this
both of
historic
you,
night, this
everybody
ABC News
double
presidential
drink
debate
for that
from
double
Philadelphia.
non-question answer. Jason, round two. Alan Jason room here. The Colt 45 starting to hit me a bit. Jason, round two, what did you think? How are you feeling for the second go-round? Kamala Harris, Donald Trump, who's doing what? What's your analysis?
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest. Towards the end of that, like I feel like I'm just as uninformed as I was in the beginning.
Man, they definitely, whatever. I was like, what the question? Because I remember when the question started, I said, oh, okay, I heard the question. Now I'll know if they stick to it. And they skirted around it so hard that I forgot what the question was about. And I was dedicated to the question. That's how hard they both
they're
skirted
doing
around
some
it.
like
that was
Mario Kart jump drifting around this shit.
Nuts. I don't think either one of them gained ground in round two. Now, Trump had the moment of the be quiet. Now, the first round, he had the I'm talking. Second round, he had the be quiet. No way, dude. They're going to be like, he's such a misogynist. Like, that is going to be on pages tomorrow. She had her stern, she has her emotional draw. She's definitely, I can tell anybody that has that more empathetic sort of wavelength is probably listening to her and going, yeah, because she's a good storyteller. She's selling some good stories. She's hitting with the emotions. So she's going from the emotional angle. He's going from like the, I guess more aggressive, like I just need to be on top of it. If I'm out front with, whatever I'm saying, they won't remember with whatever she's saying. And to be honest, it's kind of true because I don't remember what she's saying. I just remember the crazy times he had. For the most part, it seems like they're both skirting the questions in their own ways, though. Like, she's not necessarily saying how, but she's talking about the issue. And then he is not saying how either, but it's like he's in the realm of it. You know what I mean? He's like, there's a point. It's like the 7 points of Kevin Bacon. There's a point that he's trying to connect to that thing, and it's not necessarily the answer to the question, but it's slightly connected in a way. So this is tough. Now we're in the final round, Jason. So this is it. Now, if this was boxing, you're in the final round. There is nothing left. You got to give it your all, because when the bell rings, it could be a tie or it could be you lose on points. So you're going for a knockout, I would have to assume, Jason, right? In the final round, knock them out so you don't have to go to a vote. Am I right?
Well, I mean, that's ideal, yeah, but I don't see that happening this time.
You don't think either one of these candidates, because you know they both get a closing statement. Now, they did a coin flip before the show. Donald Trump won the coin flip, and he chose to have the final statement. So she went first, and he'll go last, which is a smart move. You do want to be like the last thing on people's minds. The last person to talk gets a little more head time. So I can see why he chose that. But that could be, depending on the final... That's like the the final question in the interview, why should we hire you? I think that's what they asked. They asked some variants like, why should the people vote for you? And then they go, vote for me because of blank. Now, what I'm looking for that I will drink everything towards is if they're like, vote for me because I'm not that person, okay? That's not an answer because I think that's going to be kind of both of their answers. She's going to be like, well, you got to vote for me because you don't want this guy in office. I mean, he is just going to shit all over everything. And he's going to be like, you want to vote for me because she's just nuts. I mean, this is crazy. She's going to destroy this country. I'm looking for one of those candidates to say, vote for me because I'm going to do this and I'm going to work on this and I'm going to provide this. So that way we can
talk
take
about
this country to the next level.
plan?
Now, I already have a commercial idea. I got to get this done soon because it won't make sense after the election. But I'm thinking about this, Jason, while we're on commercial. Al Silva runs for president, okay? You could be my vice president, XX the J. And I do like a commercial where I'm like Al Silva endorses this message sort of thing. It'd be kind of sick. My slogan is going to be, make America legendary. Not again, because they've never been. Make America legendary. Now, they are back, so we're going to go ahead and get started again. But
tonight
just sit on that. Al
different
Silva
visions for our
for
country.
president.
One that is focused on the future.
Is
and
this the
other
final
that is
question?
Focused on the past, and an attempt to take us backward.
Wow.
But we're not going back. And I do believe that the American people know we all have so much more in common than what separates us. And we can chart
This has to
a
be the
new
final
way
statement.
forward. And a vision of that includes having a plan, understanding the aspirations, the dreams, the hopes, the ambition of the American people, which is why I intend to create an opportunity economy,
you got me,
investing in small businesses, in new families, in what we can do around protecting seniors, what we can do that is about giving
She tried hard not to laugh this whole time. I really wanted to drink
I
heavy.
believe in what we can do together.
I couldn't
that
go
is
on those
about
chuckles.
Sustaining America's standing in the
Well,
world,
that's probably 'cause
and
she was on the
ensuring that we
verge of
have the
Yeah.
respect that we so rightly deserve, including respecting our military
She's not
and
doing
ensuring
bad.
we have
People
the most
thought
lethal
she was
fighting
gonna
force
fail.
in the world.
You could tell she's
I
in
will
the
be
zone.
A president
She's
that will
doing her
protect
thing
our
right now.
fundamental rights and freedoms,
give her that.
including the
Yeah.
right of a woman to make decisions
Oh, come on,
about her
say
own body and not have her
reproductive
government
rights.
tell her what to do.
She's skirting right
I'll tell
around
you,
that.
I
She
started
knew I
my
wrote that
career
down.
as a prosecutor. I was a DA, I was an attorney general, a United States senator, and now vice president. I've only had one client, the people.
The people.
And I'll tell you, as a prosecutor, I never asked.
Damn,
a
I
victim
wrote
or
down.
witness,
She says
"Are
she
you
was a
Republican or
prosecutor.
a Democrat?"
I deleted it.
The only thing I ever asked them.
I knew
"Are
what
you
I was
okay?"
doing before I deleted all these
And that's
things.
the kind
Damn
of
it.
president we need right now. Someone who cares about you and is not putting themselves first.
She's
I
going
intend to be
strong
a
for the
president for
you.
all Americans. And
You.
focus on what we can do over the next 10 and 20 years.
She's
to
been
build back up
preparing
our
this
country by
closing
investing right
argument
now in
the
you, the
whole
American
time.
people.
She's
Vice
nailing
President
it, though.
Harris,
She nailed
thank
it.
you. President
She
Trump-
did what she's like, I just got to nail
So
this
she just
one
started by
speech.
saying she's going to do this, she's going to do that, she's going to
She
do
did
all these
betray
wonderful
her own-
things.
her
Why
words betrayed her.
hasn't she done it? She's been there for three and a
Why
half
hasn't-
years.
she's
They've
been
had
there.
3.5 years to fix the
She
border.
doesn't think
They've
she's
had
gonna win.
3.5 years to create jobs.
Now,
and all
like
the
I
things
said,
we
what is he
talked
doing
about.
right now? He's
Why
saying
hasn't
her,
she
her,
done
her.
it? She should
I
leave
want
right
him
now,
to
go
say,
down
like,
to that
I will
beautiful
do
White
blank.
House, go to the Capitol,
He has an
get everyone
opportunity
together
here.
and
She
do the
said
things you want to do, but you haven't done it.
at least
and
the
you won't do it
focus.
because
She
you
didn't
believe
say
in
what she was
things
going to
that
do, though.
the
But she
American
at least
people
said the
don't believe
focus.
in.
Oh,
You
the American
believe
people.
in things like we're not going to frack, we're not going to take fossil fuel, we're not going to do things that are going to make this country strong, whether you like it or not. Germany tried that, and within 1 year, they were back to building normal energy plants. We're not ready for it. We can't sacrifice our country for the sake of bad vision.
Oh, no.
But I just ask one simple question. Why didn't she do it? We're a failing nation. We're a nation that's in serious decline. We're being laughed at all over the world. All over the world, they're laughed. I know the leaders very well. They're coming to see me. They call me. We're laughed at all over the world. They don't understand what happened to us as a nation. We're not a leader. We don't have any idea what's going on. We have wars going on in the Middle East.
No.
We have wars going on.
He's
with Russia
very
and
far.
Ukraine. We're going to end up
He's
in
going to
a
have to
third
say
world
something.
war, and it'll be a war like no other because of nuclear weapons, the power of weaponry. I rebuilt our entire military. She gave a lot of it away to the Taliban. She gave it to Afghanistan. What these people have done to our country, and maybe toughest of all, is allowing millions of people to come into our country.
What?
Many of them are criminals, and they're
Why didn't he say
destroying our country.
illegals?
The
He's
worst
trying to
president,
avoid
the
it
worst
now.
Vice president in the history of our country.
President Trump, thank you. And that is our ABC
That-
News
oh,
presidential
that was
debate
not a
here
good
in
closing
Philadelphia
for
at the
him.
National Constitution Center.
Wow.
And I'm David Muir. Thank you for watching here in the U.S. and all over the world. And from
Wow. I was waiting for him to be like,
Good night.
she'll screw everything up. But look, I'm going to focus on blank. I'm doing blank, and I'm going to blank on blank. And he didn't. He didn't, Jason. Interesting. So I think he deflated on that end. If I was him, I would have went strong on the cap. He chose to go last. It sounded more like a rebuttal to hers versus if I was him, whatever she said was irrelevant. Let me tell you why you should vote for me. You should vote for me.
Even if you end up saying some of the same things.
That I think that was his opportunity to be like, look, let's screw the last 90 minutes or whatever you just watched. Don't worry about that. Let me tell you something. You should vote for me because I want to make your life better. What is your life better doing? I'm saying I'm going to vote for this bill. I'm going to propose this thing. I'm going to sign this thing so that way these things will affect you. Like literally, why don't they just, it's really hard. I would have to assume it's really shitty being a politician because you would think it's so simple. They should be like, I'm going to do this, 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 and this. Specifics. I'm going to make this bill, sign this bill, propose this bill. You would think it'd be like that easy, but they're like, I'll do stuff. You know I will. You know I vote for me. Come on.
All right, so here's my thing on both.
Yeah, let's do the
and they're both
overview
bad.
at the end. So Jason, and this is how many? First of all, before you start, before this, how many presidential debates have you watched? Is this your first presidential debate?
This is my first one.
Okay, so because there's
I've
many
seen
Americans,
parts.
I'm thinking millions of Americans that have waited to tune into this, never seen a debate before. This is their first debate too. So once again, Jason is a true representative of the audience. So tell us how you thought about that debate.
Well, and this is almost entirely because of all the skirting around and all the not answered questions and all the, just basic gimmicks that happen there. This is based almost entirely on the closing statement.
Yeah, that's tough.
I don't think that she thinks she's going to win because she keeps saying, and this is what I meant when I said her words betray her. She keeps saying, we need this, we need that. She's including herself in the people who are not the president.
Because she's already in the office.
No, because she's just a we. She's part of us as just like civilians. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
she's like, oh yeah, we don't want you because you kill people, you criminal, you hate people, like blah 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 blah. She never really says like, oh, you people need me to be the president. She's just like, we just don't need him.
That's so funny. Dude, that just clicked with me because I was like, I'm trying to understand from your perspective. What are you trying to get? I get what you're saying. In an instance where you want somebody to vote for you because you will be that person, you would say, me.
I am.
Yeah,
I'm going to do
and
this.
she was like, we. That's so funny. She's like, I'm telling you, people, we need somebody. I don't know who it is, but we need.
Just not him.
That's crazy. Wow, I
Yeah.
did not see that
So
in that moment, but I see it now.
The psychology of her language is just telling me that she is not including herself as the president. Yeah. She's including herself as us.
Now, and the contrast, though, he did a very at the end for that final closing statement. He didn't do a good job of saying me or I either. His was more like,
no.
If they, then this country's going in the shit. Like if they. So once again, they're both not really saying this.
Well, let me hit Trump real quick with that same type of card, because that, I'm sure that's a curveball for some people where they're like, I didn't even realize she was saying it that way. All right, so Trump, right, has all these friends. Right? Yeah. Very strong man, right? But these friends, these world powers, are laughing at us.
Yeah. They go golf.
Now, if I'm imagining a phone call with some other political power, right? And we're just like on voice chat for DC, right? And we're like, all right, cool. Let's talk about stuff, like and they started laughing at my country, or like, in that call, that has to be you, right? Yeah. So either you're still friends and you just ate that. You ain't that strong, brother. You are not that. You are not standing up for yourself in that instance, and you're definitely not standing up for your country. You know what I mean? Like, so either A, you are weak, or B, these phone calls aren't happening.
Yeah.
So again, your language betrays you. Like you're talking all these things about, like, well, I'm a guy who, when you're talking to me, I'm not necessarily like, I am listening to what you say, people, when you say things to me, but I'm also looking under the current, you know what I mean? At what that really means. Why would you say that? Like, why would you say that these people, oh yeah, they're talking to you all the time. Are you a bad guy? Like, are you a bad guy? Are you all laughing about America?
He's like, man, or these guys do suck. They're like, that's your team.
Yeah, they're like, well, they're like, haha, did you see America in the news today? Haha, it's like watching a sitcom. And he's not like, he's either like,
or he's like, F you, don't talk. Hey, don't you talk about the USA.
Yeah, but then they're not friends like that, right?
Interesting. So overall, your experience now, that because I felt like he definitely deflated on that closing statement, was weak as fudge sandwich. But she actually had a strong closing statement, so I think that's going to be a lot of the news, is honestly how well she did. Because as much as I'm saying mainstream media, and look, people, this is a fun talky show. It's fun time, and we talk about Pokemon cards or whatever, okay? I do have some serious stuff in the background, okay? The mainstream media that you do consume in your everyday life, and nobody really pays too much attention anymore. Like, news is almost irrelevant these days. But most of what you see has a left-leaning bias, meaning it has more of a bias towards the Democratic Party because the Democratic Party has certain holds. Now, not to say the Republican Party doesn't have their own holds, because like Fox News is literally pretty much like the only main station. Now, they did just make Newsmax, and every now and then I catch something on Newsmax, and it is wacky right. Like, it is, when they say far right, they're like, the stuff they talk about there is like, 11. Cranked. Okay, so that's far right. That barely counts. And so there is this like tendency to kind of push a certain way. And I at least felt that ABC I'm going to give them hard props. That was a very fair debate. They did a really good job asking those
They
questions.
were almost leaning.
And even fact-checking. I mean, I felt like they fact-checked Donald Trump more, but because they had to. Like, he'll say something crazy like, they're eating dogs.
He goes wonky
They're
out
freaking eating dogs. And the guy's like, all right, look, we didn't see any articles about them eating dogs. And he's like, that's because you're not reporting on it. But I felt like ABC did a really fair job. So, honestly, in a fight match, all you can ask for is a fair fight. Equal footing.
Yeah.
Everybody got the same. And so they had a fair fight. If I had to give my evaluation, it would almost be like I would want to say a tie, because throughout that whole night, I felt like each one of them was doing this. Like, it's like playing the game at the carnival, and then you're doing the squirt guns on the thing, and then the and you're like, who's gonna win? Because they're neck and neck. I felt like there was a lot of neck and neck in that. So
I feel like that debate changed to nothing.
But what's funny is, like, it was like neck and neck, and then every now and then Donald Trump had something crazy, and then Kamala she would have something not as crazy, but she'd pump it up a little bit, and then it'd be neck and neck, and then whoa, and then she'd pump it up, and then I think she got a little ahead on that closing statement. So I think what's going to be said tomorrow in the news cycle is it's going to be like either Kamala Harris won this debate, or she did really well. They don't talk about who wins. They just focus on the positives and say she did really well. And I think it's because everything I heard of before that was like how bad she was going to do. They're like, oh, she's going to fail. I don't think she failed. I think she did.
Yeah, but do you think that because the bar was set so low? I'm not saying that she didn't do well, but what I am saying is, we have to look at ourselves and ask the questions. You know what I mean? Like, introspective thinking is what propels all growth.
Yeah. Well, I'm telling you, that opening statement, we didn't get to see it because I wasn't live, but I was in my car, and she started really bad. And so I think if you would have saw how bad she started, you would be like, oh, wow, she's doing like way better. Because it was like as soon as she started talking, her word selection and her tone of voice and everything was just like, oh, I cringed. Literally, I had a physical cringe. I was like, oh, no, whoa. She started really rough, really rough. We're going to see that tomorrow, but better than I expected. But once again, like we already said, both of these candidates didn't barely answer shit. I mean, like, they really barely answered anything. That was tough. It's tough. I don't know what the debate format needs to be, but it needs to be like, I have a question. I need a quick, decisive answer. And the second I think you're not doing a decisive answer, I'm just going to mute your mic and go to the next person. So there's an incentive to be like, I'll vote for this bill that does this.
On topic.
And they're like, okay. So
you know what would be crazy?
Yeah.
It would be, I don't know if you would still call it a debate, and I'm sure they do similar sort of things as like prep for the debate and like things like that. But instead of having it like no open mic, no whatever, the candidates can't hear each other.
They can't hear each other?
No, they can't hear. There's no rebuttals.
Whoa.
It's just one guy who says question, and then that person answers, and then he says, okay.
Yeah, but what happens if they're like,
answers?
And in my answer, this guy, I mean, he said he's gonna, like, I don't know, he's gonna round you all up and burn you.
Then that's where that guy, you know, just as he was like, oh, fact checks, you know,
oh, he'll be like,
he would just step in and be like, that person can't hear you. They're not here to defend themselves. What are you going to do?
Right.
Like, nobody asked you what Trump did or was going to do or might do, or nobody cares. Yeah. What are your thoughts, and what do you stand for? Where are you at in this ring? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
The slap box, you might as well put a tortilla in each of their hands and have them fill their mouth with a glass of water and then just start like rock, paper, scissors.
What kind of
That's
game
what's
is
happening out
this?
there,
There's
bro.
a tortilla, a glass of water, and what do?
You've never seen the tortilla challenge?
No, what the hell are you talking about?
Okay, so each person gets a tortilla, and both of them fill their mouth with water,
Okay.
and then they play rock, paper, scissors. Winner slaps the shit out of the loser with the tortilla,
Do they have their
trying to get
hand
them to spit the
physically on the
water.
tortilla, or they have to throw the tortilla and like kind of get
They
their
don't
hand
throw
out of
it.
the
They
way?
hold. No, man, they just slap them with the tortilla.
And is it a
Not-
corn or flour tortilla?
I would imagine it would have to be flour because corn would just break.
That's true. But corn's harder too, so I was thinking with flour, at least there's a little bit of cushion. A little bit
Yeah.
of cushion for that
You're,
slap.
bro, if you haven't seen
I love
this, you
how
have to look it up,
specific
'cause
this
some of the
wacky
funniest-
ass thing is, and Jason's like, "Oh, you didn't know this crazy like wacky ass thing?" No, I never heard of this crazy ass wacky ass thing, dude. Are you kidding me? You didn't hear? Oh, it's well known. This is mainstream
It's
news.
so funny. Yes,
Tortilla
it is,
slap
bro.
face
As-
game.
Somebody put in the comments that.
What is it called again?
Tortilla challenge.
The tortilla
Bro,
challenge.
some of the funniest clips on TikTok are the tortilla challenge. There's one where this lady, she flat out says in the little description, like, I just wanted to slap my dad so hard. Like, she wanted to send this man to the moon with this tortilla, but she missed.
What?
She threw the tortilla. Yeah. So, like, there's all kinds of funny videos out there. Or there's, like, sometimes instead of a 1v1,
Yeah.
they'll do a 1v1v1v1. Like a 4-player
What?
tortilla
Are you
challenge.
nuts? You know what you should be doing, Jason? Because you're always on these media sites as well, looking at this funny stuff. You should have a playlist saved, like a saved folder or whatever. Put all these videos that you're like, oh man, I gotta show it. Al probably's never seen tortilla slap challenge or whatever the hell you called it. Yeah, no, and then we can put it on the stream. We can be like, all right, Jason, what videos you got this week? It's like just called Jason's video collection. Something you don't even have to have a theme.
Yeah.
It's just like this is the shit I saved over the course of the week.
We'll call it For You page, but instead of being for me, it's from me for you.
From me, you.
For you.
For you.
It's for you.
From me, for you. By XX the Jex. And then we put it up on the screen. They're over here still talking. I didn't realize they did like an after, like not even a rebuttal. I don't know what it's called, but there's like an after response. And they let each vice president say their after response. So we did miss that. But I'd have to assume they're like, my boy did the best. I'm telling you, whatever the other guy did, it wasn't good. My dude was the best. It's probably something like that.
I just sent you one.
He's sending me over the tortilla challenge. Now, Jason, I have a something that I feel like I need to do, but it's very unprofessional, but I don't want to end the stream just because I have to go to the bathroom, but I got to go pee, okay? So I'm thinking, can you take over and just talk nonstop for like a solid 60 seconds? Do you think you could do
I'm
that?
going to be completely silent for
No.
60
I
seconds.
need you to talk. Cheyenne, put some stuff in the chat. Jason, hopefully you could see the chat, right?
I can't see that.
You can't see the
No.
chat. Are you nuts? You should
No,
be pulling
otherwise
this up
I'd
on
hear
the
a
phone
weird echo.
with no volume so we at least get a second
I'm
viewer.
calling you on the phone.
Oh, no,
Oh, yeah,
Jason.
you're
We
right.
need the viewers.
I know.
We need that viewer count up.
Failure.
I didn't even. I had my iPad with the drinking rules, so I couldn't do one of my
Yeah,
accounts.
but my iPad is the same account.
Oh,
Stupid.
no. You need to make multiple accounts. Do you want us to be successful at all? I mean, like,
You know, I was thinking,
we gotta
like,
have
you know,
multiple
at one,
accounts.
I have thought about this, but my like gray area for that doesn't exist.
Yeah.
It's like I either have the one account that I'm like, ooh, everything's organic, and like I'm just gonna. Sometimes I watch
You got
our
the
own
pure
content
algorithm.
just for the. I watch it because I think it's funny. You
Yeah.
know what I mean? Like I'm like, I'll be at work or whatever. I've even considered getting YouTube Premium just to background that. Just to back YouTube. If anybody signs up for Premium because of that statement, I swear to God, you better send me like
Eventually, we're gonna have a
back.
membership. Like once you sign up for your premium, go ahead and add the membership now, okay? Because Jason gave you an idea. There you go.
But yeah, my version of backgrounding is just to leave the video up and then put my phone in
Yeah.
my pocket like some sort of heathen.
You know what's so funny? I literally watch this show. Like after we post it, like obviously I haven't edited these videos. These are live and they're uncut, baby. That's just how it is, raw. But when I do eventually will cut these, I always watch them in the editing and I'm like, and I always chuckle. But then when I post them, I'll put them on and I'll listen to them and I have a good time. When I get to be part of the audience, I'm like, yeah, dude,
Yeah,
this is awesome.
same.
This is, I mean, I'm
Same.
having a good time live being the talky
Even I
person.
like.
But it's also fun to
Even-
experience it not talking, just listening.
Yeah, for if I was to be like, oh man, I'm a consumer now. You know what I mean? Like, look at it and just be like, even though I'm like, man, I hope everybody watches every single one a whole bunch of times. Even I have like my favorite episodes of ours, and like one of mine was the AI deep fakes.
Right.
That was beautiful, dude.
I gotta get those shorts loaded up and gone.
Yeah,
Gotsta.
the first time I watched it was on my phone, and I was like, oh, I'm gonna tell you right now, the first time you played those, it was not as glaringly obvious to me that they were deep fakes.
You thought I got
Like, I was
Joe
just
Biden, Elon Musk,
well, no, I knew that
Donald Trump.
I knew because you said it. But
That'd be nuts, dude.
yeah, no, I mean, for all I know, you could be one of those evil world leaders who's friends with Trump.
I should write Trump and Kamala Harris and be like, hey, I need you to endorse me. And then whoever endorses me, I'll endorse them.
Real news.
That's right, dude.
And the next
I'll give them
episode,
both
we
the
deep fake
opportunity.
him in. We deep fake them both in.
We should invite them onto the show. They'll be like, what? How many viewers do you got? One,
Totally.
baby. We got one. Cheyenne, she's right here. And they're like, okay, I dig that. Because how funny,
is this,
how much
weeks in a row?
publicity would that be for them to go on a show that has one viewer? Because then all the headlights are
Right.
like, Kamala Harris or Donald Trump go on a show that has one viewer. They're nuts. And then instantly overnight, everybody's like, we gotta go look at that show. Why do they only got one viewer? Why do they suck so bad? And then they watch the show and they go, these guys don't suck. This is awesome. Why haven't I not been watching this?
We might have to delete that one about me smashing both of them at the end of that debate, though, because they're going to be like, I don't like that.
No, that's all right. We need to play the middle ground because honestly, I feel like nobody does. Like everybody's like, I got a firm stance, one or the other. And I'm like, I have a stance. Everybody sucks.
Yeah.
That's my stance. You all
around.
suck. People suck in general. Al Silva, for the people. You all suck. Boom. Vote for me.
Well, we'll see
They're
how
gonna
that
be
goes
like,
in next
I
year's
don't know
campaign.
about that slogan. Make
4
America
years to work on it.
legendary. They're like, well, shit, I want to be legendary. That'd be sick. If we were legendary. Jason, I'm gonna pee myself. I feel it coming. I drank too much of the Colt 45. We're down to like the final bit here.
You broke the seal.
I gotta break the seal. Jason, take over. Talk and stuff. Go.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, so check out some of those older episodes that I was talking about because those are epic as shit. I don't know how this hasn't even got mentioned, and it sucks because I don't have a whole screen to pull up the information. But yeah, we still have the shop up. You know, we gotta get those pre-orders going on the coffee beans so we can actually get those out to people. That would be sick. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that'll be linked in the description. If not, I'm gonna have to fire the editor, which is also the owner. So that's no bueno. Yeah, let's hope that doesn't happen. That would be a real shame. Also, we've been asking each other all these questions about where the debate led us. we didn't even ask you guys. Put it in the comments, like preferably after it posts though, because then we can actually see those for all of eternity rather than just right now. I can't even see that right now. Uh, so if you're actually, I'll pull it up. I'll pull it up. I'll do it for you guys. It's a weird echo for me, but I'll do it. Let's see, subscriptions. Oh God. Yeah, People Suck needs to be the anthem for the election. It is. Most definitely. Oh, dang, yeah. Tablet, laptop, 2 phones. Yep. Do all of those. Absolutely. Oh, yeah, the echo, you can hear that because of, not my fault. All right. I'm closing that because hearing myself twice is really weird. So sorry for any of those people who were experiencing that earlier.
I know, I understand.
All right. I wish I had a clip of Adam Sandler's The Longest Pee. I would put that up right now.
All right, here we go. I'm back. And honestly, I think I peed out everything I drank. I mean, I was peeing and peeing. It was like nonstop. I was like, oh no, I'm concerned. What happens if all my liquid's gone?
People are going to think that we totally
That was nuts.
planned that as a shameless plug, because the first thing I told them, check out our old episodes and then go to the shop.
Go to the shop. Where's my button? Buy this stuff. Get all this stuff, people. Shirts. Hats. Oh yeah, it was a long pee. That's good timing. I decided, why don't I just do the damn tiny URL for now, and then I'll pay for the domain. I'm just like really broke, like really, really broke right now. So I think I'm just gonna do the free tiny URL. So as of tomorrow, because I'll do this tomorrow at like lunchtime, if you go to tinyurl.com/AlSilvaStore, you'll be able to get to these goodies and buy them. Oh, yes. They're like, I gotta. Now, Jason, I wasn't able to order the beans yet, the bean sample. I'll wait till next paycheck because I was concerned. But I had enough credit to order something below $20. So I ordered a mug. So I'm getting a mug shipped here. And then we can finally show off some physical merchandise. And then once they see the mug in my hand, they're going to be like, bro, I got to get this mug. This is nuts. Yeah, no, they had two. I think it was, there was a 12 and a 16 ounce. So I went with the 16 ounce. Yeah. Now I did put in blue, black, and red. And I guess what it is the inside of the cup and the handle is that color. So you can either get black as traditional, or there's blue inside, blue outside, and red inside, outside. I got black as the traditional just because I wanted to see what probably most people would order. But if I would have had to choose myself, I probably would have got, well, I really want the blue and the red one to be true. I wish they let you get it for free, Jason. Black. They should let you get all the options, one of everything for free. Because they know if you get it, you're going to tell, oh, you got to buy this, guys.
I would say
you got to buy this.
I would say not one of everything, because then you could literally just like sign up, get the T-shirt,
not
put
them.
an emblem from somebody else.
We get it for free, not them. They got to pay.
I know. Yeah. I'm saying though, like literally any person can sign up for this website. So they would just sign up. Be like, oh, okay, they'll look at, say they want a Mr. Beast shirt. They just upload a Mr. Beast shirt onto their shirt and then get one for
Well, they're
free.
supposed to have copyright protections. They like scan your stuff, I think. I don't know how that works, but you're right. They could have just done that. Maybe to skirt that off, they just make you pay like $20. You pay some sort of buy-in
Or
fee.
maybe instead of like one of everything, you get to pick 3 items from
You can
your
limit that. Yeah.
specific marketplace.
That'd be all right.
And
'Cause
I
I
would
really
pick
want
cup,
the hat.
Give me the beans.
I really want the hat.
What kind of hat is
It's
it?
supposed to be a flat bill hat, and our logo, you know, our
Okay.
cartoon head things, our pixel heads, it's supposed to be embroidered. Like literally like stitch in.
That's
I'm
pretty
like,
sick.
oh, that would
So,
be nuts.
That's what I would want for an everyday.
That's what I'm saying. Like, I want to just walk around with that. And people are like, what is that? I'm like, oh,
But
it's our show. We got a show. They're like, you got a freaking show?
you know what else we have to have? A bucket hat, bro.
A bucket hat? Oh, what is that? Like where it's like flat around, right? It's like a big round and then it's like flat everywhere.
Yeah,
like a
but it's
fisherman
like-
hat.
Yeah, a bucket
They
hat.
have that, I think.
Yeah, we need to put our shit on that. But the reason being is I already know like there's a specific type of people, not to say that our crowds won't mix, but there's a specific type of people that will enjoy this stuff.
Yeah.
And a pretty strong amount of those people would like bowler hats. And the number one example
What are you
that
trying
comes
to
to
say
mind,
about our
or,
audience?
I'm sorry, not bowler hats, bucket hats.
What are you trying to say about our audience?
I'm going to tell you one name, and you're going to be like, "Oh yeah,
Huh?
Sandy."
He likes the, what are you calling him? Boiler hat?
Bucket hat.
Bucket hat.
I said bowler hat once, but that's not the right hat. That's like
No.
that's no. I don't think anybody would wear that. Bucket hats,
Remote, I wanna
honestly,
show
are
you people
like
this.
it's like a
I don't know why it's doing that.
I would hate. Oh, maybe so.
I don't know what the heck it's doing. I'm having to open a new tab, but we can see what they sell here. And we can just add whatever, because that's the greatest part about this. If you guys have a suggestion, and by you guys I mean Cheyenne, if you ever like, man, I wish you guys had a blank, go to fourthwall.com and search. They just have like a product store that I'm trying to pull up right now, this product catalog. We can get any of these things made for our merch, either for the band or for this channel, the Alan J stuff. We can make whatever we want. I even put in there, because I thought it'd be sick to have as a trading card mat, but it says like desk mat or commuter mat. But they have like a large, wide computer mat. So I made an epic disappointment once with the
thought that
laser
mat
grids. I was
thing-
like, ooh, that's gonna be sick.
Oh, I already forgot what I thought it was.
Yeah, no, it's like a trading card game mat. So I was like, oh, bro, I gotta get one of those eventually. I think it's only like $12. So they got like hoodies, every kind of shirt.
$12. You
the
remember
desk
back
mat.
when we used to actually play those
I know,
games,
dude.
and it would cost like $40-$50 just for like.
Yeah. I think I
or
have to charge
even
15
worse
just
than
so
the
everybody
cost.
knows. They're like, it ain't 12. Like, all right, I think it's like cost is 12, and then you have to put a minimum profit. So like I have to put in like, I think $3 is the minimum. So I just did the minimum. I'm not trying to like, oh man, we need a price gouge just because we're only going to sell 3 shirts. I'm just going to sell it for like the cheapest I possibly can, and then hopefully buy them in volume. You know what I mean? So if, instead of 100 people buying a $25 shirt, maybe we can get 1,000 people to buy a $18 shirt because it's cheaper, hoping to instigate that supply and demand threshold there with the cheaper price. So look, they even have button sweaters, sweatshirts. Oh, there's a beanie. They got the beanie going.
Yeah, beanies are cool, but
Yeah, no, bucket hat. We're
bro.
going to get to the bucket hat. I think it's going to be down here. Phone cases. That'd be kind of sick.
Yeah.
Pillowcase, all over print pillowcase. You could just get like could you imagine like a me?
I'm not going to condone.
Could you
that one
imagine a
because
me pillow? It's just a pillow. You know
we're
how they
gonna
have
be
the
doing
waifu
weird
pillows?
shit.
It's not a waifu pillow.
No.
It's an alfu pillow.
Stop.
And you can order your own alfu
I knew you were
pillow.
going to say that.
And I will sleep with you. in pillow form.
Dang it.
Look, they even got shorts. We can get the shorts, and I think they have underwear. We can get the underwear as well.
Bro, that jacket looks kind of sick.
Which one? This, the zip?
The one with
On the left?
Say that. The one with Jackie Chan on it.
Jackie Chan? Oh, this Asian guy? That's a sweatshirt. You want that sweatshirt?
We're gonna
long
get
sleeve?
canceled.
At least you didn't, like, make a accent or anything. Oh, I like that rocks. That's my favorite type of glass, is a rocks glass. It's just, I just remember growing up and you see, like, those really fancy whiskey shots or whatever it is, and they got that rocks glass. They got some
what the hell you were talking
round
about.
ice in there, or
That's called?
square ice or whatever. Yeah, that's what it's called. So I try to collect these rock glasses if I can. I didn't know. It looks like it says new, so they just added that. Because I looked before it. If I would have saw a rocks glass, I would have been like, I gotta have that.
I have a picture from, I think I was in Mineral Wells, where somebody got me like a Jack Daniels. It might have been for Secret Santa or something, but I got a Jack Daniels, like tumbler.
Yeah.
That's what they called it. But like those rocks glasses or whatever, and a fifth of Jack Daniels.
There
And
you go.
it was right when I got my new phone. So I literally poured a glass, and then I put it into the portrait mode and was just playing with I did a vignette on it and like a focal point of the actual liquor in the
made it
cup.
look fancy.
And it was like super sick. It looked like a commercial, bro.
Damn.
And I'm not even like good. Like Al is good at editing. I had almost zero practice at editing, so I.
Jason should be the head editor. I mean, let the boy edit. Let him.
But no, my point is I suck at it. But the intuitive nature of the portrait mode part of the app was just like you can see it the way it's going to come out before you ever even capture the image. Like you can literally just hold your phone there and then be like, boop, boop, boop. Oh, that looks good. And then pick that one.
Just realized I still had the rules of the debate, the rules for the drinking game right in the middle. They probably couldn't even see that. I was like, what is that sign? Oh, it's the drinking game rules. That's what a rocks glass looks like, people. That's what we're talking about right there. $8 for me. So I had $2, $3, $10, $11 for a cup. That's not too bad. That's not too bad. We can make it look sweet. And this is the thing. We could do anything we want. It doesn't have to be a logo or a slogan, or you know what I mean? Like if somebody's like, wouldn't it be cool if you guys had like I don't know, like a desk. It was just a desk and it said getting ready with Al and Jay or whatever.
We revived all of our
We can do anything.
Interjections. Like anybody, that wouldn't even be for old school fans of the show. That would be like old school fans of people who actually knew us in real life. Like Boop.
Yeah.
Boop. That's so simple, but like goddamn, we wore that into the ground.
Or the goo bags.
There were.
We just have a cup that's like
my
goo
God,
bags. Like what?
Yeah.
They're not gonna get the distinction here.
Kelly was like, "You cannot say that. You need to stop."
So
We're like, but it's so funny.
Right.
Pal. Beep Boop Bop was one.
I'm looking for just hats because I feel like they do have. Oh, maybe it's in accessories. And for some reason, it's not letting me left click anything. If I left click it, it looks like it's downloading for some reason. Oh, here we go. Hats. Let's look, Jason. Let's see what they got here.
I keep trying to scroll the screen.
Oh, I see something. I see a little something. I can't scroll. No, won't let me. Scroll me.
Dude, we've come
There
too
it
far
is.
to give up here.
That's what you're looking for, I think. That's what you're looking for. Are you not? This hat.
Yeah, pretty much.
Thing, round, outside thing.
Bucket hat. Yeah.
Big accessories, bucket hat. So that's exactly what it is. Now it costs us $16, so I'll probably have to charge 18
Holy
18 or 19 bucks for that. So this is what I'm telling you, people. You think I'm just making a number and I'm like, oh man, he's charging $15 for a what? Like, I'm literally charging a couple dollars more than what they charge us. There's a second one over here, Capstone Denim Bucket Hat. Looks like it's a little more hat, a little less bucket. That actually looks a little better, a little more premium, but it's
Which one?
18 bucks. This one over here. Ooh,
I don't even think, dude, that looks like
that looks a little more
what was
premium.
his name? The guy from Bleach.
Oh, the Urasaki.
Urahara?
Yeah, Urahara. Yep. I feel like that one looks better.
This looks like.
Are you saying that doesn't look
Think
better?
so?
I can't tell.
I don't know.
This
now,
one's
man.
more
I
hat,
don't know,
less
man.
bill. And this one feels like it's less hat, more bill. Like the hat's shorter than the bill is. I can't tell.
Yeah, I feel like you could see better in that
Yeah,
one.
yeah,
though.
you could. That's what I'm saying. Look at how much shadow he gets in his eyes. So unless you want that
It
shadow,
depends. We just got to do both.
I mean, we can unlock. This is the crazy thing. We can unlock everything. We have to go in there and we have to set the image up and we have to like do everything on the work on the back end.
Yeah.
But there's no minimum. Like you can see here, it says no minimum. So we can set any of these. Now they do have premium ones that do have minimums, which we are trying to do. Because if you go to consumables, the coffee, it has a minimum of 50. And look, people, I'm not joking. It costs us $12. Okay. Costs us $12. So if it's going to cost, here, I'll move it. If it costs us 12, we got to charge you guys like 15. I mean, what do you want us to do? Not make any money? So that's what it's going to be. And look, it has like a bag in a bag. So you can just order one. You can get the cool bag and then you can just refill the bean bag. Just at least order one, people. I mean, come on. That's all we're asking. Because that's what I would do, to be honest, to support somebody.
feel sorry
To
for
support
those of you
somebody
saying you
else's
have
channel,
poor
I'd
account.
probably buy one bag of beans for them, and then like start refilling because I'm like poor. So I get it. If you're poor too, I'm not asking for
yeah,
all your
for
money.
sure.
Just $12 one time, or $15.
I'll have that
Yeah.
bag, but it'll be Max Full House inside.
Yeah. No, and I totally get that. So anybody else, I get that for you too. Order one thing and never order from us again. That's okay, because one's better than nothing. Is it not? I'll take 1 over 0 any day. Any day
Yeah,
of the
unless
week.
it's live hand grenades.
No, because it'd be cool, and then you'd have that opportunity to throw it back. You'd be like, oh, whew, just in time. Bow, and everybody's like, that's nuts.
You're very optimistic.
That's nuts. They're like, did you see when he
Very
grabbed that
optimistic.
grenade, threw it out? I love how it won't let me go back. It's like, you want the coffee, right? You want the coffee. Cheyenne said keychains and pins. Okay, I can look into that. Easy peasy. I'm sure they have both versions of those things. I don't know why my keyboard's acting weird. That's okay.
You have
You
like all
see
kinds of
how it's like
macros set.
it's opening like a new, maybe it's opening a new window? Oh no, it's been opening a new window this whole time.
How many
I
times?
got like
did you
10
push it?
windows open. I'm going to force quit
Oh,
Safari.
God.
This is what's funny. I'm using this computer you see with the Galaxy. This is my old 2014 MacBook. So this thing's 10 years old, and honestly, it's still kicking. It doesn't have a screen anymore, so it's what they call a slab book. It's just the base of it with the keyboard, the trackpad, and then I hook it up HDMI to my mini TV that's right here. So the boy's a workhorse. 10
What
years
did you
later,
do,
the
break
boy's...
the top off?
I unscrewed the back panel. I unscrewed the screen, unpinned all the connections. Like, I did it professionally. So therefore, if I did want to, technically, I could buy another screen and then reattach it. Because I didn't even think that was an option. But when I was doing I looked up how to take it off. The same video of like how to take it off, they sold screens too to replace it. I was like, oh, I don't know why I didn't think about just replacing the screen. Old ass computer. It's not like crazy expensive.
Well, now it's time for like a new chip.
Yeah. No, this one's doing all right. And this is old Intel. This isn't even the silicone, the Apple M stuff. This is old Intel crap. I think it's only a dual core too. Dual core, 8 gigs of RAM. It's still a beast. But no, my next laptop for sure, it's like dead set. You can't get anything less than 16, but I'm hoping to get 32. It's just crazy that these days 8 gigs is still a standard for RAM in computers. Like everybody tries to do that. It's like 8 gigs. Like, no, hang on now. I think we can all agree. 8 gigs is like the bare minimum you need. Like obviously everything you see me doing, I'm doing on 8 gigs because that's what this thing got. But don't you want like that extra future proofing? You want to be like, oh man, yeah, in a few years in the future, we'll probably need more. If I'm maxing out 8 gigs now, what am I going to do in 2 or 3 years? You know what I'm saying? Like I'm going to run into obsolescence here. But at the same time, the Mac retail value or resale value, it holds really well. So I'm thinking if I time it right and I can get some money, I could sell my Mac for a certain number of hundreds of dollars and then pay a couple $100 and then do like a double upgrade to like the processor before the last one. So like 3 generations newer, which would be kind of sick for just a couple $100.
Yeah, that's what I was saying.
Yeah, you just got to time that. You got to get the good timing on there. And they're about to announce new Macs in like, I think October with a new processor. And I'm like, yes, everybody announce the newest stuff. I don't need it. I can't afford that. But I'll get the cheaper, older shit even better now. Every time they announce something new, it's like the old shit gets even cheaper, which is great.
Speaking of old shit and new shit, have you seen the new Switch?
No, Jason, hang on. No. Are you? Is this a rumor or confirmed?
Well, it's confirmed.
Oh,
yeah.
hang on. Don't tell me, and then we're gonna pull it up. Then we're gonna pull it.
They have not released a lot of specific features,
But they had some sort of leak.
some
You're saying?
rough spec. No, they said like April-ish, May of 2025.
Yeah, Q1 2025. I see that here. I was thinking it like leaked. They're like, oh, here it is. You know, every now and then there's like the new iPhone. Somebody's like, I got it, because they found it on a bar stool seat because one of the internal employees left it accidentally. That happens. It does. I want to. All right, so maybe I should just do. Should I do specs? New Switch specs. Where is my cursor?
You could. I already know them though.
No. Hang on. Specs. That way they get a visual here. Here we go. Tom's Guide. Oh, man, I used to use Tom's Guide all the time because every day they would do new deals, and they're always scavenging the internet for, like, the best deals in electronics and stuff. And I used to buy so much random stuff for no good reason through Tom's deals. That's hilarious. Tom's Guide. All right, so let's see what they said. Everything we know about the successor so far. It looks like March of 2025, we're going to have...
That's even sooner than I thought.
It says, speaking of Joy-Cons, they could attach to the Switch 2 via magnets this time instead of physical clickers. They might just do magnets. I don't know about that. Magnets.
I don't know how I feel about that.
I feel like I'd be like, oh, I get upset, and I get, oh, I snap it off.
Even with the clickers,
yeah.
Like some Joy-Cons, like on the set that came with it, the all white ones, because I got the OLED one. The left one was like a little loose, and I'm like, really, I was really frustrated with that. And I wanted a new set of Joy-Cons just to see if it was the console or the Joy-Cons so badly at the time that I had made the excuse to just go buy them. I'm like, this is an egregious failure of this equipment. You know what I mean? I know that sounds like really formal for a Switch, but like, no, like when you buy a Switch, you're like, oh, I want it to feel sturdy. You know, like I got this bigger screen.
You want that
I don't want to be worried about I don't want to be holding this big ass screen and be worried about it like, whoop, just gone. So, yeah, no, I want those to click real good. So I bought a new set of Joy-Cons, and I was like, well, I don't want to have all these Joy-Cons and never do anything with multiple Joy-Cons. So I got the Switch Sports Resort or
That's a good
whatever it's
game.
called
Yeah.
now.
Oh, for sure.
And I I told everybody at the store, I was like, we're gonna do a bowling night if we can hit these metrics or whatever, and they did. So we had a bowling night where I literally hooked my Switch up to the center monitor in the lobby, and we all just got our Joy Cons and took turns. Like we did teams.
Nice.
So whoop, bowling in the lobby on a Switch. I had all the Joy Cons. I had all the, and now I'm like, I will use the white ones in handheld mode, but I mostly just try to save them like a weird Switch Pro controller. Even though I find the two Joy-Con little mini controller to be kind of awkward.
Yeah.
But I use it anyway because it gives those Joy-Cons purpose.
No, for sure. I remember the first commercial they did with the Switch, and they showed that. They're like, they're like on a rooftop with their friends, and they're like bust out the Switch and take out the controllers, and you're like, look, you can play anywhere. I was like, you could play anywhere. This is crazy. This is nuts. Because
Right.
the Wii U was like that. It was like, oh, you could play in your living room.
Within 30 feet.
That's right. You don't need your TV. It's wireless in the room and stuff. And that was the one thing everybody thought. What happens if you could go farther than
really
your room,
funny, though?
You know?
Yeah, it was obviously a technology limitation at the time.
Yeah.
Like they could have done it, but it would have been horribly expensive. So they were like, well, we'll just wait for the cost of those parts to go down, and we'll release this sort of like it thing to get them used to the feature, before we release the real thing. But to that effect, that was honestly one of the most useful things ever, because I remember there were times where, like somebody would want to watch TV and I'd want to play a game, but we only had the one TV. So it was like, well, who wins? Flip a coin, or like Nintendo was like, here's a compromise, and I'd sit there and play, Mario on the tablet mode.
Yeah. Genius. They nailed it. They absolutely nailed it. It was like they were after the Switch. They're like, or the Wii. They're like, bro, the Wii was crazy. It was nuts. We got to follow that up with something even nuttier. And then when they came out with the Wii U, everybody's like, that's not what we're looking for. And then they came out with the Switch. They're like, yeah.
Wii U was basically just the Wii 2.
Yeah.
Like you still played with the Wiimote. Like nobody really used the tablet. Like the tablet was more of a hindrance than it was like cool.
Yeah.
Like like Skyward Sword, controlling it with your shield with the nunchuck and the sword with your remote, your Wiimote, whatever.
Yeah.
That was super intuitive. Epic.
Right. They nailed it. I mean, I remember when they had a code name, they're like, it's the Revolution. And everybody's like, the Revolution? The what? They're like, dude, what we got, dude, is going to like turn your brain into shit. Like literally what we got behind this thing is going to completely change the gaming industry to something you've never seen before. And everybody's like, what the hell are they talking about? What is about to happen? They had no idea. Damn.
You know what's funny is like everybody else invested so much more money into that idea and didn't do it as well. Like there was the PS Move and the Xbox 360, the Kinect. Yeah, the Kinect was it was like the very worst one was the PlayStation Move, because you had to have the camera and the Wiimotes. With the Xbox, you just needed the camera, and Nintendo, you needed both, but it just performed so much better.
Yeah.
Because it was all like it was a gimmick. Like they gave you the sensor bars, right, which were actually just like light sources or whatever.
Light they were just like literally two LED infrareds.
Yeah.
Because remember that one time with the candles.
I already know what you're about to say.
We're like,
yeah.
bro, we need to play this. We're trying to play WarioWare. People, if you've never played WarioWare Smooth Moves, it is generational. I remember the times I'd have with my drunken / possibly high friends playing WarioWare Smooth Moves was like some of the greatest moments known to man. And that game is wacky. I mean, you give basically, for those that don't know, 3-second mini games. 3 seconds. That's all you get. And it's like something simple. It's like pick the nose. And then you got to like do this cursor to jab it in somebody's nose. And one's like, flap your wings. And then you got to sit there and flap your wings. It's just random nonsense. But you have to do it in like under 3 seconds. And otherwise you lose a heart. You lose 3 hearts. You lose that thing you're doing and you game over. You have to start again. And it's like a progression system. You have to get through like 20 levels. And if you lose, you got to start over at level 1 again. Perfect party game, legendary. Jason, I looked it up because I was like, oh, I gotta have it. And you know how we have that hacked Wii? We do have a hacked version of WarioWare, but the CD or the DVD is so scratched up, the Wii won't read it. So I have to buy it. And it's still going for like $25-$30. Because people
you
know.
don't do that. Just buy a hard drive. Like the homebrew for the Wii also supported USB.
Oh, but there's no way they got the same old ass stuff available, and you know if the versions don't align.
Just buy a cheap hard drive to plug it in through the USB, because the only thing I remember being weird is it had to be formatted a certain way.
Yeah.
You remember I used to have the Rugged Boy, the hard drive, like just plugged into our Wii all the time.
Yeah.
Like, the first iteration of man, has the statute of limitations went up on that?
I don't know, dude. Are we incriminating ourselves?
We had the binder.
I have that binder, bro. I got it right here. I found it. I
still
was
have
like, damn,
the
I got
binder?
all these games. I got like 50 games or something. Like, I'm showing my kids. I'm like, look at all these games. We're like, boop, 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 boop. There's a couple real ones sprinkled in there.
You showed your kids, like, look, what a criminal.
No, I told them, I was like, I told them the story.
Software.
I was like, man, me and your Uncle Jason, we had this idea. We're like, man, wouldn't it be cool if you could play games that you downloaded right on to the thing, but we needed a CD burner or a DVD burner. I had to explain this to him because, you know, nobody even uses CDs or DVDs anymore.
That was something we had to
I was like,
get
you gotta
Friday.
burn it. They're like, what do you mean burn it? I'm like, yeah, it says burning, but you're essentially using a laser to etch the data into the disc. And so you had to buy this piece of hardware called a DVD burner in order to do this function. It wasn't something standard because not everybody needed to make DVDs. I mean, like, who was doing that?
We could have like bootlegged them things.
Yeah.
You know, like that skill was worth money. We never did that.
Yeah, no. Obviously, we probably had the real copy of the game and we just wanted a backup because I'm pretty sure that's legal. To back up your own physical copies of the game is completely illegal. I can't vouch whether or not we had those physical copies. I withhold any statements.
Well, between the two of us.
Possibly at some point. I wonder, think about this, Jason. Talk about loopholes here in this modern day and age. But back in the day in the 90s, early 2000s, I mean. You go to Blockbuster. You rent the game. So you own the physical disc for a week. Copy it. And now you hold that physical disc. You give back the rental. Is that illegal?
That is still, that's illegal.
That's to copy a rental because you had it for a portion.
But you never had ownership of it.
Ooh, okay.
It's just the same. Like, dude, do you remember when PSP had its homebrew?
Oh, so good, bro. I miss my. I feel like it's once a week. I think about my PSP and I go, man, I can't believe that thing bricked.
There was a application, I guess you'd call it, or it was really just a function of being homebrewed, to be honest with you. Like, it was in the operating system, but it would let you copy to an SD card the contents, which is everything, like even the security layers of a physical like game, like you put in anybody who actually ever owned a PSP, the games were like this tiny CD in a hard plastic case, and that was kind of rounded. So it looked cool, especially for its time. But you would put this plastic case disc thing in the console, and then your homebrew memory card, as long as you had enough data on it, would just download the contents exact copy of that game. So all my friends who had PSPs, I was like, oh, let me borrow your games. Like, let me borrow Crisis Core. Let me borrow. I borrow all these games, right? And then just download them. And the file sizes of things have changed so much since then.
Right.
You know, when you're like, oh, I need 2 terabytes on an SD card.
Nuts.
That card, first of all, didn't exist because terabytes weren't even a thing. But if it did exist, it would be like $1,000 for that.
Yeah, for sure.
Because 500 would get you 500 gigabytes.
Yeah.
And it wasn't even solid state. No. It was just like a hard disk.
Yeah. PSP, good times too. PSP's good times, Wii's good times, original Xbox, good times. Even the 360, but I feel like the original Xbox, we had some like really solid times. Halo, Ghost Recon, but I felt like we did a little more Ghost Recon on the 360 though. Gears of War was on the 360, I feel. Oh,
the
man.
first one?
Now that I'm remembering the 360, there was
right.
so much good stuff. I'm like, okay, no, actually Xbox 360. I changed my mind.
Call of Duty Black Ops 2.
So much good stuff. But do you remember playing Ghost Recon, though? Because that game was different than the others because it's like, you know, Call of Duty, Halo, Black Ops, all that stuff. More about the multiplayer experience, more about the games you're playing in there. And then Ghost Recon was like, you know, you got the squad and you got to go do these missions and blah, blah, blah. And we're like, all right, let's go. Throw the smoke grenades. Oh, remember that one time? It was like we threw the grenade and it started like rolling back. We're like, oh, no, it's rolling back. And it was like smoking us out. It was awesome. Because it was like the Ghost Recon, they take that so seriously. Like they make that game like, you got to do cover in a certain way. Like you can't just willy-nilly like in Halo
you
run
should
and
probably go to boot camp just to play the game.
It was sick. I remember I was like, this is sick. That was like my first Ghost Recon experience. And then as far as like anything else on the Xbox, I'm trying to think here. Gears of War, Halo, Ghost Recon, Call of Duty, of course, but I feel like they all got Call of Duty. What was it? There's like another main Microsoft one that I can't think of right now. Main Microsoft IP that I'm sure we played a lot of, and I'm drawing a blank because we did a lot of Halo for 2. 3 was spotty, and then 4 just dropped. By the time they got to Halo 4, it was like, oh, no.
Bro, Halo has literally been with us the entire time we've known each other.
This is what's crazy, Jason. Remember when Halo Infinity came out, and we were like, oh, this is going to be sick. It's like old days, and we're going to do the campaign. We never played that game. Like, I know we did a little bit of multiplayer or whatever, but, like, we never played that game. I have no idea what it's like. What happens if it was, like, the greatest Halo ever? And we don't know.
I don't know.
We don't know. We need to start the Twitch account. The Getting Ready Twitch account. And then we could just play games on that one. Because nobody's going to watch us on this one. We're like, games? What are these guys doing? I want to hear them talk. Like, all right, here it is. We're talking now. Go to our Twitch and we'll play video games. Because that'd be kind of sick. We could do like a dual channel. We could do like a Getting Ready Al, Getting Ready Jay simul stream, you know? And then that way you can choose which viewpoint. But then I think they had a way, remember, Jason, where it's like I could import what your screen was showing? I think it was called Guest Star or Co-Star or something like that. And so I could show what your screen was. So like we would do it like that, too. That'd be sick. Like to have the main screen and then whoever's the call-in on the sub-screen, and then you go to the opposite channel, it's the opposite. So then when I go to do footage, I can download your video and download my video and be able to do like cuts like that, dude. That'd be sick. That'd be.
Yeah.
This is big brain stuff we're thinking here, people. Preemptively, we haven't made the Twitches yet. Preemptively save them right now. Go on there, search for them. They don't exist. Bookmark it. It will soon.
Yeah, don't create it.
Don't create it. We need to do this. Because there's so many games like that I feel like we haven't had the chance to like experience or just try it. There's so many games that maybe you've tried that I haven't, so you'd need to like, hey, I want to show you this. And there's same thing, games that I've tried that you probably haven't tried, getting you to experience those, and then getting like those ones. Remember when we were starting the Insano Tech channel and we tried like Quake and what was that one?
Oh, yeah.
The Wars one where it's like the people versus people. We were trying that out. What was that one called? Where it's battle simulation, something like that.
Yeah, battle simulation.
Yeah, we did this thing where like, I recorded footage of us playing like, what was that one with the Play-Doh people, and you grab them.
It's either
Gang Beasts,
like Gang Beasts. Yeah,
that game is wacky, dude. Wacky. It's like every time you play that game, there's always something just wacky, funny, crazy. Like, that game is just led to it. It's a great party game. We should bring that back.
Every time.
Get that back.
Every time you think you have it, like you've got the controls and you're like, oh man, I'm out here boxing like Mike Tyson, or I know exactly when to grab and when to, let go, and like all of those shits. Then some dude who no-lifes the game puts you back in your place, and you're like, damn, dude, I don't really know that much, and you got to start over, like rethinking your entire strategy, and then you end up going down the same exact path, and then you're boxing like Mike Tyson again, and then Jumbo Wumbo comes and punches your face
Crazy. Off. And what's funny is, like, honestly, if I had an editor, like somebody that full-time, all they want to do, I just love editing videos. It's so good to me. That's the only thing I enjoy. We would be able to pump out so much freaking content. It's not funny. That's the hardest part. Is like, I remember going through that, and I had like your angle, my angle, the game's angle, each angle. And so like I imported all that, and then you want to chop in, you want to zoom, you got to cut anything that's like a long gap where it's probably uninteresting, stuff like that. And just in that process of doing like all that stuff, it takes so much time. You guys, you just don't understand. The audience is like, I see video, it's good. It's like that. I would say a conservative average is for every 1 minute of a video you watch on YouTube, if that person did that video themselves, it took them at least an hour per minute of video. So for a 5-minute video, that probably at least took them 5 hours to make, to get that whole thing from start to finish. Because I've been doing this for a few years now, and I'm getting more efficient. I'm getting quicker at certain things, but like that's still kind of the average. If you have to go through and work from beginning to end. Now, what's good about this channel and like this show is like, I wouldn't chop shit. Like when I go to chop this stuff up, I'm going to be like the section. So I'll probably do like one section where it's just the debate, like the hour-and-a-half debate. Boom, I'll do that. And then I'll do like little segments of like, they talk immigration, they talk whatever, and just do like a 5 or 10 minute segment. I won't do no work in it. I'll just chop it out. That's not much work. But if you're going to do like cut ins and outs, and that's why I wanted for this live show to have all this ability to do. You see what I'm doing here, people? You see how I just hit a button and it's like we're taking a journey here? This would normally, in editing, take you so long to first of all, get all this video synchronized, and then to chop out and delete the certain portions. All right, I want to show this portion, that portion. It's bonkers. It's bonkers. We need to get some interns to just start editing the videos, and we could hand them so much footage. People, we could pump out so much footage, it would make your head spin. I got so much stuff stored up on my hard drive. I have it in a folder called Release This. Because it's like just footage where I'm like, oh, I should just give it a little trim and put it out there. I'm going to start doing that, but it feels like I've been tripping over my feet for the last few months here. I said at the beginning of July, I was like, I'm about to go full force. And now we're in September. I'm like, I'm not there yet. Like, this is bonkers. Now, the good news is, For a long time, it was the EP holding me up. I went to band practice today. I showed them the latest version of the EP, and they all gave me their thumbs up, and they're like, yeah, it's good. Release it. Now, my own personal opinion, I got to do a couple more tweaks because I was listening to it in the car in there. I was like, okay, maybe turn this down a little bit, this up a little bit, whatever. I'm going to get that done by tomorrow. And then as soon as I'm done with it, I'm just going to upload it tomorrow. I don't know how long it'll take to actually disperse to Spotify, Apple Music, and whatever. But I'm going to upload it tomorrow night to those services. I assume it's going to take a day to process, but we're hoping that it's live for Friday. So Friday, it'd be like, we have the show, because we have a show this Friday. So if, obviously for the people passing by there in the Metro Detroit area, for some reason scanning this YouTube channel, we're playing at the Diesel Lounge, Epic Disappointments, Friday, the 13th. It's going to be crazy. Lots of metal bands. We're pop punk. We're playing with a ton of metal and some hard punk too. So we're going to be definitely standing out like a sore thumb, I feel. But hopefully the best kind of sore thumb, if that's a thing.
Yeah.
The best sore thumb. So I'm going to record that because I know Cheyenne would probably want to watch that. I'm going to try to do my multiple camera angles. I want to use this fisheye. I'm concerned about this, but I'm thinking about using the fisheye, putting the camera like right in front of the stage. And then since it's fisheye, it would see like all of us, but like me, I'm in the middle, so I'd be like right up front, and then Dylan and Mario, and then you'd see Garrett in the back. I think it would look cool, but I'm concerned it'll be in the pit, and people are gonna want to do a little bit of this when they hear some of these breakdowns. They might want to punch each other. So I don't know, but I will set up multiple cams. I can't guarantee I'll go live because I feel like the Wi-Fi at that place is really bad. Every time I try, it's like really bad. And so it's almost like I don't want to waste one of the cameras worth of footage. I wish I had a crappy phone, and I have my old phone. I'm not sure. I wish I had a crappy phone where it's like I could set that on the live so that way you can experience it live and you can comment live, but then I still have multiple good cameras recording, 4K, 60 frames a second. Like, I like doing that stuff. But the problem is when I go live on my phone, Facebook is like 720p and the bit rate's bad. So it's like, it's almost unusable footage afterwards to download and make video content for. So it's almost like I have to sacrifice my phone, and my phone's one of the best cameras I got. Like, I know it's an SE, but it's still a solid-ass camera. I got the Sony Boy, and the Sony Boy does a great job. And then my iPad does 4K, so it does a good job as well. So usually I use that combination of phone, Sony Cam, and iPad. I used to have a GoPro, but I left it at a venue. I forgot to get it after a show. And I was like, man, it was going to be the sickest angle.
Are you serious?
Yeah, because I used to put it like right before the drummer or in the audience side. So I always had to remember like, oh, get that afterwards, because I put it in the ceiling to get like a really cool angle, because, that GoPro has the wide angle. And so it was always, I was playing with fire doing those angles, because I knew at some point I was going to forget it. And I did. And then when I went back, it was gone. Somebody said, ooh, GoPro.
Oh, yeah.
I'm going pro.
They were now, if you ever, like, once you guys get like big enough to have like information leaks and stuff, they're gonna be like, oh, we're gonna post it.
That'd be so funny. I don't know what else is on the SD card, like that's on the GoPro SD card.
Oh,
they're like, we
man.
hacked this thing. We got everything. They got me like. That'd be so funny. I wish I had more awkward shit. Like, that'd be so funny. I should record some stuff now in the event of I get hacked, and they could be like, what the hell is this? Like, maybe like self-affirmations like, you're awesome. You're so awesome. Like, all he was doing was listening to these audio files of self-affirmations. Is this guy nuts? That actually might be smart. That'll throw him off the case of my psychoness. No, like, no, it's obvious. It's painfully obvious now. Dang. So anyway, we're going to release that thing. We got the show. Hopefully it's live for the show, so that way I'm at the show and I'm like, we're going to play. So I'll give you guys the set list because it's just you and Cheyenne, so nobody else. This is the inside scoop. Everybody listen in. this is the set list. We're going to start with Deception, because I was like, guys, we got to hit them with something heavy off the bat, because like I said, everybody's going to be very heavy. We're talking death metal,
We're gonna have
hardcore,
to hit 'em in the start,
intense stuff. So I was like, we
heavy.
can't go soft on the first song. We got to go something tough. So I was like, let's start with Deception. Now, we're going to actually start with a cover, sort of, for the intro. I love doing this where I do an intro of a different song, a real song that you people would know, and then after a certain point, just stop and then go into one of our songs. And then people, what's so funny is people, I kind of expect this, but I thought people would be taking it a little more funly. They would get pissed. They were like, oh, that ain't oh, man, no, I got tricked. They tricked me, because they'll get so excited about whatever cover we started with. Because there was this one time we started with, what was the intro? It's called Hey by the Suicide Machines. I think it's called Hey by the Suicide Machines. Really good intro. Really heavy, but it's really cool. And it's iconic in that genre of like ska, hardcore, whatever, because they got both aspects of that. And so we started with that, and then people were going nuts. They were like, oh, that's sick. And a couple people knew it, but there was one guy in particular that was like, that must have been his jam, because he was like, oh, like, you know, when they get that, like, I know that song. He's like, oh, yeah, so we're playing the intro, and he's like, yeah, and then at some point, and then I'm like, psych, and then I go into Cheer Up Fuck, and that guy was like, because I had it on video, because I like to video every show, he was like pissed. He was like, man, what the fuck is this? And he just walked out of the pit, out of the crowd. And he went and sat down. He was like deflated. We lost this man's confidence in everything.
Wow.
He was like, I thought you were gonna play this awesome song, and you play one of yours, this garbage compared to what I knew. So that was funny. I love doing that. This next one, Jason, I'm not gonna tell you what it is. You're gonna have to experience it in the video afterwards. So Cheyenne, this will be a surprise for you as well. But it is legendary. It's going to be a legendary intro from a well-known band, and people are going to be like, oh, especially anybody that doesn't know us. They're going to be like, oh, shit, what is this band about to do? This is crazy. And then we're going to go into Deception. So it'll be funny, but it's just like a little 20-second intro of something else. We'll immediately go into Deception. Then after Deception, we're going to do Issues, because that way, now we're telling them, first it's like, we're heavy, okay, and then I'm like, I got to lead them into pop punk. I got to lead them back. So Issues is fast, so they'll circle pit. They'll like to run around for that one, even though it's very singy and emotional. So I think they'll have a good time for that. So that way, by the time we get to song 3 is going to be Baggage. And it's the new version of Baggage, which I call Baggage 2.0. New intro, whole different key, because it's 2 steps down. We revitalized the solo, the rhythm behind the solo. Dylan revitalized the solo a little bit. And then we made small little changes here and there with like how the song goes. So like Cheyenne and yourself, if you've heard the old version, you'll hear this new one and you'll be like, it sounds almost completely different, but it's the same song. Same verses, same chorus, same song structure. Everything's the same. It's like revitalized, if you will, rejuvenated or something like that. So it's different, but it's way more close to what I wanted the first one to be, but I just couldn't do it. And I was like, man, this one's hard to sing. I can't really just give it what I want to give it. And then, like, plus with everybody else, like before we had Mario, like certain limitations we had and whatever. So it's like, once we were like, this is Play-Doh. This is our song. We can do whatever we want to it. Because I was telling him I feel like the intro doesn't fit to the song. Because I wanted some, like, legendary intro. So that's why it's like, because then people are going to be like, oh, shit, this is about to be Iron Maiden. And then we go into some like 90s, early 2000s pop punk, and they go, oh, what the fuck? Like, I kind of want that because it's funny. You know what I mean? To me, the whiplash you get from that. So that's kind of what I was going for. But the problem is it almost does it too much. Like there's almost just a complete letdown afterwards for me listening to it. And so I was like, man, the intro needs to build up to the song, not start strong and then drop into the song. Because that was the feeling. It started really strong and then it dropped into the song. So I was like, we need a build-up intro that takes us off into the song. So that's what we did now. So you'll see that in the video in the future. Then the fourth song is going to be Reflect, which is Mario's song. That's when I can say, hey, this, if you like it, this song's on the newly available EP. Go listen to it on your drive home. You're going to want to let it out. Let it out. Let it out.
Like fucking Seinfeld.
Got to get the effects going. So we'll get them to let it out at the Reflect point. Then number 5 is going to be, this is going to be great. So after Reflect, we're going to do FTW. FTW, I told the guys, we've been doing the same intro for like 5 years. It was what I made in 2019 when I made this song. And I was like, I wanted to do a little solo in the beginning and blah, blah. And it just felt like we were always really having to try to synchronize this intro. Like, we all have to be completely on point and blah, blah. And I was like, and then plus when they changed the song, so Cheyenne is probably the only one in the background. Is like, I would Google this. If you Google Epic Disappointments, you'll find our SoundCloud. And this was my original SoundCloud. So those demos that I have on the SoundCloud were the first things I ever recorded for this band. I did all the instruments, and I was like, I just wanted to show people what my idea was so I can find the other musicians. So that way I can find a drummer, find a singer. So I made these demos, these really rough demos. And so when I made FTW, when I was making and creating that song, it's like intentionally depressing. Because when I was thinking it, well, I was like, man, life, no bueno. Kind of want to leave. I'm getting out of here. It's so funny, Jason. I see these like memes and like, what do they call it? Trending things. And I always have like my idea for, oh, what would I do? Like I did a couple of those on my TikTok with like, let's see what's in the rap. Let's see what rap's like nowadays. It's like, lick my booty hole or whatever. I was like, what the hell? What? This is mainstream. But there was one where it's like, you can always disintegrate me with water. Yeah. And my first thought, because I was thinking of FTW, I was like, and in that song, it's just about suicidal depression. So I'm like, hey, life gets too tough. You can always just end it. Yeah. But I'm like, TikTok will ban me instantly. They're like, you cannot say this dark shit. You can't say it. But I was jokingly, laughingly. Obviously, I don't feel like that anymore. But I remember being at that point, that low, and it's just like, I don't want to be here no more. I don't want to. No, this thing sucks. Don't want to be here. People suck. Trust no one. Fuck everyone. And just everything. The whole message of that song. So that song's real special to me. Like, it's like, it's either my favorite song or one of my favorite songs. So the intro I felt was lacking. And I was like, man, this intro it's not that it's lacking. It's almost too much. Because my original intro was that big lead, but then when you got into the song was like, everyone will feel you. It was like a ballad, if you will, a very slow, somber ballad. And then when I left the band and I came back like 2 years later or a year and a half later or whatever, they were like, hey, we changed the verse because we thought it could use a little more energy. And so what they did, I liked. Garrett did like a 16, so he's like, and then Dylan's doing like a, and then Mario's doing a bum 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 bum. So you could just imagine this grooviness to it. And so I was like, no, I get that, I dig that, that's pretty cool. But then after a few, like I guess at this point a year or so playing the song live, I'm like, the only thing it misses is like that really lonely, depressing feel. Like I feel like it's kind of getting away from the original foundation of that because it does have a little more energy than I was looking for. So I said, hey guys, what about this? What about this? Hear me out, and I'll take a veto if you guys want. What happens if I played the intro all by myself?
I was like, what happens if I told the guy, hey, at this point in the stage, I'm going to sit down on a chair and get a spotlight just on me, darken everything else, and I'm going to do this intro. Do, all by myself. And they were like, well, shoot, try it out. And so I did it, clean guitar, but with a bunch of effects. And it's pretty sick. I was like, damn, I liked that. The first time I played it, I was like, that's pretty sick. Dylan wants to join me. And so the last few practices we've been doing where me and Dylan, so it's just the guitars. There's no bass, there's no drums or whatever. And I like the fullness that it gets because he does something a little bit different than what I'm doing. So the combination of both those guitars does a really solid intro. So it's a really just clean. It's just two guitars playing the chords in the beginning. So I'm really excited to unveil that. That'll be the first time for that FTW intro. So hopefully they love it. I'm hoping my dad goes to the show. He said he'll probably go. The problem is, it's like he doesn't necessarily want to go by himself. So hopefully my sister and her husband will go. They can go as a big gaggle and then head on down to Chesterfield. That'd be fantastic. Garrett usually gets a good showing of people out there. But obviously, if my dad comes out, FTW, he told me is his favorite song. He's like, that's my favorite. Like that one. Awesome. His only problem is like the outro or that out portion where he's like, I wish it ended different. He's like, I wish it ended with like some sort of uplifting or some sort of like, something else, like where it kind of
like, nah, that's the point.
And I'm like, I told him, I was like, no, that's the point. That's like the whole outro is like, I would imagine the music video is like, at the end, fuck this world, I'm out, bump, 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 pff, and then you just blow your brains out and then fade into like an ocean, and you're just like fading down, drowning in darkness until the end, and it fades out. Like, that'd be sick. This is kind of what I was thinking. I'm like, no, this song's depressing. There's no positivity in this. This is a bad, negative sounding song because that's what it is. So I don't know. The ending ain't changing, but he hasn't seen it live since we added a cap. Because before we would just it was so funny. We would play the outro until we kind of synchronized, that we're all stopping, and then we'd stop and just kind of let it ring out. I remember Michael, he always wanted to do this thing where he'd be like, boom, 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 boom. Just get slower and slower. And I was just like, oh, we got to end it. I like when you end a song and then everybody's like, yay. If you end it and you kind of extend it out, people don't know when to clap. So then when you're really done, they're awkwardly, they're like, oh, do we clap now? Oh, okay. You know what I mean? So I like to just end a song. Bum, bum, bum. So now we have a closing where I was like, Garrett, just do a big rock outro, and then give us a count. Give us a 3 count because it starts with a 3, should end with a 3. So it's 1, 2, 3, bum, bum, bum. And then they can be like, yay. Bum, bum, bum. That's the end. I must clap now. After FTW, now that they've chilled out and possibly headbanged a little bit, we're going to hit them with Stand, Fight, Live, Wrong. Hit them with that as the second to last. Sometimes we do that one last because it's so epic that it's hard to follow that up. But I decided let's do that one second to last so that way people can be hyped for something that is a little closer to us, even though they would enjoy Stand, Fight, Live, Wrong more being at a metal show. So we're going to do Stand, Fight, Live, Wrong. And what's funny is we have an extended outro for that song that we do live that we don't do on the EP. On the EP, it goes intro, verse, chorus, and then breakdown. And then it goes intro, chorus, breakdown. In the live show, we were like, what happens if we added one more breakdown to the end? But a full breakdown, not a half breakdown, the whole thing. We're like, that'd be funny. So that's what we're going to do. It's you get to the end and it's already dun-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun, and everybody's like, yeah, yeah. And then we're like, dun-dun, dun-dun-dun. And then Dylan goes, boop, 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 with the harmonics, hits that, and then Garrett goes, and he starts hitting the hi-hat. And then I'll say something really heavy, we're going to rip your freaking heads off and, tell Mario to get out the body bags and, somebody's going to break their neck or something like that. I'll say something real heavy stuff and they're going to be like, oh, shit, we got to do it now. And then we're going to go into the breakdown one more time. If they don't mosh from that, they're dead. I mean, these people are corpses. So I expect some hard moshing for that. So right after we literally destroy everything with Stand Fight Live Wrong, we're going to be like, all right, we got one last song, obviously for anybody OG that knew us, and we'll play Dirt. We're going to close it out with Dirt because I feel like that's our most well-known song, at least most well-liked on the EP, enough. And so I was like, well, we can close with that. We've closed with it a few times, and it does well because people, usually by the end, they're more lubed up, so they're more willing to, like, say stuff. And Dirt's pretty catchy for the chorus, so we'll even get randos that are, like, chanting the chorus with us. And I try to get them to, like, all right, I want to see you say this chorus. It's so funny. When we get to the last chorus, there's been times where I'm like, I'm looking each and every one of you right in your effing face. I'm looking in your eyes, and I want to see every single one of you say this chorus. And they're probably thinking, this guy's nuts. He's looking us right. We better say it. And we'll get the whole play. I am Dirt. They'll at least do the I am Dirt if they don't know anything else. So we're going to try to get that off. We have an idea to do like a plant. So this is just between us three and the rest of the internet. It's like we have this idea for I am Dirt where it's like the last chorus. Usually I do that whole speech where I'm like, I'm looking you in your damn fucking eyes. And I'm like, I better see you. We're like, wouldn't it be funny if we had somebody in the audience start it? Where they say, I am Dirt, and then we all land on Dirt to start the instruments and stuff like that we normally would. So I'm like, but we can't rely live on somebody. We can't just be like, you. Well, you know, what happens if they really don't want to do it? They're put on the spot, whatever. I was like, we got to plant somebody. We got to be like, hey, when we get to this point, we want to call out an audience member. We want you to raise your hand and do the I am Dirt. Can you do that? And then we'll get somebody to be like, yeah, we'll do that. And then I'll be on stage. I'm like, what's your name? Even though I'll know them. They'll be a plant. But I'll be like, what's your name? Oh, your name's Ralph? Ralph, I'm going to need you to say, I am Dirt. You could do that for me, right? 3 words, right? None of those are big words, right? Ralph, he's like, yeah. All right. Everybody at the Diesel Lounge, don't let Ralph down. I want you to join him. Everybody on the count of 3, we're going to say, I am Dirt. Are you ready? They're like, yeah. I'll be like, 1, 2, 3. I am. And then we'll hit Dirt, finish the song off. So hopefully that goes off without a hitch. I'm putting that in the plan now so we can reflect on how well that worked or didn't work later when we watch the footage afterwards. Then after that, we do a big rock ending, close it up, and I told them we should destroy all our equipment. It will be memorable. We'll be like, this is it, last show, it's gone now. And they're going to be like, these guys were nuts. They won't destroy it, but maybe I'll bring something on stage to, like, bash or something. That'd be pretty cool. And then that's it. We walk off stage. Boom. 30 minutes of legendary stuff. So that's the expectation. Now that I've put that into the world, we're going to see what the reality is next week on Getting Ready. We'll watch the live show as part of the live show. We'll watch the live show as a non-live show on the live show. You know how it is. I can't be in how would I be able to watch myself live? Here. If I'm here and you're there, who's going to be on stage? People, it's not possible. One of us has to not be live. So I'm going to do the other not live me. But once we perfect shadow clones, it's game over. It's game over. Once I get the shadow clone technique, I'm telling you, it's a wrap. I'm going to be like, 2 of you, you're editors. That guy, you make thumbnails. That guy, you research articles. That guy, and I'm just cloning myself. Boop, 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 boop. Boop, boop, boop. You go to work. You, I was going to say you sleep. Let me sleep, okay? You clean. Clean the house. I'm going to sleep. They're like, oh, this is sweet. I mean, I would assume all the shadow clones are cool about that. I don't know how it works because they're all you. You get what I'm saying, Jason? Like, if all the shadow clones
and when
are
you wake
you,
up and all of them come back, then you're exhausted again.
But think about this. If all the shadow clones are you, would you be upset about doing things that you had to do because you couldn't be the you that did it? Because another version of you did that thing? You get what I'm saying? One of you got to go to work. So, like, would you be upset if you were the shadow clone that had to go to work, but one of your other shadow clones had to, like, clean the house or something. You know what I mean? You'd be like, well, it's me. And I had to go
I
to
think
work
it's
anyway.
way too hive mind for that.
But the hive mind, because from what I hear about shadow clones, the mind only comes back, the connectedness, once the shadow clone's been dissolved. So while it's active, you don't get to hear its thoughts or nothing. You don't get to like see its sight. It's a separate entity, and then once it disperses or you disperse it, then all the knowledge, the memories of that shadow clone come to you, and then you're like, oh, that was me doing that. So it's always you doing that, but you get to delegate your
like,
own
oh,
tasks.
Now I'm tired.
Yeah, maybe that's why Naruto is so tired. He's like, bro, I'm making these all the time. I'm making like thousands of these things. I'm tired. Constantly.
Right.
That sucks. But I still want it. I'll take the tiredness to do the shadow clones. I'm not saying I'll get rid of the rest of the band, but it's going to make it a lot easier. A lot. I'm like, hey, check this out. I'll show, instead of doing a recorded demo, I'll be like, shadow clones, boop, 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 boop. I'll bust out 3 or 4 of me, and I'll do a live version. I'm like, that's how it should sound. They're going to be like, oh, interesting. Very specific example. See? Boom. That'd be awesome. That'd be awesome. Why can't we do that? But I like the shadow clones as in they're temporary. Because I know some people will be like, well, you could just clone yourself. Yeah, but then you'd have a permanent clone. You know what I mean? You'd have to, like, feed it. It's going to want a bed, too. Because it's you. You know what I mean? You can't just be like, yeah, you sleep on the living room floor.
Yeah, you can't treat yourself
Yeah,
bad.
why would you treat... I mean, that has to be, like... I mean, there's, like, Jason-level asshole, and there has to be, like, next-level asshole. Like, yeah, okay, you won't treat other people good. Whatever, that's normal asshole. But you won't even treat yourself good? Like, that is, like, next level. Because at bare minimum, I would assume even an asshole would take care of themselves. So this has to be some sort of level 2 asshole master or something. Right?
We don't speak of that level.
Yeah. I mean, that's serious. Like, because I could imagine, like, me. And he'd be like, hey, where do I sleep? I'm like, well, if I was me, but not me, because you're not me, but you are me at the same time, I'll at least have you sleep on the couch. And then I'll sleep on the bed. But I'd probably, knowing me, I'd sleep on the couch, and I'd give other me the bed. Because I'm all right with the couch. The couch is actually comfortable. I slept on the couch last night and the night before. Because my kids, they had this idea. They were like, they wanted to all be in the same room, the bedroom, not the living room, the bedroom. Because I got the big screen in the middle, and then I have a gaming monitor on the left. And then so I have another TV that I took out of their other room. And so I have 3 TVs, so we can all be in the same room playing Xbox, or somebody could be watching YouTube or whatever. So I was like, well, shoot, if we're in here. So I just brought the couch into my bedroom. So in my bedroom, I got the couch, I got the corner chair, and I got my bed. Somebody sits on the bed and blah, blah, blah. And so I'm like, I've left it in there ever since. And then when my kids come over, I sleep on the couch. And it's actually, like, comfortable. It's a good couch. It's just one of those IKEA click. It's not even like the cool IKEA that I had where it's like you fold out and stuff. It's futon click. It clicks up, it clicks flat. They did a good job with that. So I'm hoping to get a second one because I almost don't want to move it out of my bedroom and get a second one for the living room. Now, I haven't got an update as far as new guests go because I was waiting for Steven. He did get back to me. He said he was going to get some other dates going. He reached out to me again over the last week, gave me an update on the situation. So I don't know. It's not going to be anytime soon for Steven. So we're going to have to just move on. But this is the thing I was thinking, Jason. I want this show to be kind of like that's one of my slogans, right? There's a shirt you can go buy on the store. It's called There Is No Box. There is no box. So I feel like I don't want to limit the guests with like a certain, you know what I mean? I have these band friends that I wanted to bring on because I think there could be some mutual success that we can both see from these things because they'd want to share, hey, you got to go watch us on this guy's show. We were doing this thing. So they'll share it to their fans. We'll want to bring them on because then their fans will watch this, blah, blah. So it's mutual for that. But
we could technically have anybody on the show, regardless of category. It could be like, I'm trying to think of like random people to just invite. I should just randomly reach out to like anybody, bro. And I would have to assume, let's say a 1% success rate. So if I reach out to 100 random celebrities, do you think we can get one to come on the show? What do you think are the odds? How many celebrities would I have to reach out to get one? Because that would be a legendary start to get this snowball rolling, is if we can get somebody with some substantial status. Jason, we're going to woo-wee. Woo. What are the odds? How many letters do I got to write digitally?
I don't know. That's a good question.
There's
probably a lot.
Statistics, there's probability. Do you think it's 1 in 100, 1 in 1,000? Or do you think it might not take that much to get somebody, depending on the level of status? Obviously, if I'm messaging like nothing but Donald Trump, Kamala Harris, like all these like really top tiers, the success rate's going to be like relatively low. But if we lower our standards to be like anybody with like a following of, I don't know, what do we say is a minimum threshold for minor celebrity status? What would you say is like, obviously not widespread, not mainstream, but like, okay, they're popular. They're popular. What would you say is a threshold for that?
1,000 subs.
1,000 subs?
Yeah.
Interesting. If that's our threshold, I think our success rate can jump up, because I feel like I know if I had 1,000 subs, that's still in the I'm grinding mode. You know what I mean? Like I'm still going on to YouTubers' channels that don't maybe have as much following because I'm trying to just put as much of myself out there. So I think we'd have a much higher success with just 1,000. I was thinking you were going to say like 100,000 maybe, like minor celebrity.
I did originally think that, but then I was like,
because 1,000, I feel like
it's still kind of.
It's a very low threshold. Very low. It depends on what because some people grind hard for that 1,000. Like we're gonna have to, unfortunately, because our channel is about nothing. That's the problem when you don't really have as much of a niche, as you have to like just grind it out to get that audience. Like the audience will get the information. YouTube is really good about getting the content to who would watch it. You just have to put in more work. If you're not as searchable, not as specific or trendy or relevant or whatever, because those people, they grow instantly. Like if everything you did was a how-to video, or everything you did was like current event or something like that where they're searching, as long as you put out good content and you're doing a fine job, you'll grow really fast. I see a lot of channels. I'll save them. I'll do a screenshot of them where I find a video from them while they're still a small channel, and I'll screenshot of it so I can come back to it in a year or two, and I go, man, their content was good, and they only had 600 subscribers or something. I can't wait to see where they're in. So I could see that. I could see 1,000 being a good threshold, but I honestly, with that, I'm just gonna reach out to everybody, bro. I should just have a canned statement that I just copy and paste. Just be like, hey, my name is Al Silva. Got this show, Getting Ready, Backstage with Al and Jay. It's just a podcast. It's just a video cast, live show. It's whatever you want it to be. I just want you to come on the show and hang out with us. Really love what you do. I enjoy your content. And just wanted to see if you had about an hour and a half on a Tuesday night to come hang out with your boys, Al and Jay. Copy and paste. Send that out to about 1,000 celebrities. Boom. We got a suggestion in the chat here. You should totally bring on a fan, not anyone specifically or anything. Yeah, there you go, Cheyenne. That's a great idea. We could have a segment that's like a phone a fan, because I like alliterations and things like that. Phone a fan, and it'd be funny. Like we could do like a quiz, a game thing. You know, like a radio show. They'll do games, and they ask for like, we need a caller. So we'll have like our Skype. Well, I don't know how crazy this will get. Like to have our Skype up, like we need a caller. Here's the Skype. Go ahead and call in, and the first person that gets through, we can have them on and do some sort of quizzy thingy, some sort of game. You could win a prize, Cheyenne. You could win a cup, or possibly even a bowler hat. What were they called again? I can't remember.
Bucket. God damn you, retard. I said bowler one.
Bucket hat. It's because they don't look like buckets. For some reason, I would think a bucket hat is like you seen those like, to me it's like the Flintstones or something like that, but it's like a very square hat with like a little tail that comes out of there. That's what I was thinking, because it looks like a bucket, a very buckety thing. Buckets don't have rims. Who would name this? It said, I'll fight.
Buckets don't have corners.
She said, I'll fight to be the first person. We should do, that'd be so funny if there was like some sort of lobby battle. Like there was like a side lobby. So you Skyped in, and before it got you onto our main Skype, it put you into some sort of lobby where you did some sort of battle. I don't know what it is, but some sort of battle with the other people in the lobby. And once you eliminate all them,
the other person's bank account.
Once you eliminate them, it's like now you can join the show, and then it lets you join in whatever that contest is. Some sort of battle with the other callers, and you have to defeat them. That'd be sick. What a great idea. Skype, they should do that. They're like, what meeting would somebody be doing where they want people in the lobby to fight to get kicked out of the room? I don't know. In the real world, where they would use that.
You wouldn't get kicked out. You would just get put back in the queue one, like you're next up again. Rather than going
you think
right
there's
now
multiple rooms and you progress? So you go room 1, room 2, room 3, and if you lose, you stay in room 3 until the next person comes to try to fight, and then you can advance as long as you beat everybody else in your room?
Yeah.
Oh, we should name this something. We can call it like Insano video calls or something. Like we need to like take it from. Don't even let Skype do it. Insano Skype. No, we can't do that. Insano Skype. Something like that. And the people are like, why would we use your video conferencing service? Well, have you ever wanted to have people like fight for the right to get onto your call? Have you ever thought that? And they'll be like, yeah, I kind of thought that before. Well, with our platform, you can set the number of rooms you want people to advance to. Think of them like dungeon levels. And you can even set AI bosses, if you'd like, that would filter out any noobs or people that you don't want to get onto your show for certain reasons. But if they beat them and they successfully climb the ranks through the rooms, they'll be automatically entered in to your live lobby, and then you can click accept, and they would join your show. And then people are going to be like, that is nuts. I mean, that is
brutal. Yeah.
Epic call battles. That's right. They're calling in and battling. Trademark it now. I think we won YouTube with 3D YouTube. We've already won this battle. Now we're going to win Skype with the epic call battles. We're taking over everything. Everything that you've ever interacted with in your entire life. We're going to come up with a different solution for, and we'll lead us to kings. We'll really lead us to kings. Hey, Jason, I heard there's a potato famine in Idaho. You might want to check that out. Definitely on the emergency phone. Is he gone? No, we got to vote Jason out. He can't be here anymore. He's no longer fit to be king. We'll hang him for treason. Oh, wait, Jason's back. Jason, I say a toast.
What are you talking about?
Two kings. Clink.
Clink.
To me, I poisoned your wine. And then you're supposed to say, I poisoned yours as well. Do you know what I'm talking?
Why would I sound like that?
Because it's the tenacious. What is it? Is it the City Hall? Yeah. I can't remember what song it's in there. In the middle of it, we'll lead us to kings. There's a potato famine. Then I send you on the famine, and then I tell the people, we got to get rid of Jason. He can't be here leading this king no more. I'm sorry. That's just how it is. Oh, he's back. All right, Jason. Toast. Two kings. To me, long live the king. I poisoned yours as well. Oh, yeah, it is City Hall. Shitty, city, 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 shitty, city, shitty. Oh, ho, 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 ho. That's a good song. Very solid. I remember the first time hearing that album and that weird, because I saw the show before I saw the album. And I feel like I didn't see every episode that album has in there, but I was like, man, these guys are nuts. This is wacky. This is good stuff. It was different, out there, tremendously crazy.
At first, it always reminded me of like Adam Sandler's comedy, like
comedy music.
It's musical, yeah,
crazy.
Musical comedy.
Yeah. No, they did a good job. And then they had the Pick of Destiny, and I was like, bro, hang on, this is nuts. I don't know why they always say that movie flopped. I guess in their eyes or whatever, but it's like a cult classic. It had to have made some sales. I don't think it was a flop at all. I think it was success for what they were going for. Did they think it was going to be what? Batman Returns? Did they think it was going to be Avengers? No, it's Tenacious D. What were they expecting? I felt like it did just as good as it probably should have. And then they did The Rise of the Phoenix. That was pretty good. I did enjoy a good chunk of songs on that album. But then they got to, I think it was Post-Apocalyptico. And that one I didn't enjoy very much. I'm just going to say it like that. I ran through it. I listened to it. I was like, oh, man, that wasn't as good. I think they were just throwing some stuff together. Post-apocalyptico. It's hard to say, but look it up, and you're going to be like, oh, man, they didn't have it together. They didn't, and that's okay. We all fail. You guys are going to be telling me the same thing about my music. Epic Disappointments, I mean, they definitely crashed out. They're like complete sellouts now. Like, they don't sound nearly as good as they did in the beginning. Or like, what's funny is though, lately, and this is the best part for me about this band, Epic Disappointments. I write from the heart. So like, I'm writing songs in situations or in feelings, in things, in that moment, right? And so then I'll write a song. And so like, we can go through the whole thing, but it'd be for a different day, for a whole video. We could do a whole segment on this. What do they call it? Behind the Music. El Silva, Behind the Music. Write that down. But talking about like the years, 2019, 2020, blah, blah, and what I'm going through, and then the songs that come out of that, and then 2022, 2023, now we're in 2024. And so like as we're getting these newer songs that I'm making, what's funny is I'm making more songs with my electric guitar and through the distortion, headphones up, whatever. And so like, and so coupled with it already starting off with a heavier method for a heavier medium to, paint this canvas versus my acoustic guitar, which is usually the core of how I start most of the songs. So it's already starting heavier. But like my feelings these days aren't necessarily like a mopey depression. Like FTW is like, oh man, this place sucks, whatever. And so it's almost like an aggression of sorts. Like I'm like upset in certain ways. And so now the music, it's like I'm writing these things and I'm like, oh, this is getting kind of heavy here. And it's like, that's where we're talking about. It's like, it's like if all the songs are from the heart, technically it's the same band. But when things might diverge too far, do you go like, okay, this is probably not a fit for this. But if it's my potato or my Play-Doh, right? Couldn't it mold into anything? But the problem is I don't want the other stuff to go away. And there are times where I write, like even nowadays, I have this other idea where it's like really slow and moody. So it's like, I just want to have that range. I just want to have that ability as my band to be like, yeah, I got some real soft, feely shit. And then I got some real hard ass shit. Some hard ass, like borderline metal shit. Like, I kind of want that range, but I feel like, once again, that it takes away from the focus, maybe? So I don't know. But I'm at least not thinking about how it affects anything. I'm just writing. I'm writing it how it is. I'll record it on my phone, or I'll make little demos on the laptop. I just record it. I'm not trying to think of like, oh man, this is... Because Slayer says all the time, they're like, we'll write a song idea. We'll be like, is it Slayer? If it ain't Slayer, they throw it away. They're like, we only write shit for Slayer. And I don't think I ever wrote anything where I was like, is this for me? Like, because I write all the songs for me. And so when I write anything, I'm like, I listen to it, I'm like, yeah, that's sweet. That's awesome. Like, I'm not considering, does this fit the band or the audience or whatever it is? I'm like, that's secondary. I assume, what I would assume what should or would happen would be not everybody will like everything. And that's okay. You know what I mean? Like, there are some bands, like when I listen to Metallica, I can listen to the whole album through for pretty much almost all their albums because I like pretty much everything they do. But I don't think there's necessarily something wrong with, like, if you like a band and you might only like 2 or maybe 3 songs on their album, and they got 10 or 12 songs on their album, is that a failure? You know what I mean? But you like 2 or 3 songs, like maybe one even makes your like super dedicated playlist. Is that a failure? I don't think that's a failure. If people just can resonate with 1, 2, or 3 songs, I think that's all right. I think some people would appreciate the variety, but the people that didn't appreciate the variety, I don't think they're like, nah, I can't listen to this band because some of the shit they got is lame. I don't listen to that hard shit. Or if like they really like the pop punk stuff, they're like, ooh, some of this is too heavy for me. Like, I think they just wouldn't listen to those tracks, but they would enjoy what they enjoy, right? I don't think it takes away from it. It just adds to the palette, to the color wheel spectrum of ink that I can apply to my canvases.
I imagine that's true.
It's just weird. I think a lot of bands, they have like a specific signature sound, and they're like, we just stick to that. And that's why you can tell with a lot of bands, like, they just fall into one bucket, and I just have a really hard time falling into one bucket. I think it's because I like so much different stuff that it's like I'm in different moods listening to different stuff. I could be listening to dubstep, and then I could be listening to like metal, and then going into like soft rock or punk, even jazz. I listen to classical. Like, I'm like, I'm bouncing all around. To me, if it's a good song's universal. A good song, you can... There's like Taylor Swift songs that I'm like, that's a good song. I could just tell. I'd want to do it in a different way. I'd want to give it my style there. But I could tell they're good songs. Like, so to me, I don't have that barrier. And I think that kind of keeps me willy-nilly over here with my influences. Because a lot of people are like, yeah, I just listen to blank, blank, and blank, and that's what I do. So when they listen to that, they create music that's like that. They feel in a certain way, so they just kind of fall in that vein. And I just have trouble with that. I like to bounce around. Like, sometimes I'll just get an idea. I'll listen to a band, I'll listen to a song, and I'll like that concept, whatever they did, like the overarching concept of that song, maybe the feeling that the song gives you, and I go, man, I want to do a song like that. And then I'll get an idea of how to do that, and then I just extrapolate, and I just and then I end up creating chunks or riffs or even entire songs from being influenced by a song. That's completely different than literally plagiarizing it. Like, some people will be like, oh, I like that riff. I'm going to do that same riff, but on a different string or a little bit lower or something like that. It's like, oh, all right, that's completely stealing. But as far as like a feeling you get, like, I remember hearing this one song and I was like, I like how spacey and like almost like echoey, doomy sound it was. It was just like this big open intro that was just like super what do they call it? Wet with effects and stuff like that, just reverb and delay and chorus and all that stuff. And it was just like really out there. I was like, man, I want to make a song that's like really out there, just like just really chill intro, and then gets into like something like heavy but slow. Not heavy as in like a chunk, but just like a really hard driving beat, like a like a halftime sort of thing. So that's what I would do. Just like the basic premise of this idea, the feeling you get, I want to make something like that, and then I'll make something original from that. Sometimes I'm just like driving, or I'm going to the bathroom, or I'm like someplace random, and I'll hear something that's real doing something, and it turns into a beat for me or a melody or something. Like, you ever like sat in your car and you like turn on the turn signal and it's like, right? And then like to me, like I'm hearing that, I'm like, you know, depends on the day. It could be like, you know, dung 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 dung. And I'm going with the beat to the turns because it's just like what's coming into my head. Listen, I'm not hearing the turn signal. I'm hearing what the orchestra could be doing around the turn signal. It was funny. I think it was my first TikTok video. I was driving, and I was calling my sons. And when you call on the iPhone and it's ringing, it's like, you know, and I was like sitting there thinking, I'm like, what's the timing of that? And it was like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I can't. It was like a weird like 7/8 time. And I was like, that's nuts. Like, they're just hiding the 7/8 time under our nose. You know what I mean? Like, this is wacky. We don't even realize it. And it's literally just a video of me ranting about how the call thing is like it's some weird time. And I'm like, listen, 1, 2, 3, 4, whatever. And I'm like, this is nuts. But that's just, I'll hear things that are just random to everyday life. And I'm like, it's music. It's a beat. It's a melody. It's just like, it transforms into my brain. And I don't know what else to do with it besides like put it out into the world into some way. I had this crazy idea, Jason. It was going with the there is no box theory. I was sitting here and I was thinking of a song, and you know how I'm always like making music even with my mouth. I'm like, you know, gung, 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 gung. I'm just like whatever. I'm always rhythmically doing something. I was like, wouldn't it be funny if I recorded like a short where I did like songs with my mouth? Where I like did the whole song with my mouth, so I did like the drum beat, like, you know, and then I'm like, but I did real songs that people knew, but like with my mouth. I just like that'd be funny. It's a little 30-second clip, blah blah. There is no box, and so I was like, oh, that's a good idea. I should do that. And then the next day, I shit you not, the next day, you remember that Todd Barrage guy? I can't remember how to pronounce his last name, but he did the emo cover of Freak on the Leash. He did the I think it was Emo Slayer, Raining Blood. That next day after I had that idea, so I didn't see his idea, and I doubt he could have heard mine. The next day, he came out with a video where it was Blink-182's The Rock Show, but I do all the instruments with my mouth. I said, no effing way. The next day. Nuts. I was like, I can't do it now. But what's so funny is, like, think about it. That guy probably got, at this point, maybe 80,000 views, 100,000 views. There's like 1 billion people on YouTube. If I did the exact same idea as somebody else, there's a really, really, really good chance they never seen his shit. So I might as well just do it now. But it's so funny how I could tell how people, because I feel that same way. It's like you see somebody else doing it, you're like, I can't do it now. Somebody else already did it. It's like, but there's a good chance nobody else saw that except for the people that saw his or hers or whatever. You know what I mean? It's like they don't own YouTube. Like, yeah, if they got 1 billion views, sure, that's it. They own that video. But they're sitting at a couple tens of thousands, 100,000. Even if they got 1 million views, there's still 999 million people that haven't seen that video. So you might as well just release it. So I'm probably going to end up doing some mouth instruments soon after I get away from that feeling of disgust at the fact that my idea was stolen from me. But what can I do? I'm trying to protect my brain. Mark Zuckerberg's listening 24/7. That's probably how he got it. He's best friends with Mark. He's like, hey, man, I need some ideas, dude. Mark, you got any ideas? He's like, I've been listening to this guy, Al Silva. He's nuts, dude. First of all, you should see his show, Getting Ready, Backstage with Al and Jay. It's on Tuesday nights. Just a couple hours each night on Tuesdays. And he had this idea for doing like a whole song, but with his mouth. And then he'll be like, oh, I'll do it right now. And then he did it that night and then released it the next day. How can I win, Jason? How? This is impossible. Dang it. Todd's always going to be one step ahead. That's okay. We're coming for Todd. What's funny is, like, he does such a good job. There was another video he released that I was waiting to watch, but I realize now I can't do live stream watch parties. So for my other channel, like I know Cheyenne was checking me out on that other channel. I'm just gonna have to go back to like, I could do like, what's funny is I'll do a marathon session as if I was live, but I'll record it. I'll instantly upload it with literally no edits whatsoever. Then throughout the week, I'll chop out the songs, I'll chop out the different segments, and then I'll release them as they go. I think that'd be the best fortune, because I was like, that was supposed to be what I did on Mondays. Live stream on Epic D Guy on Mondays, live stream on Al Silva on Tuesdays. A live stream on Epic Disappointments page every Thursday, because we're supposed to get together every Thursday. But man, this last couple months have been a shit show as far as getting together on their end and others, and my end too. I had the car issue and stuff, so it's been a guy. But hopefully going in October, start smoothing out. So look forward to the content, because I have so much music I need to watch. I'm backed up. There's, Jason, you wouldn't believe it. There's new Offspring. There's new, we still got to finish the Megadeth. I only went through like the first 2 songs. They have the rest of that album. But there's definitely 3 more music videos. We just can't live stream. Like, you can join me like you normally do, and I could just record it, upload it later. So we got to finish the Megadeth. There was another band that came out with new music. Who was, oh man, who was it? Garrett just called me too. He's like, Offspring and somebody else. And I said, oh, I'll have to check that out. Whoever it is. Oh, Linkin Park. Did you hear about that? Linkin Park with the new female singer? Oh, yeah. She just put, Cheyenne, Linkin Park has a new singer. Good timing. Yes, Linkin Park has a new female singer that they unveiled. And the internet is a hubbub with buzz because there's a couple camps. Some in one camp are like, hey, that's awesome. Let them continue, make the music. Some are like, oh, man, they shouldn't do this without Chester. And then some are like, that lady has issues specifically. It could have been somebody else, but that lady has issues. So there's a lot of buzz with that. But I haven't heard the new song. I think I heard like a 2-second, like a dee-dee-dee, and I was like, no, I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it. I'll listen to it with headphones, have that experience ready. So they have a new song. I did hear her sing the original songs. I heard a few of the original, her versions of them. She doesn't do bad at all. I think her singing style fits what she was needing to replace with Chester, which is like a really raspy, singy voice that doesn't sound like you're trying too hard, because Chester was never like trying too hard. Like he always nailed it, but you could tell he was giving it his all. It just felt like it was within his realm to do. So I think that's fine. A lot of people are like, why didn't they just name it something else? Why is it Linkin Park? They should have just named it something else. If they're going to have a new singer, they might have a new style, whatever. And Mike was like the main dude, the rapper dude. He was like, to name it anything other than Linkin Park would do an injustice to what this is, because like, me and the guitarist and all the other members, they're like, when we're putting this together and we're making this music, to us, this is Linkin Park. This is Linkin Park music. And, we know that, Chester would want us to move forward so that way we can continue to like release music that made people feel a certain way, because he was always about people resonating with the music and stuff like that. So he's like, Mike's like, I know Chester would have our back, so that's what we're going to do. And then Chester's son came out and said, I'm totally against all this stuff. These guys are mean and all this other crazy stuff. And this lady's nuts, and you shouldn't have used this lady, and blah, blah, blah. So now Chester's son's chiming in. I'm like, oh, man, this is why you got to have video wills. You got to have like I already put it in that one of the first episodes we had. I was like, I'm down for the hologram. I'm down for the guys continue without me. I told him straight up, Jason, I'm telling you, Cheyenne too. I was like, if we suck at this next show, I quit. I'm quitting the band. I'm out. That's it. It's over. They're like, no, you're not going to quit, Al. I'm like, look, guys, I'm a busy dude. I love doing this, but I'm not going to do it to be embarrassed, because that May show that I didn't upload, I'm like, it was embarrassing. That February show, we did really well. I was happy with how the February show went. But that May show was caca poopy garbage, and I am not about to stand here and be embarrassed on stage. I'll be embarrassed in the privacy of my own house, in my head and thoughts, sure, but not on stage. Are you kidding me? This is nuts. Like, we had such egregious fails at that May show. I'm telling you, Jason, like, yeah, nothing like I've ever experienced before, because usually, even when we were doing poorly, we were in a state where we all thought we were doing well. So to do poorly in a state where you're doing poorly is like, oh man, I wanted to just literally walk off stage. Right after we had the second major mess up with Stand, Fight, Live Wrong, and I was like, oh, I don't even want to play. I really wanted to just stop strumming the guitar, put it down, and just walk off. Wouldn't that have been hilarious? I'm like, what is happening? I'm like, it's over, guys. I'm done. They would have continued. It would have been hilarious, but no. So I put a little bit of pressure on them. Now they're like, he's not serious. He's just joking. I'm half joking, but at the same time, it's like, I want them to know, like, I want to do well when we get on a stage in front of human beings. We got to perform. And that's the hardest part with this version, this medium of art. When an artist paints, boop, 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 they paint it, and then you look at it and you go, I'm trying to interpret what their vision was, what their message was. But you see, based on the colors, based on the canvas, the type, the style, the artistic direction, whatever, based on what that person wanted, they created something, and they say, all right, look at it. And now everybody can just come and look at it as much as they want. They don't got to change it. They don't got to do nothing. They put all the work up front, and then they're locked in and they're good. We got to be good every time. You know what I mean? You can't just watch it once and like every other time you just think about it, you're like, oh yeah, that was perfect. I mean, I guess if you never listened or watched us again, then for your final memory, you're like, yeah, these guys nail it every time, never seeing us again. But that's the problem. It's like, we got to nail it. And if we don't nail it, yes, there's certain issues or mistakes you can make where people will not know the difference. Like when I mix up my verses, they don't know the damn words. As long as I'm still on time and I sound like I know what I'm doing, they go right with it. It's only when you have egregious errors like being on the wrong note where it's like somebody's off. Like when you hear like there's just a little bit of offness, that's obvious. When the drummer screws up the timing, that's obvious. When Dylan messes up the notes or something like that's obvious. Like, we have to avoid those issues for sure. Those obvious ones. If we have a certain mistake and it's like we missed a strum or something easy, sure. Live bands got to perform live, can't be 100. But I want to be 99, maybe 99.9 because of that consistency where we get 99 most of the time and then once out of 100 times we don't do so well. And that's okay. Or maybe that's once out of 1,000, 99.9. Not very often do we screw up. That's how I want it to be, locked and loaded. Oh, Jason, I got to tell you about this. And Cheyenne, too. And you're, what's that one meme? It's like, oh, you got to hear about this. And you might as well hear about this, too. But we got an offer to play a pretty substantial gig on Thursday, literally 2 days from now. So we have the gig on Friday still, but we got an offer to play a gig on Thursday with this band called Leftover Crack, which is actually a substantial band in their genre of like crust punk. If you've ever heard of crust punk, kind of sounds like it sounds when I say that, but still a well-known band in that circle. And we got a message like, I think it was last night. They were like, hey, last minute, wanted to see if Epic Disappointments could join the bill. So I messaged in the group. I was like, hey, Mario, do you know this? Because Mario's band's playing, Disturbio's playing with Leftover Cracked. And we're like, damn, how'd you guys see that? That's crazy. He's like, oh, they just asked us to play. I'm like, oh, that's sick. So Mario must have told him, like, hey, well, I got, they probably needed an extra band. So he's like, you should ask my band. Because I'm like, why would they even ask us? And Mario's like, yeah, that's the guy from Side Effects, blah, blah, blah. I was like, oh, shoot. So are you guys available, blah, blah. And Garrett was like, yeah, I'm down. And my concern was I have my son's soccer game from 6:15 to 7:15, and I guarantee they'd have us play first, so we'd probably have to get there at like 5. So I'd have to literally miss my son's soccer game. But I'm like, okay, maybe if I can like leave right after or something, I don't know. We didn't hear the details, but I was like, I'm willing to hear it out. And then Dylan, like, he didn't answer, and then I called him, and then he didn't answer, and then I texted him, and he didn't answer. I was like, I know he ain't sleeping. It's like 8 o'clock at night. Shouldn't be too bad. And then he ended up texting me back, and he's like, I just don't feel comfortable doing it because he's like, these leftover crack guys, they're actually really bad dudes. And, I guess they have these like serious abuse allegations, and they're like hardcore for their band is literally, they're no joke, like leftover crack. They're like, we are crackheads. Like, there's no such thing as leftover crack as the joke, because when you're smoking crack, you guys use it all until it's gone. There is no such thing, so it's an inside joke. But then he's like, they're vehemently and very vocally anti-Christian. And he's like, and I just don't feel comfortable doing that. I was like, well, I didn't know about none of that, to be honest, because I rarely know leftover crack. I just know the one song that we've covered before. And I was like, so I can understand your position doing that. But, like, because I'm on the same team. Like, I am a Christian, very dedicated. And so I was like, for me, what my perspective is, because he's like, I don't want to support them. I said, to me, you're asking me, I'm on the same team as you. I don't feel like it's us supporting them at all. Like, we're not even needing to sell any tickets. We won't have anybody come to this show. It's not contributing to, if anything, we're like parasites. Like, we're going to use their stage time, and we're going to use their audience, and, like, we're going to go to this. It was at Harpo's, too, which is a kind of legendary venue. I was like, to me, I don't even think of it as support. I think of it as, like, no, we're really the winners out of it. Like, we are leeches. Like, we're going to leech off of this. To anything, they're supporting us. And I told him, I was like, to be honest, Dylan, like, whether it's like very vocally or just in their heads, a large portion of this world is anti-Christian. That's how it is. And especially if our circle of like punk and metal, dude, like, I already talked to these guys. I know how they think. And that, to me, that doesn't change whether or not I would interact with these people, these human beings and stuff like that. I like Zachary, bro. He'll say the most outlandish shit you've ever heard in your entire life, where you're like, I got to tell him before he comes on that show, you can't say half the things you say out loud in the real world. Not here. But, like, he's still a friend of mine. He's still somebody that I care about as a human being. So, you know what I mean? It's like, to me, I'm not isolating. So I was like, Dylan, if that's how it is, we're not going to be able to play with nobody, because most of these people do not like us. That's just how it is. And he's like, oh, I'm not saying why we can only do that. It's just I know this band in particular is like egregiously banned with all these other issues and stuff like that. And he's like, I just can't with my conscience do it. I said, you know what? That's no big deal. I'm in it for you. If you don't want to do it, we don't have to do it. No big deal. And he's like, you guys could do it without me, and I won't be hurt at all. Like, if you guys want to still do this leftover crack show without me, that's no problem at all. And I thought about it, and I was like, the problem is we've been getting ready with this set with Mario for the last couple months. Mario's the lowest common denominator because he has to learn all the songs. These songs we're playing, like I said, Baggage, Issues, FTW, Stand, Fight, Live Wrong, blah, blah. They're like, Dylan's pretty necessary in them. Like, he's like, some are literal guitar solos, and some are just what he does for the rhythm on the other side of my rhythm. Or I don't play the guitar like FTW. I don't play in the verse. He does the verse rhythm, and I just sing. And I walk around with the mic. So I'm like, we realistically can't do this set without you. because I messaged Garrett. I was like, he said we can do it without him, but to be honest, we'd have to take away Issues, Baggage, FTW, and Stand Fight Live Wrong. That only leaves us with 3 songs, and we can't add any last minute because Mario's going to need time to learn them, regardless of how well me and you will do with them. So he was like, yeah, I get that. So we decided to skip on it. But close, very close to a legendary show with a legendary venue. I get where Dylan's coming from, but I did tell Garrett, I forgot to tell Mario at the last show, like, we got to get Mario locked and loaded for more songs, so that way we can be like, okay, because there's times where Dylan just can't do a show because of his actual availability. Like, he's working on a certain day or he's out of town or something. And so it's like, we do have songs that don't have any, like, Dylan-centric parts, but Mario don't know those. So, like, we need to get Mario on there. So that way we're very malleable. Like, we can kind of, like, oh, interchange, blah, blah, blah. Like, maybe there could be shows where they get enough of their songs ready. What happens if I can't make it? And instead they could do Reflect and Kaiju, Stand Fight Live Wrong, Badder Than You. Like, they could do all the songs they wrote. That would be freaking sick. We would be unstoppable because it's like, it doesn't matter what date. As long as there's 3 of us available, any combination of 3, even if Mario doesn't make it, either me and Dylan can play the bass. We're unstoppable at that point. So, unfortunately, we couldn't do it. But that does save myself, because if I was going to play in front of Leftover Crack, or at least all their crackhead fans, I would have gave it my all, Jason. I would have gave it every ounce of everything I can give to leave it on that stage at the Harpo's legendary venue. So then Friday, for our real gig, I would have been spent. I would have been spent because I know I would have gave it like 200%. Garrett's like, when we were talking about it as a potential before we got the hard, like, I'm probably not doing it. He was like, don't go over the top on the Thursday because you still got to do Friday. Because he's thinking his family's going to come for Friday. I was like, I don't know, Garrett. Like, honestly, the Leftover Crack, there'll probably be a couple hundred people there. We really should go all in on that one and leave it out on the table. And if we don't have anything in the tank for Friday, it's like, at least it was well spent. You know, you know what I mean? So, but at least now I'll be fully rested for Friday. Hopefully have a really good show, or at least like a 90-something%. At least a 90-something%. I'm shooting for that 99. No less than 93, Jason. If it's less than 93, I quit. It's over. Epic D, no mas. Por favor. Stay tuned. Where's that? Boom, boom, ba-doop. And he like that, what? It's like, we'll be right back. And that, I used to have that. Skibbity. It's so funny. I'm looking at some of these. I'm like, I don't get to use half of these sounds. I just need more applications. What's the skibbity? I want to hit it. What is this? Have you heard this, Jason? Have you heard that? I keep wanting to do an episode about brain rot. I really, really want, because it's just going to be so ridiculous. So stupid. Brain rot. Skibbity, we would watch Skibbity Toilet, at least the first couple. They're short. They're like 30 seconds long. We'll watch the first couple because there's a story, and they're into like over 100, I think, at this point now. Episodes of the Skibbity Toilet thing. It's nuts. We're going to check that out. We're going to check out all this other brain rot crap I got saved throughout my journey of brain rot so I can rot Jason's brain to the core. It'll be awesome. Let's just go to this. I can't wait till the day we have super chats, Jason, because a lot of the other channels, they wait till the end of the show and they go, all right, let's go to the super chats, which are, people that pay us like a couple bucks to highlight their chat. Cheyenne is like super chat she's literally, because she's the only chat in here, they're all super chats. Let's see here. So talking about, because I had to catch up to these. Let's see here. Have you heard the Tenacious D cover of Baby One More Time by Britney Spears? I heard like a short clip, but I was like, once again, it was one of those things where I was like,
it was weird.
I have this idea where I'm like, oh, I don't want to hear it if it's possibly content. I'd rather hear it while recording it. So like to get
just more footage. And so I do that a lot. So that's why I say, like, I have a giant backlog of shit I have not checked out yet. Because I want, for you people, for the people in the audience, it's like, when I'm watching a reaction or like something, I want it to be genuine. I don't want that person to have any idea what's about to happen. Because I don't want it to be fake. And so I don't want to be fake for you people. So, like, I try to just save that stuff. So I remember hearing about that, and I was like, I'll save it. Haven't heard it. I just heard like a hey me, because you know it was like a meme for a second. The sound was for the main core of the chorus. So I'll have to check that out. Man, the debate at the beginning feels like a fever dream now. Yeah, that was a long time ago at this point. I don't have the statistics here because it doesn't show. Oh, 3. Jason, we've been live for 4 hours. How does this happen every time it's 1 o'clock in the morning? Every time I'm like, oh man, we'll stream for a couple hours and then I'll get to bed on time and I'm going to get all sorts of sleep and this is going to be amazing. I'm going to be fully rested for my big meeting tomorrow because Wednesdays are always big meeting days. Not only do I got a big meeting, I'm going to teach classes tomorrow too. And this is the worst day for this. Tuesdays, they get me every time. But man, that did feel like a long time ago. That was funny. Good times there. She said she listened to Fail to Thrive almost 200 times. Now, I sent her the demo because, Jason, this sucks, dude. I was doing a testing. I tested it like, seriously, 4 or 5 times before we went live stream with me playing to those tracks to make sure the audio was synchronized with the video and stuff like that. And every time I watched the recording, I'm like, yeah, it's synced up. Then I went to go watch the live show for last week, and I went to the Fail to Thrive part, and it was, my guitar was, I can't remember early or late, but it was unsynchronized with the rest of the band, the digital hologram version of the band. So I was like, damn, that sucked. That sucked because that was probably how it was. But Cheyenne was like, oh, I didn't notice, blah, blah, about it. I think after I sent her the demo, the core demo that I made. I think after that, she was probably like, oh, yeah, that was definitely off. That guitar was definitely off there. I got to figure that out because I really need to get that locked and loaded at this point. Thank you for listening to that. I do appreciate that. Fail to Thrive is like my newest generation favorite song. But in overall, it's probably number 2. I'd still say FTW's number 1, Fail to Thrive's number 2. But they're interchangeable. They're definitely in my top. Love those songs. We talked about the Linkin Park singer. There's a lot that are like, how dare you replace the legend that was and always will be Chester? It's like, okay, but deep breath. That's true. I mean, that's for anybody. Anybody that's like hardcore into that following, they're like, bro, no. It's like Linkin Park is Chester. Like, I can see how those two go hand in hand. But like, if I was Chester, like I'm telling you guys right now, like if something was happening to me, and they were like, but Epic D it's Al's Epic D. It's like, I want them to keep going. Let them make their own songs. Replace me. Get a new singer. Who should it be? That's a good question. I don't have any ideas right now, but I'm totally fine with being replaced. Because honestly, even if I didn't die, it would be kind of cool because I always had like, wouldn't it be sweet if I went to my own show? And I only got to experience that one time after I quit the band, but the lineup they had sucked at that time. Like the drummer, singer, bassist, guitar combo, it wasn't good. Wasn't a good experience, but it'd be awesome to see the legend, like to see us now, but me not be there, but be in the crowd. I'd love that, bro. I love watching our own videos. That's where I feel like I'm you guys in the crowd is when I watch the video back of the live show. It feels like, oh, this is what it would have been looking from the outside in, which is pretty sick. That's why I do like recording those. She said not allowed 2 times. I'm thinking that's about quitting. You got to watch the what? The Peepo. The Peepo one. Is that some sort of brain rot with the Peepos? She said, yeah, I heard it with that synchronized. The Peepos, Jason? What's that?
Oh, I'm too old for that.
Yeah, that sounds like some rot, for sure. And she said I don't know, my favorite part of Epic Disappointments is that rhythm guitar and whoever that guy is. Well, thank you. I mean, that is a core core component. But what's really great to me is like when I listen to the other guys' songs, I don't really add anything to their songs like, you know, we might, oh, wouldn't it be cool if this part did whatever, but I'm not doing something myself centric. So like their songs, when you guys hear their songs, it's literally like it as if they had full, what it is, like the conductor, like they're like, I want my song to go like this. I'm like, okay, I'm all for it. I might have an idea here or there, but like, so when you hear Reflect, it's like I almost have no influence in that song. So it sounds like a good song. It is a good song, and it had nothing to do with me. Or you hear Stand, Fight, Live Wrong, it's like I had nothing to do with that song. I did have like directional things where I was like, oh, the breakdown, we should do a little something, something, whatever. Because I was the drummer of the band when that song was made as the guitar. But Dylan has other songs where he'll show us like a demo or something. I'm like, oh, that's sick. And I'll just play whatever the rhythm is for his song. I only do the special, I only put in my special juice on my songs. I don't know, as far as like the other guys' songs, the only one that gets like a specific version of me is like when Garrett, he's like, I got a drum beat. Well, a drum beat don't sound like nothing. You know what I mean? Like a drum beat's just a beat. It could be anything. So then like Deception, Garrett showed me a drum beat and I was like, oh, I got it. And then I made every dun, 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 dun. So like that song is like 90, Garrett's like, hey, it's my drum beat. It's like 90% me. And then Garrett came up with the drum beat for it that I used as a skeleton as I put the muscles and skin over it and all the organs inside. That was all me. But other than that, so I feel like they could do that without me. They could. They'd have to make their own songs. They'd have to stick to it, but I think it'd still be a good band. They can have all my songs, too. I did tell them that. I was like, you guys can keep playing my songs, too. You just have to sing them. You just have to sing and play them. That's fine. No big deal. There was a portion of time in 2021 when I first came back, I was like, I don't want to sing all the songs, guys. I don't even like singing. I tell them all the time. I don't even want to be the singer. You guys make me do this. I'd rather get a singer. And they're like, no, Al, nobody else can know. No. And the few people that we know in real life, like Maddie and stuff, they're like, no, you can't get somebody else to sing your songs. It just wouldn't be the same. I'm like, I don't know. I'd rather do like one thing fully. Like I'd almost even think like, it's not that I necessarily completely hate singing. It's just like, if I'm going to sing, I don't even want to play the guitar. If I'm going to play the guitar, I don't want to sing. I just want to do one thing and concentrate. Like I hate splitting my brain up and doing stuff because I feel like I'm trapped in front of the microphone. Versus when I was doing those times where I was just playing the guitar, I would roam the stage. I'd jump out into the crowd. I'd be doing circle pits with the guitar in my hand and stuff. I was free, Jason. Free. Now I'm chained to the microphone. So they could do that because I've known they've done that. They've sung my other songs before. What's funny is usually the practice before the gig, I don't sing at all. I saw a Mariah Carey video where it was like how she gets ready. I think it's 24 hours before her show. She doesn't talk. Everything is on cards, or she'll have a notebook where she'll write and to talk to people, so she doesn't use her voice at all 24 hours before a show. I don't do that because that's some diva stuff, but I won't sing the day before the show or a couple days before the show. So then when I do that, Dylan sings all my songs. So you can imagine how wacky it would be, because usually he goes over the top. He's like super screamy, like, you have no friends, no one. Like he's just going at it or whatever. So I find it hilarious. It's a good perspective to go through, and it gives me a nice break. But what's cool is as time goes on and the guys bring more songs in and we all learn them together, it'll be like 33% each person, or I guess 25% if you count Garrett. But like when we do a set and it's 8 songs, it's going to be like 2 songs per person or 3 songs per person. So like it'll be a good blend and give me a good break from singing while Mario's doing his or Dylan's doing his. So I kind of do look forward to that at the same time of not looking forward to that because I like my songs. So I know I'll have to do less of my songs in order to fit their songs in. So there's pros and cons, there's trade-offs, but I enjoy their songs. I like listening to that stuff as well. If I didn't enjoy it, I'd tell them we couldn't play it. There's no way. You think I'd let Mario bring in a song and it'd be like, oh, that song sounds like shit. I'd be like, bro, you can't release that under this name. Are you kidding me? This is Epic Disappointments.
Oh.
I would tell him. I'd lay it down. So far, I think Mario's brought 4 songs to the table. They've all been, to me, they slap. I think they slap. The songs Dylan wants to bring from VKM and give them a makeover, they slap. So I think I have no problem with these bring slappers. I am nervous for when they do bring me something eventually that is going to be a dud. But at the same time, is every one of my songs an absolute legendary banger? No. And I do understand that. It's okay to have something that's a little bit of a dud. Maybe it was like, there's a couple songs I can name where it's like, I had a really good idea for a chunk of the song, and there's like parts of the song where I'm like, I didn't know necessarily how to make that better. I just knew this fit that portion. Like there's a song called Redo where it's like, I don't like the bridge from verse to chorus. But it was like the only thing I could do to transition from that verse to chorus. But I'm like, it's just something to me. So it brings that song down. It's not a legendary banger. It's a good song, though. Has some good parts. Love the breakdown. It's one of my favorite riffs in Redo. But that's why we never play that song. Because I'm like, I don't enjoy it too much. And I made it myself. So I can tell that not every song's a banger, but it's just going to be weird when it's their songs. Because I have no problem telling myself, hey, that song's not that good. We're not playing it. And I'm like, it's okay, self. No problem. But for somebody else, I'm like, Mario or Dylan. Like, Dylan, that songs don't sound that good. You know, how am I going to say that? I can never say that, Jason. Somebody's art, to him, it probably sounds awesome. Whatever it is. It doesn't exist yet because everything sounds awesome so far, but it's only a matter of time before they start handing me duds, right?
I mean, it stands to reason that, like there's some sort of probability for that.
Eventually. Well, for now, we're riding this gravy train, baby. We're getting all these good Leatherface, Kaiju. On Dylan's end, he's going to bring, he said his next song he's bringing over is going to be New Wave for Family Planning. We just call it New Wave internally for short. But that one's that was one of my favorite songs in VKM, was that one. It's a very surfy feel of a song, surf thrash sort of thing, very funky, but it has a really catchy, bouncy chorus that will definitely fit this band in that pop punk style. But it's so funny because the song's about like a giant conspiracy that the government's trying to kill you. So like the chorus is like, we got poison in your food and sickness in the water. Future generations will see the work of the potter with your prescriptions and injections to make you all better. Just burn your wallets 'cause they only make you sicker. Din, 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 din. I was like, when I heard that, because Dylan made that chorus, he brought it to me. I had no influence in it. I was like, oh, I like that. And so I usually add the backups with like, burn your wallets. I had like the super screams. Very cool song. So that's coming to you guys soon. And then I told Mario I want Kaiju next because there's an awesome anime called Kaiju number 8. Jason, you got to check this out. 1 season, just started, like 12 episodes. You can get through it in a day or two. It's like a action comedy anime because it tries to goes for jokes and that lightheartedness, but it has like fight. It's about kaijus, it's about big ass monsters sort of thing. So like it has those action elements, but it was good. I took a chance on it because I wasn't sure about the art style because it was giving me like One Piece vibes where it's like the art style's a little weird, but I was like,
a little goofy.
Yeah, a little goofy, but I'm gonna check it out. I checked it out. I was like, oh, this is good. This show's solid. So if Mario can come out with Kaiju and we record it, when Kaiju Season 2 comes out, I'll start doing like clips of the anime, but with his song underneath it. And people are going to be like watching the anime. They'll be like, oh, what's that banger ass song underneath there? Oh, Epic Disappointments? Kaiju? Kaiju? Better download it. Song slaps.
Boom. If Dylan could have got the damn New Wave done early enough, I could do some political stuff. Like, put some political videos, how the government's trying to poison you. Boom. Oh, what band is this? This thing slaps. New Wave for family planning? Epic disappointments? Better download it. Beep, 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 beep. That's the problem. Got to get this damn content out there. So, at least, Cheyenne, by Friday. EP, we're going to lock and load it. I'm going to just tell you guys straight up. It sounds like shit. It sounds like dog shit. Could you imagine a dog shitting on a computer and then somebody held up a microphone to it and then they recorded it and then they played it back for you and you're like, this is a steaming pile of dog shit. That's what it sounds like. So get your expectations like to the floor, and then you'll probably enjoy it. So that's all I'll say. So your expectations are very low because I'm not happy with it. But at this point, I got to release it for the couple people that have been asking for it. I'm doing it for you guys, okay? For you guys, that's it, because I don't want to release it. I want to be like, this is not good enough. But that's okay. It's not for me. It's for you guys. So look for that. You'll get your notifications if you've added us before, which is pretty sick. I will send you my critiques. There you go. I mean, only egregious. If there's, I can't change it afterwards. Once I upload it to like Apple Music and Spotify,
the good ones.
It's locked in. So like, there's nothing I can change afterwards. Cheyenne, what I'm gonna do is like next time I'll be able to pre-send you things. You can be part of the testing group on the, what do they call it? The internal QA testing market research, and then I'll send you. I'm like, all right, give me some notes as I can tweak them. Because I think at this point, if you go to listen to it, you're like, well, this needs to change. I'm like, there's nothing I can do at this point. It's kind of locked and loaded.
$350K a year.
It's kind of locked and loaded at this point. But I'm sure you guys will have some fun with that when it comes out there. But I got to go to bed. I mean, I'm going to be very tired. 1:30. We streamed for 4 hours and 15 minutes. Thank you so much, Cheyenne and one or two other people that popped in throughout the day. They're not here now, but they were popping in the future. I'm telling you, I want people to chat. Guys, just pop in. It would be so funny. Somebody just popped in and they said, hi. And they watched like 60 seconds of the show and they're like, bye. And then they left. I'd be like, thank you. I got 2 messages. I got 2 comments out of them.
They're like, hi. And then like, eyeballs and then middle finger.
Boom. I'd be like, bye. Bye. Thank you.
Right.
Got a viewer. Got 2 minutes of watch time. Fantastic. But yeah, no, that's it. We got to go. We got to go for the show. Jason, thanks for joining us. Cheyenne, thanks for joining us. Everyone else in the future watching this video from the past that was actually the present, which was unburdened by today. Thank you for joining us. We'll see you next time. Everyone, good day.